The sun poured down unreservedly upon the basketball court of the campus, where physical education class was in full swing. Li Chuming, clad in light athletic attire, darted across the court with agility. He fixated intently on the basketball, soaring through the air, exerting his legs with force as he leaped high, his arm carving a precise arc in the air, the ball swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. "Great shot," cheered his classmates surrounding him. Yet Li Chuming merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, sweat trickling down his cheeks and evaporating instantaneously upon hitting the scorching ground. At that moment, his thoughts were not occupied with the basketball. Rather, he was engaged in a silent dialogue with the spirit of the celestial mansion in his mind. "In just 15 minutes, the gateway to another world shall open." The spirit's voice resonated within him, ethereal yet steady. Li Chuming's heart raced at the revelation, yet he maintained his composure, quickly regulating his breath and immersing himself back into the fervor of the basketball match. Dribbling, passing, shooting, each movement flowed effortlessly, though a subtle urgency and anticipation flickered in his gaze, nearly imperceptible to others. At that moment, Zhu Jianwei approached the basketball court, accompanied by several girls. His girlfriend, Su Qi, nestled against his arm, trailed by a group of exuberant roommates. "Ladies, I brought you here today to watch some handsome guys play basketball. Who knows, you might just encounter your dream boy," she chimed, her voice ringing clearly across the court. Among the crowd, Qian Shui emerged like a vibrant landscape, capturing the attention of all. Her eyes sparkled like clear springs, bright and enchanting, her figure and beauty truly exceptional. A subtle smile graced her lips, yet her gaze roamed among the boys on the court, seemingly searching for something. Li Chuming noticed the group of girls, a frown creasing his brow as a hint of displeasure welled up within him, yet he did not halt his actions. The basketball danced in his hands as he deftly evaded his opponent's defense, sinking another shot. This maneuver immediately drew the attention of all the girls, some gazes ignited with admiration. Zhu Jianwei, witnessing Li Chuming's impressive display on the court, felt a surge of jealousy. He deliberately raised his voice, a smirk playing on his lips. "Li Chuming, why not take a break?" Reluctantly, Li Chuming paused and walked over to them. "Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend and her roommates," Zhu Jianwei boasted with a smug expression, then feigned camaraderie by patting Li Chuming on the shoulder. "You all know each other, so I won't elaborate." Li Chuming managed a strained smile, politely nodding to the girls. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to the court, immersing himself once more in the game, savoring every moment as if to shed his worries with the sweat. However, after Li Chuming left, Zhu Jianwei began his malicious exposure. He raised his voice deliberately, a mocking grin on his face. "Did you know? Li Chuming is just a farmer's son. His family is utterly impoverished, and he's still farming. The money for his education is all borrowed, and he has to earn his living expenses outside." The girls, upon hearing this, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Oh, so that's how it is. We certainly can't follow in his footsteps. Exactly, he's off the list." Qian Shui's once bright eyes now glinted with disdain as she coldly remarked, "Someone like Li Chuming is never in my consideration." Meanwhile, as Li Chuming received the ball again on the court, preparing to shoot, the spirit's voice echoed in his mind. The door to the other world is about to open. A jolt coursed through him, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp. Ignoring the astonished looks from his classmates, he clutched his abdomen, contorting in pain as he approached the physical education teacher, pleading, "Teacher, I have a stomach ache. I need to return to the dormitory." Seeing his pallor, the teacher harbored no doubts and granted his request. Rewinding to a week prior, Li Chuming had inadvertently cut his hand, blood staining his grandfather's heirloom ring. To his astonishment, the ring absorbed the blood. Startled, he realized the ring was extraordinary. Moments later, voices emanated from the ring, audible only to him, resonating clearly in his mind. Through the ring's explanation, he discovered he had stumbled upon a stroke of Fortunia, celestial mansion, with the voices belonging to the spirit within. The mansion was immense, 3 to 4 times the size of Blue Star. However, it had lacked a master for millennia, causing the ethereal energy within to decay into dense fog, enveloping the entire estate. The spirit had slumbered for far too long, its memories nearly erased, save for one. Whoever awakened it would be its master. On the first day, The spirit recalled its ability to condense the fog, restoring it to celestial energy. On the second day, it informed Li Chuming of the 9 doors within the mansion. When he inquired about what lay beyond, it could not remember. On the third day, the spirit suddenly revealed that behind the doors lay a continent, with each of the 9 doors leading to different worlds, but it could not recall the nature of these realms. On the fourth day, the spirit sensed the first door, but could not open it. Finally, on the 5th day, it remembered that the world behind the first door was known as the 10,000 Nations continent, albeit a lesser realm with lower cultivation levels. On the 6th day, the spirit recalled how to unlock this door, yet its power had yet to be restored. On that day, Li Chuming had already prepared to venture into the other world. He bought a new backpack and packed snacks and provisions. Now, that door was finally opening. He hurried away from the basketball court, returning to his dormitory, swiftly donning the backpack he had prepared. Taking a deep breath, his gaze reflected both disappointment in this world and anticipation for the other. If this world refuses to offer me ease, I shall carve my own path in another, he vowed silently. With his eyes closed and his thoughts focused, he entered the celestial mansion. Within, the fog had dissipated significantly, revealing glimpses of ancient structures and flickering spiritual lights. Guided by the spirit, a crimson door connecting to the 10,000 Nations continent appeared before him. As the door slowly opened, a powerful force drew him in. Without hesitation, he strode forward. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from his spot, stepping onto the soil of the other world. Where is this? A tunnel. Which way should I go? Never mind. We'll just choose one at random. The sun cascaded unreservedly over the basketball court of the campus, where physical education class was in full swing. Li Chuming, clad in lightweight athletic attire, moved gracefully across the court. His gaze was fixed on a basketball, soaring through the air with powerful legs. He leaped high, his arm tracing a sleek arc in the sky, and the ball swished through the net. Nice shot. His classmates cheered, but Li Chuming merely nodded slightly, sweat trickling down his cheek and evaporating upon contact with the scorching ground. At that moment, his thoughts were far removed from the triviality of the basketball. His mind was engaged in a silent dialogue with the spirit of the celestial abode. In just 15 minutes, the portal to another world shall open, echoed the spirit's voice in his mind, ethereal yet steady. A jolt of excitement surged within him, yet he maintained his composure, swiftly regulating his breath to immerse himself back into the spirited game. Dribbling, passing, shooting, each movement flowed naturally, yet a sense of urgency and anticipation flickered in his eyes, almost imperceptible to others. At that moment, Zhu Jianwei approached the court with several girls in tow. His girlfriend, Su Qi, nestled against his arm, followed by a group of vibrant dorm mates. Ladies, I brought you here to watch handsome guys play basketball. Perhaps you might encounter your ideal match. Zhu Jianwei exclaimed, his voice ringing clearly across the court. Among the crowd, Qian Shui's presence was like a breath of fresh air, drawing everyone's attention. Her eyes sparkled like a clear spring, captivating and radiant, her figure and beauty exceptional. A subtle smile graced her lips as she scanned the court, seemingly in search of something. Li Chuming noticed the group of girls and furrowed his brow slightly, a twinge of displeasure rising within him, yet he did not cease his movements. The basketball danced in his hands as he deftly evaded his opponent's defenses, scoring again. This action instantly captured the gaze of all the girls, some of whom watched him with intense interest. Observing Li Chuming's remarkable performance, Zhu Jianwei felt a pang of jealousy. He deliberately raised his voice, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Li Chuming, take a break. Reluctantly, Li Chuming halted and walked over to them. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend and her roommates, Zhu Jianwei said proudly, then patted Li Chuming's shoulder faintly. Everyone knows each other, so no need for further introductions. Li Chuming managed a strained smile, politely nodding at the girls. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, he returned to the court, fully engrossed in the game, relishing every moment, as if to expel his worries along with his sweat. However, once Li Chuming departed, Zhu Jianwei began his malicious exposure. He deliberately raised his voice, a smirk on his face. Did you know Li Chuming is just the son of a farmer? His family is utterly destitute, still tilling the land, and his tuition is all on loan. She has to earn his own living expenses. The girls, upon hearing this, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Oh, Zero, so that's how it is. We certainly cannot endure that," one said. "Exactly. I wouldn't choose him under any circumstances," another chimed in. Qian Shui, her bright eyes now clouded with disdain, remarked coldly, "Someone like Li Chuming is forever outside my realm of consideration." At the same time, Li Chuming received the ball once more on the court, poised to shoot when the spirit's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. The portal to another world is about to open. His heart raced, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp. Ignoring the astonished gazes of his peers, he clutched his abdomen, a pained expression on his face, and approached the physical education teacher. "Teacher, I have a stomach ache. I wish to return to the dormitory." Seeing his pallid complexion, the teacher harbored no doubts and granted his request. Recalling an incident from a week prior, Li Chuming had accidentally cut his hand, the blood staining his grandfather's heirloom ring. To his astonishment, the ring absorbed the blood. Startled, he realized this ring was extraordinary. Within minutes, a series of voices emerged from the ring, audible only to him, resonating clearly in his mind. Through the ring's explanations, Li Chuming discovered he had stumbled upon great fortune. Acquiring a celestial abode, the voices emanating from the ring were those of its spirit. The celestial abode was immense, 3 to 4 times larger than Blue Star. However, it had remained unclaimed for millennia, causing the spirit energy within to decay into thick mist that enveloped the entire abode. The spirit had slumbered for too long, its memories nearly obliterated, retaining only the knowledge that whoever awakened, it would become its master. On the first day, the spirit recalled its ability to condense the mist, restoring it to spirit energy. On the second day, it informed Li Chuming that there were 9 doors within the abode. When Li Chuming inquired about what lay beyond, it could not remember. The third day brought a revelation that behind the doors were continents, with each of the 9 doors leading to a distinct world, though the nature of these worlds eluded its memory. By the 4th day, the spirit sensed the first door but could not unlock it. On the 5th day, it finally recalled that the world behind the first door was called the 10,000 Nations continent, albeit a lesser realm with a low cultivation level. On the 6th day, the spirit devised a method to open this door, though its power had yet to be restored. On that very day, Li Chuming prepared to venture into the other world, procuring a new backpack along with snacks and provisions. Now, that door was finally set to open. Quickening his pace, Li Chuming left the basketball court, returning to his dormitory to swiftly don the backpack he had prepared. He inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting both disappointment with this world and anticipation for the other realm. "Since this world refuses to grant me ease, I shall carve out my own destiny in another world," he vowed silently. With his eyes closed, he focused his thoughts and entered the celestial abode. Within, the mist had thinned considerably, revealing glimpses of ancient structures and flickering ethereal lights. Under the guidance of the spirit, a crimson doorway leading to the 10,000 Nations continent materialized before him. The door creaked open, an overwhelming force of attraction emanating from it. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chuming strode forward. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from his original spot, stepping onto the soil of another world. "Where is this?" "A tunnel." "Which way should I go?" "Never mind, they'll just pick one." Chapter 2. The supreme scripture. Li Chuming felt a flash of light before him, and his body was abruptly tugged by an unseen force. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a long, dimly lit underground passage. The air was thick with a damp, decaying odor, and every few paces, candles flickered on the walls, their tiny flames dancing uncertainly in the gloom, casting elongated shadows of himself. The light was faint and murky, barely illuminating the ground beneath his feet, while the surrounding darkness loomed like a slumbering beast, poised to devour him at any moment. Furrowing his brow, Li Chuming cautiously surveyed his surroundings, silently lamenting. Where on earth is this wretched place? His voice echoed in the passage, yet it met with only silence. With a resigned sigh, he glanced at the 2 deep corridors on either side, hesitating momentarily before choosing the left path and stepping forward. His footsteps resonated in the stillness of the passage, each step accompanied by a muffled echo. As he advanced, the flickering candlelight grew ever dimmer, and the darkness deepened. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, palms slick with sweat as he clutched the strap of his backpack, which felt like his sole anchor in this eerie place. After an indeterminate time, he encountered a heavy stone door ahead. The door was engraved with strange patterns, appearing both mysterious and ominous in the dim light. Approaching the door, he pushed against it. But it remained immovable. Gritting his teeth, he set his backpack aside and placed both hands against the stone, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed. His face reddened, veins protruding from his arms, muscles taut with exertion, while sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping onto the ground, unnoticed. With a groan, the stone door began to creak open slightly. Elated by the sight, Li Chuming pushed harder. At last, the door swung wide. However, just as it opened, a powerful hand shot out, seizing his arm and yanking him inside. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost his balance, crashing to the ground. His head throbbed, stars bursting before his eyes as he found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Before he could gather his thoughts, a figure descended upon him. To his astonishment, a woman straddled him. The dim candlelight illuminated her exquisite features, and he was instantly captivated. Her skin was as flawless as snow, smooth as jade. Glowing softly in the flickering light, her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, bright and profound, seemingly harboring endless tales. Beneath her high nose, her lips were a luscious crimson, the corners of her mouth curling into a naturally alluring smile. Her figure was enchanting, her slender waist delicate, embodying the grace and sensuality of a rare beauty. Li Chuming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Mississippi. What are you doing? Please, have some decency. I am not a man to be trifled with." His voice trembled with a mix of fear and confusion. Yet, the woman paid no heed to his protests, her gaze glimmering with an unusual light as her hands began to explore him, even reaching to tug at his trousers. Panic-stricken, Li Chuming struggled vigorously, pushing against the woman with all his might. His body writhed in an attempt to escape her grasp, but her strength was astonishing, rendering him as helpless as a chick destined for slaughter. "Stop, what do you want?" he shouted, his voice laced with anger, but the woman remained undeterred. Despair and helplessness filled his heart as countless thoughts raced through his mind. What have I done to deserve this? I have just arrived in this world, and now I must endure such absurdity? His hands flailed in the air, seeking anything to halt her advances, but the emptiness around him offered no solace. Gradually, he realized he could not resist her power, and his struggles became increasingly futile. Resigned, he sighed internally and relinquished his defiance, allowing the situation to unfold. As the role shifted from passive to active, he could not help but reach out with his own hands, and to his surprise, the woman's expression revealed a sense of pleasure. Li Chuming, emboldened by the moment, cast caution aside. After all, the allure of the forbidden was not without its temptations. An hour later, the Princess Qingyun lay contentedly asleep, while Li Chuming wore a bitter expression, his heart a tumult of emotions. What was this madness? He had inexplicably lost his innocence. Gently shifting the princess off him, he sat up, gazing at her serene face, torn between anger and resignation. Utilizing the faint candlelight, he tidied his clothing and belongings, carefully rising to his feet. His legs felt weak, his gait unsteady. Casting a final glance at the sleeping beauty, he could not help but mutter, "Not a total loss." He then turned and made his way toward the exit. Just as he stepped out of the stone chamber, the voice of Fu Ling resonated in his mind. "Master, that girl was a maiden, her essence not only abundant but also infused with potent energy, allowing me to recover much of my strength and memories." Li Chuming's heart raced at this revelation, confused yet intrigued. What does this mean? He pondered internally. "Master, my recovery is slow, but her essence can expedite the process, and the energy will further enhance it," Fu Ling explained. Understanding dawned on Li Chuming. The maiden was also a novice in such matters. However, something felt off about Fu Ling's approach. How could one restore power in such a manner? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Fu Ling continued, "Master, a tremendous opportunity awaits." "What?" Li Chuming halted, excitement sparking in his eyes. The fog surrounding the main hall has completely dissipated, revealing the supreme scripture, a compilation of cultivation techniques utilized by all past masters. The last master ascended from mortal to immortal purely through its guidance, earning it the title of the foremost cultivation scripture in the celestial realm. It is precisely what you require at this moment. Li Chuming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The pinnacle of cultivation techniques. What joyous news! Before arriving in the 10,000 nations continent, he had contemplated many ways to acquire such knowledge, never imagining it would be readily available within the celestial abode. Nevertheless, now was not the time for cultivation. Escaping this dreadful place took precedence. Chapter 3. 100 Tales in Hand. Li Chuming, filled with a blend of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, hastily departed from the ambiguous and perilous stone abode, striding briskly along the winding, serpentine tunnel. The air in the passage was laden with dampness, punctuated occasionally by droplets cascading from above, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the silence. His heartbeat had yet to fully stabilize, and images of the enchanting Princess Qingyun and the absurd events that had just transpired flitted through his mind. However, curiosity about this new world began to overshadow his other thoughts. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, prompting Li Chuming to quicken his pace. The moment he stepped out of the tunnel, the dazzling sunlight compelled him to instinctively squint. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he was finally able to discern the visage of this world. Before him stood an ancient yet bustling city, its imposing walls constructed from colossal blue stones, bearing the marks of time. Various banners fluttered atop the walls, rustling in the breeze. The city gate bustled with a throng of people, alive with activity. Guards clad in heavy armor stood resolutely on either side, brandishing long spears and scrutinizing every individual entering or exiting. As he ventured into the city, he found the streets wide and immaculate, paved with smooth stone slabs worn down by the passage of countless feet. Flanking the streets were towering edifices, predominantly wooden in structure, adorned with upturned eaves and intricate carvings, resonating with an air of antiquity. Shops lined the avenues, each boasting vibrant signs, selling a myriad of goods ranging from everyday necessities to tantalizing eateries wafting appetizing aromas, alongside blacksmiths whose rhythmic clangs echoed through the air. The attire of the passers-by was equally distinctive. Most men donned long robes cinched at the waist, some even sporting swords, exuding an aura of gallantry. Women, on the other hand, wore colorful long skirts, their hair elegantly styled and adorned with exquisite hairpins, their movements graceful and fluid. Their faces radiated the vibrancy of life as they conversed and shopped, creating an atmosphere that felt immensely vivid and real. Li Chuming glanced down at his modern attire, t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, feeling somewhat out of place amid the surrounding splendor. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he quickly mustered his courage and ventured forth into the bustling market. The array of goods on display was overwhelming, featuring elixirs, spiritual herbs, and products from mythical beasts, all of which ignited his curiosity and filled him with astonishment. In front of one shop, he spotted a peculiar herb radiating an otherworldly glow, eliciting envious glances from those nearby. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired about it and learned that this herb was an extremely valuable resource for cultivators. After half an hour, Li Chuming gradually grasped that he was in Kaidai City, under the dominion of the Sword Dynasty. In this land, transactions were primarily conducted using copper coins, while silver was reserved for items like spiritual herbs and elixirs sought after by practitioners. His eyes sparkled with realization as he silently congratulated himself for his foresight. Prior to his arrival in this world, he had concocted an ambitious plan to engage in trade, transporting goods from Blue Star to this alternate realm and vice versa, aspiring to become a remarkable interdimensional merchant. Now, it seemed that this ambition was not as far-fetched as he had initially believed. Though he currently possessed neither copper coins nor silver, he felt no anxiety. His backpack was filled with modern items that, though commonplace on Blue Star, might be considered rare treasures in this new world. Exchanging for currency or goods from this realm should not pose a significant challenge. As he contemplated what he could offer in trade, someone suddenly began to scrutinize him intently. A flicker of unease passed through Li Chuming as he shifted his gaze to meet the strangers. Upon locking eyes, the individual spoke. "Young brother, your attire is quite peculiar. I have traveled far and wide, yet I have never encountered anything quite like yours." Li Chuming paused momentarily before relaxing and responding with a friendly smile. He contemplated that this could be an opportunity. He casually retrieved a bag of spicy snacks from his backpack and struck up a conversation with the stranger. "My friend, do not mind my appearance. I hail from a distant land, and thus my attire differs from yours." As he spoke, he opened the bag, releasing a rich aroma that wafted through the air. The stranger inhaled deeply, his eyes lighting up as he suppressed a swallow. "What is this? It smells divine." Li Chuming smiled as he offered a piece of the snack. "Please, do give it a try. It is a delicacy from my homeland." The stranger accepted the morsel, cautiously placing it in his mouth and taking a tentative bite. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment as delight spread across his face. This is absolutely delectable," he exclaimed, reaching for another piece. Li Chuming observed his reaction with a sense of pride, aware that his plan was half realized. As the stranger indulged in the snack, Li Chuming discreetly inquired about him. The individual, known as Wang Shu, was a third-tier martial artist who had traveled extensively around the Sword Dynasty and beyond, well-versed in the world. Yet, confronted with Li Chuming's attire, he remained utterly perplexed, never having tasted anything so exquisite. "Young brother, where did you acquire this?" Wang Shu queried between bites. Li Chuming smiled mysteriously. "This is a specialty of my country, enjoyed only by the wealthiest." Wang Shu's eyes shimmered with envy as he savored the flavor. "It is truly unforgettable. I would love to have more." "Could you part with some?" Li Chuming feigned reluctance, shaking his head. "I cannot. My supply is limited." Wang Shu, sensing a chance slipping away, quickly retrieved his coin pouch. "I have 100 taels of silver here. I am willing to exchange it for the remaining snacks. What do you say?" Li Chuming's heart raced as he mentally calculated the value. If he exchanged these silver taels for currency on Blue Star, it would amount to at least 30,000. It was indeed a considerable profit. "Well, since you desire it so much, I shall reluctantly part with it," he replied, feigning a heavy heart as he handed over the remaining snacks and accepted the pouch in return. Wang Shu eagerly devoured the snacks, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Li Chuming, gazing at the coin pouch, felt a surge of joy. He knew that his interdimensional trading journey had successfully taken its first step. The transaction, surprisingly effortless, had yielded him a small fortune. Li Chuming could not help but marvel at how easily the money had come. Simultaneously, Wang Shu felt elated, believing he had struck a remarkable deal by acquiring such a delicious treat for merely 100 taels of silver. This exchange epitomized a true win-win scenario. Chapter 4. The foundation of the little ant Li Chuming, with a heavy purse in hand, walked alongside Wang Shu through the bustling streets of Kaidai City. Sunlight streamed through the dappled leaves, casting fragmented shadows that lent a touch of vitality to the ancient city. The calls of street vendors echoed in succession, and pedestrians jostled each other, all exuding the vibrant essence of life. Wang Shu occasionally turned his head, his gaze resting on Li Chuming's simple yet modern backpack. His eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. In this foreign realm, such an exquisite and unique backpack was undoubtedly a rarity. Brotherly, your backpack is truly fascinating. I have never encountered such an item in my travels. Wang Shu finally spoke, a hint of envy in his tone. Li Chuming smiled slightly, fully aware of the unique value of the backpack in this world, yet humbly replied, "It is merely an ordinary item from my hometown. If you like it, Brother Wang, I shall certainly gift you one on another day." Wang Shu's eyes gleamed with surprise as he quickly waved his hands. How could I accept such a generous offer? Such a fine object is indeed hard to come by. Brotherly, as you are new to this place, your attire stands out a bit. Let me take you to change into something more fitting. Li Chuming felt grateful and nodded in agreement. The two turned into a relatively quiet alley, where a faint scent of smoke lingered, occasionally interrupted by the laughter of children. In the corner, several nameless wildflowers bloomed freely, adding a splash of color to the quaint alleyway. A shop appeared before them, its sign proudly displaying the character's Raging Pavilion, with colorful banners gently fluttering in the breeze at the entrance. Upon entering the shop, a subtle fragrance of sandalwood enveloped them, instantly refreshing their spirits. Shelves were adorned with an array of garments, silks and satins in vibrant hues. An elderly man greeted them with a warm smile. "Gentlemen, are you here to select some clothing? Our shop offers the finest materials in the city." After exchanging a few words with the old man, Wang Shu began to help Li Chuming choose garments. As Li Chuming gazed at the elegant and classic attire, a sense of novelty surged within him. Following Wang Shu's suggestion, he donned a moon-white robe, cinched at the waist with a cyan belt, instantly radiating an aura befitting this foreign world. While waiting to settle the bill, Li Chuming engaged the old man in conversation, and the topic gradually shifted to the martial arts hierarchy of this world. "Elder, I have heard that the martial arts realm is divided into warriors, masters, and grandmasters. Could you enlighten me on the nuances of this hierarchy?" A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes, followed by a smile. "Young master, you must be new here. The warrior and master levels each consist of 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the highest and the first the lowest. Warriors focus on physical training, while masters begin to absorb the world's spiritual energy and cultivate true qi. As for grandmasters, they are the pinnacle of martial arts, capable of traversing heaven and earth." Li Chuming listened intently, vivid images of warriors striking and wielding swords filling his mind. At that moment, the voice of the house spirit resonated in his mind. These so-called warriors are merely at the body refining stage, masters at the chi refining stage, and the revered grandmasters, in the eyes of true cultivators, are nothing more than fledgling ants in the foundation stage. The previous master of the house spirit was an immortal, and referring to the foundation stage as little ants was indeed fitting. However, in Li Chuming's eyes, it was a realm he longed to attain. Li Chuming was both astonished by the relative insignificance of this world's martial arts and filled with yearning for the path of cultivation spoken of by the house spirit. "What transformations might I experience if I cultivate the supreme Tao scripture?" He silently pondered. The house spirit's voice brimmed with confidence. "By practicing the supreme Tao scripture, you can bypass the tedious body refining phase and directly embark on the path of chi refining. It will not be long before you traverse this world with ease. The supreme Tao scripture is profoundly mysterious. My memories are incomplete, but you will understand its wonders once you begin your cultivation." A surge of strong confidence welled up within Li Chuming, and the initial fear and unease he felt in this foreign world swiftly dissipated. Simultaneously, his anticipation for cultivating the supreme Tao scripture intensified, wishing fervently for a place to begin his practice. He straightened his back, determination shining in his eyes. After changing clothes, Li Chuming paid 1 tael of silver, and the old man returned a small change. Stepping out of the shop, Li Chuming took a deep breath, relishing the comfort and freedom his new attire brought. He turned to Wang Shu earnestly. "Brother Wang, to be candid, I have come here to engage in some business. However, I am not well acquainted with the Sword Dynasty. Given your extensive experience, could you share with me the opportunities that lie within?" Wang Shu paused for a moment, then smiled. "Brotherly, it is splendid that you have such aspirations. To be frank, the Sword Dynasty has scarce arable land, leading to a perpetual shortage of food. Few farmers exist, and most people rely on hunting for survival. Here, those who can afford to eat are the wealthy. The demand for food is exceedingly high, and almost everyone has a stake in it." Li Chuming's interest piqued, and he pressed further. "What are the food prices like?" "Brown rice costs 10 coins per pound. In the neighboring Thunder Dynasty, it is merely 1 coin per pound. Premium rice is priced at 100 coins per pound, while in the Thunder Kingdom, it is less than 10% of that price. The potential for profit is enormous." Wang Shu shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. Li Chuming envisioned the abundant food resources of Blue Star, excitement bubbling within him. Is this not my golden opportunity? Food from Blue Star would surely be in high demand in this world. He contemplated inwardly. Wang Shu seemed to sense Li Chuming's thoughts and quickly cautioned, young Master Li. Given your slight stature, should you wish to venture into the food business, you must proceed with caution. While the profit margins are high, the risks are equally significant. Without a formidable master to oversee operations, if your goods are looted, you could incur substantial losses. Li Chuming felt a chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware that Wang Shu's words held truth. Yet, he did not intend to abandon his plans and had already devised his own strategy. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Wang. I will be careful, he nodded. After half a day's discussion, Li Chuming had thoroughly grasped the rules of this continent of myriad nations. The might of one's fist dictated one's influence. As long as one possessed strength, no one would dare to provoke them, allowing for a firm foothold. It appeared that before embarking on any business ventures, his immediate priority would be to enhance his own strength. Brotherly, as you are new to Kaitai City, you surely lack a place to stay. My family has some space. If you do not mind, please stay at my home, Wang Shu offered warmly, his gaze never straying from Li Chuming's backpack. Since Brother Wang has extended an invitation, I shall not refuse, Li Chuming replied, eager to seize the opportunity. Wang Shu beamed with joy and promptly led the way to his family residence, continuously sharing details about the Wang family with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Li Chuming listened intently, his mind racing with thoughts about his future in this foreign world. He understood that he was about to step into a completely new environment. And this might just be the beginning of his legendary journey. Chapter 5. Automatic Cultivation. As Li Chuming stepped into the Wang family mansion alongside Wang Shu, the vermilion gates creaked open, reminiscent of a portal to a new world. Within the estate, intricately carved beams and painted rafters adorned the architecture, showcasing the Wang family's grandeur at every turn. In the courtyard, exotic flowers and rare plants bloomed in vibrant colors, red as fire, pink as dawn, and white as snow, filling the air with a delightful fragrance that enlivened the solemn estate. Upon learning that Wang Shu had returned with a distinguished guest, the Wang family members hurried to extend their greetings. Curious and amiable gazes converged upon Li Chuming. As the eldest son of the Wang family, every gesture of Wang Shu attracted attention. With a warm smile, he introduced Li Chuming to his family, his words brimming with enthusiasm. This is Brother Li, who hails from afar and possesses extraordinary insights. It is a great honor for our Wang family to host him in Kaitai City. Li Chuming nodded slightly, a humble smile gracing his features, while inwardly marveling at the splendor of the Wang household. During this sumptuous banquet, the table overflowed with exquisite dishes, and the aroma of wine filled the air, intoxicating all present. Seated at the table with the Wang family, laughter and joyful chatter filled the atmosphere. Wang Shu's father, a dignified yet approachable middle-aged man, raised his glass repeatedly in toast to Li Chuming, warmly welcoming him. Young Master Li, as you are newly arrived, if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will forgive us. Li Chuming promptly raised his glass in response, his words polished and courteous. Uncle, you are too kind. To be welcomed by the Wang family is indeed a blessing for me. As the lively ambience enveloped him, Li Chuming gradually relaxed, integrating into this familial circle from another world. After the meal, a servant guided Li Chuming to the guest room prepared for him by the Wang family. The room was elegantly simple, featuring a beautifully carved bed draped with light curtains and a writing desk adorned with ink, paper, and brushes. The walls displayed several captivating landscape paintings, seemingly alive and drawing one into their essence. Following a brief freshening up, Li Chuming sat at the edge of the bed, took a deep breath, and silently recited the incantation, instantly entering the celestial abode. The moment he stepped into the grand hall of the celestial realm, Li Chuming was struck by the awe-inspiring sight before him. The hall soared into the clouds, as though aiming to breach the heavens. It was vast and silent, with the sound of his own breath reverberating in this immense space. Mysterious runes shimmered on the surrounding walls, their light flowing like a dream, seemingly narrating ancient tales. At the heart of the hall stood a massive stone tablet, etched with the supreme scriptures of the Tao. The characters seemed alive, emanating a gentle glow, as if whispering long-held secrets. Li Chuming approached the stone tablet, captivated by its inscriptions. He immersed himself in the introduction to the cultivation method, growing increasingly exhilarated. Unlike other methods he had encountered, which required complete focus and relentless practice, where even the slightest distraction could lead to failure, the supreme scriptures promised automatic cultivation, a coveted treasure for any practitioner. His heart raced with anticipation as he envisioned himself soaring along the path of cultivation, transforming into a formidable force. Eagerly, Li Chuming began his cultivation. Following the scripture's guidance, he circulated his internal energy. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, and he effortlessly grasped the essentials of the opening chapter. However, as he sought to delve deeper into the practice, a sharp pain pierced his mind, as if thousands of needles were stabbing at him. Furrowing his brow, he grimaced in discomfort, instinctively cradling his head with his hands. At that moment, the voice of the abode's spirit echoed in his mind. Master, the supreme scriptures are too profound. With your current strength, you can only cultivate the opening chapter. You may continue once you reach the pinnacle of chi refinement. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart, Li Chuming understood the necessity of patience. He adjusted his mindset and concentrated on mastering the opening chapter. In merely half an hour, he fully comprehended its essence. Instantly, the supreme scriptures activated autonomously, and a powerful force surged within him. He sensed the surrounding spiritual energy converging upon him like joyous fish, forming a vortex of vitality around him. The abode's spirit spoke again. Master, the celestial abode's spiritual energy has yet to fully recover. The cultivation speed here is too slow. It would be better to venture to the continent of all nations, where the spiritual energy is abundant and more conducive to cultivation. Recalling his time at school on Blue Star, Li Chuming felt reassured when the spirit informed him that a month on the continent would equate to merely a day here, alleviating any urgency to return. Back in the guest room of the Wang residence, Li Chuming sat cross-legged on the bed as the supreme scriptures continued their autonomous operation. For the first time, he genuinely felt the presence of spiritual energy, an extraordinary sensation. It was as if a clear spring flowed gently through his meridians, dispelling all fatigue and pain along its path. His mind became exceptionally clear, and his senses heightened. He could hear the rustling of leaves outside and see the dust dancing in the moonlight. His body felt light, as if he could take flight at any moment. Although the supreme scriptures required little of his attention, the novelty of cultivating immortality kept him keenly aware of his progress. After 2 hours, Li Chuming felt as if countless gentle hands were pulling and kneading his body, reshaping his muscles and bones under this mysterious force. His muscles began to tremble slightly, with each quiver releasing impurities from within. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. A layer of black grime oozed from his skin, exuding a foul odor, remnants of accumulated impurities over the years. Sweat mingled with the filth trickled down his cheeks, arms, and body, leaving dark stains on the ground. The cleansing process continued. Meanwhile, in the stone chamber of the secret passage, Princess Qingyun gradually awakened. Her eyes were filled with confusion and rage, and soon she recalled the events that had transpired. Her expression turned pale, hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms. Just then, the individual who had administered the aphrodisiac appeared. So it was you. Princess Qingyun glared furiously, her voice icy enough to freeze the air. Your Highness, I. The man attempted to explain. Silence. Princess Qingyun shouted, drawing her sword in an instant, its cold light flashing as the man fell into a pool of blood. It turned out that he was Zhao Long, the eldest son of the Zhao family among the 3 great families of the Sword Dynasty. He had long coveted Princess Qingyun and had orchestrated this scheme to prevent her from entering the sword cleansing pool. The sword cleansing pool opened only once every decade, with a single available spot. As the one with the sword heart, Princess Qingyun was the most promising candidate. However, Zhao Long and his cohorts understood that only by tarnishing her purity could they strip her of the chance to enter the pool. After slaying Zhao Long, Princess Qingyun swiftly located her divine steed and departed from Kaitai City, heading towards the Holy City, the capital of the Sword Dynasty. On her steed, her eyes glimmered with determination and murderous intent. That strange mortal, once I return to the palace, I shall have an artist depict your likeness and send someone to find you. Then I will kill you. The thought of Li Chuming's action stirred within her a mix of anger and shame. With resolute haste, she rode onward. Chapter 6. Acquiring ginseng and Ganoderma. The residue from the cleansing process left Li Chuming feeling sticky, the acrid odor clinging to him like an unshakable pall. His brow furrowed. He eagerly summoned a servant from the Wang household, hastily instructing him to prepare a bath. Before long, steaming water was brought into the room, and Li Chuming, feeling as though he had discovered treasure, stepped into the tub. The warm water enveloped him instantly, the soothing flow spreading from his toes to his entire being, akin to gentle hands that tenderly wiped away all his fatigue and worries. Leaning comfortably against the edge of the tub, he reflected on the wondrous experiences of his day in this foreign realm, his heart brimming with emotion, as vivid scenes played in his mind like a continuous film reel. After his bath, he donned fresh garments and felt rejuvenated, as if he had been granted a new lease on life. He reclined on his bed, swiftly drifting into a sweet slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips. The morning sun streamed through the window, bathing Li Chuming's face in golden light. He slowly opened his eyes, stretching languidly, the joints in his body cracking pleasantly, before rising to wash up. Once properly attired, he stepped out of his room with a buoyant stride. At that moment, Wang Shu had already commenced his morning practice, the courtyard resonating with the sound of his steady, powerful breaths. Aware of the significance of cultivation for martial artists, Li Chuming refrained from interrupting and instead strolled into the courtyard, quietly admiring the serene beauty of the morning in this unfamiliar world. Standing there, his thoughts drifted back to the stone house where he had encountered Princess Qingyun. The unparalleled beauty of her visage lingered in his mind, her elegance and haughtiness making a lasting impression. With a blend of anticipation and curiosity, Li Chuming resolved to return to the stone house. Contemplating the fact that the woman was a formidable cultivator, the specifics of her realm eluded him, causing a ripple of apprehension in his heart. He cautiously heightened his senses, stealthily approaching the stone house, each step taken with utmost care to avoid disturbing anything. Upon arrival, he found no trace of Princess Qingyun within. Instead, there lay the lifeless body of a lavishly dressed young man. Li Chuming, unaware of Zhao Long's identity, was puzzled until the voice of the mansion spirit echoed in his mind. Master, this individual is a martial artist. His flesh and blood contain immense energy that could significantly aid in my recovery. With a spark of determination, Li Chuming acted without hesitation, utilizing the powers of the celestial mansion to absorb Zhao Long's body. The mansion's spirit, overjoyed, expressed gratitude profusely before eagerly beginning to absorb Zhao Long's essence, akin to a famished individual indulging in a feast. Having departed the stone house, Li Chuming wandered the bustling streets of Kaidai City. The vibrant atmosphere was palpable, with people bustling about, vendors calling out, and an array of fascinating items on display. Soon, he stumbled upon a pharmacy, its sign hanging high and exuding an air of antiquity, as if narrating tales of bygone days. Intrigued, he stepped inside. As he entered, a cheerful attendant approached him with a broad smile, inquiring warmly, "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with today?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Chuming began to describe the appearance of ginseng and Ganoderma. The attendant, momentarily taken aback, soon enlightenedly replied, "Ah, esteemed guest, what you refer to as ginseng we have in abundance. As for the Ganoderma, here in our continent, we call it Lingjun." Li Chuming's interest piqued, and he proceeded to inquire about the prices. The attendant recounted the costs, and Li Chuming was astounded. A decade-old ginseng was merely a few copper coins, a 50-year-old one only 3 copper coins, and a century-old ginseng required just a tael of silver. To him, these prices seemed astonishingly low. In the Blue Star, century-old ginseng had become nearly extinct, with prices soaring to exorbitant heights. Here, however, ginseng under 100 years was merely a common remedy for ordinary ailments, while those exceeding that age were treasured by martial artists. The price of Ganoderma was even more staggering, with a tael of silver purchasing an entire basket, all of high vintage. Yet in this world, Lingjun was not particularly sought after, often relegated to a mere seasoning for stews. Realizing the potential for a lucrative opportunity, Li Chuming promptly decided to acquire 50-century-old ginseng roots and a basket of Ganoderma. Once the purchases were complete and the coast was clear, he swiftly stored everything within the celestial mansion. Although Li Chuming longed to return to the Blue Star immediately to convert these precious herbs into vast wealth, reason dictated that he must first enhance his strength in order to establish a foothold in this alien world. By the time Li Chuming returned to the Wang household, the sun was already high in the sky. Wang Shu had just concluded his training, and upon seeing Li Chuming, he could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The transformation before him was extraordinary. The frail figure he had known had vanished, replaced by a robust physique and an aura that had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, his appearance soaring to new heights of attractiveness. Wang Shu, visibly impressed, inquired, "Brotherly, what has transpired? How could such a drastic change occur overnight?" Li Chuming, startled momentarily, quickly composed himself and replied with a smile, "To speak candidly, Brother Wang, during my travels, I exchanged some snacks for a manual of cultivation. Last night, in a moment of leisure, I attempted to practice, and to my surprise, I succeeded, resulting in my current appearance." Wang Shu, filled with envy, remarked, "Brotherly, you are indeed fortunate to have obtained such a miraculous technique. It seems your future accomplishments will be boundless." Li Chuming, however, paid little heed to Wang Shu's words. "Brother Wang, I have resolved to venture into the grain trade in Kaidai City. Our country produces an abundance of grain, much of which is wasted on livestock. It is a tremendous loss." Upon hearing about the grain, Wang Shu's eyes brightened, clearly intrigued. Seizing the moment, Li Chuming continued, "I wish to collaborate with the Wang family. You need not travel far to procure grain, as I can deliver it directly. Furthermore, the grain will be fine rice, devoid of any coarse grains, which our livestock refuse to consume." At the mention of fine rice, Wang Shu sprang to his feet in excitement. "Brotherly, are you certain you can procure such a large quantity of fine rice?" Li Chuming nodded with a smile. Wang Shu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Brotherly, you are truly my benefactor. With your generosity, I cannot be stingy. Since you will deliver it directly, I shall offer you a high price, 50 won per jean. Whatever quantity you bring, I shall purchase." Li Chuming was more than agreeable to this arrangement. The two engaged in further discussions, finalizing their partnership. Shifting the conversation, Li Chuming remarked, "Brother Wang, while I await the arrival of the fine rice, I cannot remain at your residence indefinitely. Would you be so kind as to assist me in acquiring a house, so I may have a place to settle?" Wang Shu readily agreed, promising to ensure Li Chuming's satisfaction. After their meal, Wang Shu took Li Chuming to select a residence. Upon finding a suitable one, Li Chuming was dismayed to learn that the price was 2,000 taels, leaving him with a throbbing headache, as he possessed but 40 taels, far from sufficient. "Brotherly, there is no need for you to pay. Consider it a gift from your elder brother, Wang Shu generously offered. Li Chuming, not wanting to appear ungrateful, presented Wang Shu with 2 bags of snacks. Wang Shu's delight was palpable, feeling as though he had gained yet another fortune. Thus, both men emerged victorious from their dealings. Chapter 7. The bounty. Li Chuming stood in his newly acquired courtyard, a gentle breeze caressing him, carrying a hint of an otherworldly essence. Wang Shu approached with a light-hearted gait, a bright smile gracing his face. Brotherly, all the paperwork for the residence is in order. I've even arranged for 2 delightful maidens from the brothel, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. A warmth spread through Li Chuming's heart. Indeed, Wang Shu was a reliable friend. Soon, 2 maidens were presented before him. They stood timidly, their eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Li Chuming regarded them with evident approval. Brotherly, the previous names of these maidens are now null and void. You shall bestow upon them new names, Wang Shu reminded him, observing Li Chuming's contentment. With a smile, Li Chuming declared, from now on, you shall be known as Xiaohong, and you as Xylf. The 2 maidens, dressed in red and green, promptly bowed. Their voices melodious as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, young master, for the names. As Li Chuming observed them, he estimated that Wang Shu had spent quite a sum. Yet Wang Shu waved it off nonchalantly, saying, it was but a trifling expense. Brotherly need not concern himself. Thus, Li Chuming found a slice of paradise in the strange realm. The following 10 days unfolded leisurely and pleasantly. He often engaged in light-hearted conversations with Xiaohong and Xylf, listening to their tales of the peculiar happenings within Kaitai City. Occasionally, he ventured out for strolls, leaving traces of his presence in nearly every alley and street of the bustling city, filled with shops and a cacophony of voices. Amidst the vibrancy of Kaitai City, Li Chuming's understanding of the Sword Dynasty deepened. During this period of ease, his thoughts remained fixated on the restoration of the mansion spirit. To expedite its recovery, he frequently visited the market to procure the blood and flesh of demonic beasts. The market was a treasure trove of rare materials, yet his focus was solely on the beastly offerings. Each transaction filled him with hope that these provisions would aid the mansion's spirit's swift rejuvenation. Though the results were modest, he persevered, for even the slightest gain was better than none. As the mansion's spirit gradually regained strength, the mists within the celestial abode began to dissipate, akin to a mysterious veil being slowly lifted. On the 10th day, under the bright sun, Li Chuming practiced as usual in the courtyard. Suddenly, the voice of the mansion's spirit echoed in his mind. Master, you have reached the first level of qi refinement. Li Chuming paused, glancing at the hefty stone table in the courtyard, a surge of inexplicable impulse swelling within him. He approached the stone table, inhaled deeply, and firmly grasped its edge. In that moment of exertion, the unthinkable occurred. The once incredibly heavy stone table was effortlessly lifted by him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the strength coursing through him, overwhelmed by the realization of a cultivator's might. As dusk fell, Xiaohong entered his room, her demeanor animated. Young master, have you heard? The lord of Kaitai City has changed. The new lord is Princess Qingyun. Li Chuming's brow furrowed in confusion. What reason could a princess have to govern a city? Xiaohong shook her head, continuing, I am unclear on the specifics, but I know the former lord has become the deputy lord, serving the princess. The royal bloodline of the Sword Dynasty either possesses immense power or holds significant influence. Princess Qingyun is indeed a formidable figure, previously a 4th-grade martial artist who has awakened her sword heart, making her the foremost talent of the Sword Dynasty. I cannot fathom why she would take on the management of Kaitai City. Li Chuming pondered, unaware that Princess Qingyun sought to cultivate her strength to the master realm, a prospect that seemed nearly impossible after he had sullied her reputation, depriving her of the chance for purification in the sword pool. Those who underwent the sword pool's baptism had a 90% chance of ascending to the master level and standing atop the Sword Dynasty. Thus, losing the opportunity meant forfeiting the path to mastery. Consequently, both the royal family and the 3 prominent families of the Sword Dynasty invested all their efforts into nurturing their prodigies, vying for entry into the sword pool, which occurred once every decade, reserved for the most exceptional talents amidst fierce competition. As the acknowledged first prodigy, Princess Qingyun became a target for envy and malice, resulting in her loss of purity and exclusion from the sword pool. At this moment, she harbored a desire to see him shattered into pieces to alleviate her pent-up wrath. The following morning, as sunlight filtered into the courtyard, Xylf rushed in, her expression frantic. Young master, it's terrible. The lord has issued a notice, placing a bounty on your head, a reward of 100 taels for any information leading to you, and 500 taels for your capture, alive. Li Chuming's mind buzzed, momentarily stunned. How could Princess Qingyun know of his existence? He had only been here for a mere 10 days. It was inconceivable that he had caught her attention. Princess? Suddenly, the image of that irresistibly alluring figure from the stone house flashed through his mind. Could it be that the woman he encountered was none other than Princess Qingyun? Panic washed over him, leaving his face pale and cold sweat trickling down his brow. Just then, Wang Shu hurried in, noticing Li Chuming's distress. Brotherly, what has transpired? Regaining his composure, Li Chuming replied, Brother Wang, I am but a newcomer here, knowing only you. How could I possibly be the subject of a bounty? Outside, the murmurs of the townsfolk reached his ears, many claiming to have seen Li Chuming. Anxiety gripped him. He realized he could no longer afford to remain idle. He hurriedly told Wang Shu, "Brother Wang, I must find a place to hide for a while. Please, do not betray me." Wang Shu clapped Li Chuming on the shoulder, resolutely assuring him, "Rest assured, brotherly, I am not one to be disloyal." After sending Wang Shu away, Li Chuming comforted the panicked Xiaohong and Zilv before hastily departing the residence. He ran swiftly towards the outskirts of the city, seeking a desolate area. The wind howled in his ears, his heart raced, and terrifying images of capture plagued his mind. At last, he arrived at a secluded valley, silent and devoid of life, save for the occasional chirping of birds. Taking a deep breath, he mentally recited his incantation and instantaneously entered the celestial abode. Within the celestial realm, light flickered, enveloped in an air of mystery and tranquility. First, I shall return to Blue Star, sell the ginseng and spiritual herbs, and then contemplate my next steps. Li Chuming resolved within the celestial abode before returning to his dormitory. At that moment, his roommates were already deep in slumber. Li Chuming removed his clothing and lay on his bed, unable to sleep, as the image of Princess Qingyun's exquisite figure lingered in his mind. Chapter 8. Vermilion received his mind was haunted by the princess of Qingyun's eyes filled with malice, as if she would charge into the celestial abode at any moment and rend him to pieces. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps fatigue had finally triumphed over fear, and he drifted into a drowsy slumber. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window, illuminating Li Chuming's face. He stirred awake, suddenly recalling that today was Saturday, with no classes at school. He bolted upright, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. During his restless night, he had discovered an establishment online that offered a high price for medicinal herbs. Today, he would sell the ginseng and reisure he had brought from the Sword Dynasty, hoping to amass wealth that would bolster his existence in this world. He swiftly donned his clothes, deftly opened the celestial abode, and carefully packed the ginseng and reisure into his backpack. These were treasures that could alter his fate, and he could not afford a single misstep. Once prepared, he tiptoed out of the dormitory, taking care not to awaken his still sleeping roommates. Standing on the street corner, he raised his hand to hail a taxi. The vehicle sped through the city streets, the scenery outside whirling by like a slide show, yet he felt no inclination to admire it. At that moment, his thoughts were solely fixated on the herb-buying establishment, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety coursing through him. Finally, the taxi halted at a somewhat secluded alleyway. After paying the fare, he stepped out and glanced up at the modest sign. The lettering was somewhat faded, and the surroundings appeared dilapidated, causing his heart to sink momentarily as he questioned whether he had come to the right place. This hardly seemed like a venue capable of offering high prices for medicinal herbs. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to enter and take a look. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a faint fragrance of herbs. His eyes fell upon a simple counter, behind which sat a young woman who appeared to be of a similar age. With fair skin, striking features, and long, raven hair cascading casually over her shoulders, she exuded a unique charm. As Li Chuming entered, the subtle scent of her presence stirred something within him, reminiscent of the notion that the ability to perceive a woman's fragrance is a matter of genetic selection. Scanning the room, he realized she was the only one present. Instinctively, he considered turning to leave, doubting that such a young girl could have the means to purchase his precious herbs. However, before he could step away, young Nana briskly approached him, a bright smile on her face, and asked cheerfully, "You have medicinal herbs to sell, right?" Regaining his composure, he inquired, "Is the owner here?" He contemplated that it was hardly appropriate to conduct business with a young girl. Young Nana, however, responded with a smile, "This shop is mine. You can discuss anything with me." Li Chuming felt his hesitation deepen. He questioned how much money this young lady could possibly have to buy his treasures, which were immensely valuable even in the Sword Dynasty. "Handsome, are you worried that I can't afford your items? Rest assured, I have plenty of money. Besides, if I can't buy it, my family can. At the very least, let me see what you have." Young Nana seemed to read his thoughts and began to coax him. After much persuasion from young Nana, Li Chuming hesitantly retrieved a ginseng root from his backpack. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she exclaimed, "A century-old wild ginseng. What a treasure." Li Chuming was taken aback, astonished that this young woman could immediately identify it as a century-old wild ginseng and accurately assess its age. Young Nana quickly donned gloves and, with an unexpected magnifying glass in hand, began to scrutinize the ginseng intently. Her focus and seriousness were evident as she nodded occasionally, murmuring to herself. Watching her, Li Chuming's doubts began to dissipate. "Handsome, I offer you 1,100,000 for this ginseng. What do you think?" Young Nana looked up at him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Chuming's heart soared. He could hardly believe that the ginseng he had purchased for merely a couple of silver coins in the Sword Dynasty could fetch such a high price here. Yet, he feigned calm, refraining from immediate agreement, as a concern lingered that young Nana might merely be speaking without the means to back it up. Perceiving his apprehension, young Nana enthusiastically began discussing market trends, meticulously analyzing the ginseng's value, assuring him that her offer was fair and transparent. As she spoke, The last vestiges of his doubt vanished, and he finally nodded in agreement to the transaction. I also have Reisher, but I'm not sure. Li Chuming ventured cautiously. Upon hearing this, young Nana's face broke into a radiant smile. You have Reisher? Quickly show me. Li Chuming retrieved the Reisher, and young Nana eagerly took it from him. Examining it with great care, her eyes widened in excitement, and her enthusiasm was palpable. Handsome, this Reisher is of a century-old quality, and its market value is even higher. I will offer 3 million for it. Li Chuming could scarcely believe his ears. The Reisher, which had been treated as mere stew seasoning in the Sword Dynasty, was worth more than the ginseng here. Elated, he maintained a facade of reluctance, engaging in a bit of playful negotiation before feigning a reluctant agreement to sell. Several minutes later, Li Chuming received a text notification from his bank indicating that over 4 million had been deposited. Gawking at the string of numbers, his hands trembled with excitement. He had struck it rich. After the transaction concluded, young Nana beamed at him and said, Handsome, this deal was delightful. Let me treat you to a meal. Although Li Chuming initially intended to decline, her infectious enthusiasm and the memory of her assistance with his significant dilemma compelled him to nod in agreement. Young Nana asked him to wait momentarily as she quickly found a box to secure the 2 precious herbs before they exited together. She led into a nearby modest parking lot, where his gaze landed on a striking pink sports car, unmistakably of considerable value. Coming from a rural background, Li Chuming had never possessed the means to study luxury vehicles, and thus he failed to recognize it as a Porsche. With a press of the key fob, the doors to the driver and passenger seats swung open. Li Chuming had never been in such a fine vehicle, yet he felt no hesitation as he climbed in. As the engine roared to life, the 2 of them disappeared into the alleyway, embarking on a new chapter of their lives. Chapter 9. The most noble person. Sunlight cascaded through the towering edifices of the city, illuminating the streets as young Nana navigated her pink Porsche amidst the bustling traffic. Li Chuming, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, feeling a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Soon, the car came to a halt in front of a luxurious restaurant named Yushanxian. The restaurant's opulent façade exuded grandeur. With its golden sign glimmering in the sunlight, a fountain bubbling at the entrance, and meticulously trimmed greenery surrounding the establishment. Li Chuming couldn't help but marvel at the apparent expense of this place. After parking, young Nana gracefully exited the vehicle and, with a playful smile directed at the momentarily dazed Li Chuming, urged, What are you waiting for? Come on. Regaining his composure, Li Chuming hurriedly followed her into the restaurant. Upon entering, he was awestruck by the sight before him. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow upon the pristine white tablecloths, each table adorned with exquisite cutlery and vibrant fresh flowers. Beautiful paintings adorned the walls, and soothing music wafted through the air, creating an atmosphere of elegance and warmth. Young Nana, familiar with the surroundings, led Li Chuming to a window-side table that offered a panoramic view of the city's beauty. A well-dressed waiter promptly approached, presenting the menu. Young Nana perused the menu briefly, expertly ordering several signature dishes before handing it to Li Chuming, saying, Take a look as well. Choose something you like. Li Chuming, feeling somewhat self-conscious as he accepted the menu, noted the exorbitant prices, causing a flutter of nerves within him. He hastily selected a relatively inexpensive dish and returned the menu to the waiter. While waiting for their meal, young Nana initiated a conversation, inquiring with a smile. By the way, which school do you attend? I study at the Transportation University. It's a second-tier institution, Li Chuming replied with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, I see. I attend City University, having been granted a direct admission into the pharmacy program, young Nana responded, her face glowing with pride. Wow, a top-tier university student. That's impressive. Li Chuming exclaimed, feeling a twinge of envy. Well, it's not that remarkable. My family has a long-standing tradition in traditional Chinese medicine, several centuries ago. My ancestors served as court physicians. Our lineage in this field has never been severed, so I am quite familiar with medicinal herbs, young Nana elaborated. As they spoke, the dishes began to arrive at their table. Young Nana enthusiastically introduced each dish. This is Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, our signature dish. Rich in ingredients and divine in flavor. Do try it. And this is Longjing shrimp, succulent shrimp infused with a delicate tea aroma. It's absolutely delicious. Li Chuming sampled the food, finding it indeed delectable, an experience unlike any he had encountered before. Observing his enjoyment, young Nana smiled, occasionally complimenting him. You're quite handsome. I'm sure you'll attract many admirers. Li Chuming felt a flush of bashfulness at the compliment. At that moment, young Nana proactively poured him a drink. And as she did, he caught a whiff of her youthful fragrance, which invigorated him and deepened his fondness for her. The meal concluded with pleasant conversation. After dining, young Nana took out her phone, suggesting, Let us add each other on WeChat. It'll be easier to stay in touch. Li Chuming readily agreed, and they exchanged contact information. Subsequently, young Nana personally drove him back to school. As they arrived at the school gate, Li Chuming alighted from the car and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality today. I truly had a wonderful time. You're welcome. Don't forget to reach out when you come across something interesting, young Nana replied with a smile before driving away. watching her car disappear from sight. Li Chuming turned and headed towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, once young Nana was certain he was out of view, she promptly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Soon, an elderly voice answered. Hello, Nana, how did it go? Grandfather, I truly met the university student that great-grandfather spoke of. Moreover, I received 2 treasures, the century-old wild ginseng and the century-old reishi mushroom. I'm heading home now to let you see them in person, young Nana exclaimed excitedly. It turned out this year, young Nana had rented a small shop at a high price specifically to await Li Chuming. She had a relative, a master of fate, known as great-grandfather, who could foresee the futures of many individuals. He had prophesied that a person of the highest nobility would emerge in the Blue Star, deserving of universal respect. Great-grandfather spent 3 years calculating that this individual would appear in a particular alley, leading young Nana to discover his existence. Initially skeptical, she was compelled by her grandfather to transfer schools while managing the shop. Unexpectedly, both the long-extinct wild ginseng and reishi mushroom appeared simultaneously, reinforcing her belief that Li Chuming could indeed be that noble figure. The dinner was intended to gather more information about Li Chuming, allowing great-grandfather to ascertain whether he was the most distinguished individual. At that moment, Li Chuming returned to his dormitory and lay down for a nap, entirely unaware of the events unfolding on young Nana's end. In the afternoon, he awoke leisurely, reflecting on his newfound wealth and the bounty of century-old reishi mushrooms he possessed. With no financial concerns ahead, he decided to indulge himself. Just then, he heard Zhu Jianwei's voice. Turning, he saw Zhu Jianwei on a video call with Su Qi, exclaiming, Chi, my dad said he is going to buy me a car for transportation with a budget of 100,000. Let us go pick it up together. Upon noticing Li Chuming, Zhu Jianwei scoffed inwardly, Li Chuming, you'll have to toil for years after graduation to afford a car, so don't envy me. Though Li Chuming sensed a hint of malice in Zhu Jianwei's expression, he chose not to respond and turned to leave the dormitory. Reaching the school gate, he hailed a taxi toward the BMW dealership, eager to explore a car he had long admired. Today, he intended to purchase a vehicle and fully embrace the joys of life. After all, riding in young Nana's car was truly comfortable, and the glances from onlookers made him feel a sense of pride. Presently, the only luxury car brand he was aware of was BMW. Thus he decided to visit the BMW showroom. Chapter 10. The reincarnation of the fox girl. The glass curtain wall of the BMW dealership reflected Li Chuming's somewhat rigid silhouette. He tugged at the wrinkled hem of his t-shirt as he walked into the lobby, where the cool air from the air conditioning enveloped him, mingling with the scent of leather. In the center of the showroom, a black M5 glimmered under the spotlight, the emblem on its hood catching his eye. Good day, sir. A sweet voice erupted beside him. As Li Chuming turned his head, he felt an involuntary movement in his throat. Receptionist Zhao Bing approached gracefully, her 10-centimeter stiletto heels clicking against the floor, her black bodycon dress accentuating her stunning curves. The name tag on her chest swayed gently with each step. Her mascara defined each lash, and her wine-red eyeshadow sparkled subtly, harmonizing with her crimson-painted nails. The lingering scent of Chanel No. 5 mixed with her body heat wafted into his nostrils, evoking memories of morning dew in the misty mountains of another world. My name is Zhao Bing, but you can call me Binger. She leaned slightly forward as she handed him her business card, her ample bosom nearly spilling from her uniform. What model are you interested in? The delicate motion of her fingertips grazing his sleeve resembled a butterfly touching water. Li Chuming's gaze was drawn to the name tag gently swaying on her chest as he discerned her name once more. The most expensive sedan, he replied, licking his dry lips. Zhao Bing's eyes brightened, and she sauntered towards the display car, her hips creating an exaggerated curve beneath the fitted skirt. She pressed a button on the remote, and the daytime running lights of the 740 Leaf flared to life, resembling 2 unsheathed swords. This is our flagship model, the 740 Li, featuring a 3.0T inline 6-cylinder engine with a 0 to 100 km h acceleration of 5.1 seconds, and intelligent laser headlights with a range of 600 meters. Suddenly, she leaned close to his back, her fingertips gliding over the nape of his neck like a searchlight piercing through mist. Right? As Li Chuming settled into the driver's seat, the genuine leather emitted a deep sigh. Zhao Bing knelt beside him, her black stockings brushing against his knees, her fingers tracing the walnut trim of the center console. Bowers Wilkins Diamond surround sound system. Panoramic sunroof. She pressed down on his hand as he reached for the gear shift. Want to try a launch start? The warmth of her palm reminded him of the temperature when Princess Qing Yuan offered her lips. I'll take this one, Li Chuming declared suddenly. Zhao Bing's pupils dilated, and her scarlet lips curled into an exaggerated smile. Full payment or installment? She elongated the last syllable, her bosom almost spilling from her uniform. Li Chuming produced his bank card and placed it on the console. Full payment. Zhao Bing's eyelashes fluttered wildly as her manicured fingers danced over the POS machine. When the confirmation message chimed, she grasped his wrist. Please hold on. She dashed towards the manager's office in her stiletto heels, the curve of her hips almost causing a nearby janitor to drop his mop. 5 minutes later, she returned clutching a floral gift box, her name tag perilously tilted. This is a gift from our store. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, Actually, it's my personal gift. Inviting you to a celebration dinner. As her warm breath brushed against his neck, he caught a glimpse of a birthmark on the nape of her neck. I haven't driven much since getting my license, Li Chuming said, captivated by the glimmer of her lips. Zhao Bing laughed, her body quivering with mirth as her finger drew circles on his hand. That's easy. For the next 2 days, I'll be your personal coach. Dressed in a cropped sports outfit, Zhao Bing leaned against the car, her defined waist rising and falling with her breath. Let us start with parallel parking. She suddenly perched herself on the hood, the fitted skirt stretching tightly against her. Remember this angle? Li Chuming couldn't tear his gaze from her swaying waistline. The tires screeched against the pavement. Li Chuming abruptly turned the steering wheel, and Zhao Bing's body fell into his embrace from the inertia. The strap of her sports bra slipped down her shoulder, her hair brushing against his chin. You fool. Yet, she laughed and teased him, but you've improved since earlier. Her warm breath, tinged with minty freshness, sent Li Chuming's imagination soaring. The setting sun painted the training ground crimson. As he pressed the accelerator, Zhao Bing's hair danced wildly in the wind. She suddenly pressed down on his hand, causing the tachometer to spike into the red zone. Feel the roar of this V6. The engine's growl intertwined with the echo of mythical beasts in his mind. Zhao Bing's nails dug into the back of his hand. This is the speed a man should have. Shall we continue tomorrow? Li Chuming asked, his eyes fixed on her flushed earlobes. Zhao Bing's slow adjustment of her shoulder strap was tantalizingly torturous. Of course, but you must treat me to dinner, all right? Zhao Bing undoubtedly embodied the reincarnation of a fox girl, skilled in the art of flirtation. I had already planned to invite you for a meal, Li Chuming replied. Hee, just teasing you. I have plans with my girlfriends tonight, so you'll have to dine alone. Zhao Bing leaned closer to Li Chuming, whispering. But you must cover my meals tomorrow. After revealing her home address, Li Chuming instantly understood and drove her home. Upon exiting the car, Zhao Bing cast a flirtatious glance at him before sashaying away. Li Chuming retrieved his phone, opened Zhao Bing's WeChat interface, and sent a 500 yuan red envelope before driving off. At the entrance of the university, Li Chuming presented his student ID, allowing the security guard to grant him entry. Vehicles entering the campus required a fee, but with 3 million in his account, he felt no anxiety. As he entered the campus, numerous gazes were cast upon him. Sister, isn't that the latest BMW model? That must be pricey. Only a rich second generation could afford such a car. Lin, it's up to you. Check if he is handsome. 3 girls immediately began discussing. Who's so ostentatious, driving such a flashy car? I've been eyeing this car for nearly a month. It costs 990,000. Is he really a teacher? I feel like he is just a freshman. The boys gathered in a cluster, engaging in their own discussion. Li Chuming, seated in his car, was oblivious to the chatter outside, focusing instead on maneuvering the vehicle towards the dining hall. Along the way, he noticed the enthusiastic glances directed at him, and he felt a sense of validation for his purchase. Meanwhile, Qian Shui was dining at the restaurant, where an upperclassman shamelessly sat beside her, occasionally offering her bites of food he deemed delicious. Junior, since you've just arrived at school, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. If you need anything, just call me. I'm always available. Qian Shui merely smiled lightly, finishing her meal before promptly standing up. I'll take care of it. Lu Bin immediately rose, taking her tray to the recycling point. Turning around, Qian Shui was already close to the exit. Chapter 11. The transformation of Qian Shui's sunlight streamed through the delicate veil of clouds, casting a soft golden hue upon the city streets. Qian Shui, elegantly clad in a refined dress and perched upon high heels, gracefully emerged from the revolving door of the restaurant. The moment she stepped outside, her gaze was captivated by a brand new BMW parked nearby. Its gleaming exterior shimmered with a metallic luster under the sun, the temporary license plate strikingly prominent. Qian Shui halted, her eyes wide with astonishment and curiosity, pondering internally. A classmate flaunts a new car, and it's the latest model of BMW. Who could it be? At that moment, the car door swung open, and Li Chuming stepped out. Upon seeing him, Qian Shui was instantly reminded of Zhu Jianwei's words, which labeled Li Chuming as the son of a farmer, leading a life of destitution. Yet, the sight before her, a young man driving a brand new BMW, seemed to contradict that narrative entirely. Unbeknownst to her, her nails dug into her palm, a surge of anger rising within her as she felt deceived. Shui Shui, a voice called from behind. Turning around, she saw Lu Bin, a senior who had been pursuing her, approaching with a bouquet of flowers in hand and a broad smile on his face. Shui Shui, I reserved a table at that restaurant over there. Shall we go have dinner together? Qian Shui regarded Lu Bin, her eyes devoid of their usual warmth, replaced instead with a chill and resoluteness. No need, senior. I already have someone who has captured my heart, she replied directly, rejecting him. Lu Bin's smile faltered. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Qian Shui. Before he could utter a word, she turned on her heel and re-entered the restaurant. Meanwhile, as Li Chuming entered the establishment, several girls caught sight of him parking his car. Their eyes sparkled instantly, and after a few whispered exchanges, they followed him inside. Hello, handsome. Can we add each other on WeChat? One girl ventured, her face alight with a sweet smile. Yes, let's be friends. Another chimed in. Li Chuming surveyed the girls. Having encountered numerous beauties before, these seemingly average-looking girls failed to pique his interest. With a polite smile, he replied, I'm sorry, but it's not convenient. He then sidestepped the group, found a seat, and swiftly placed his order, eager to finish his meal. Under the watchful eyes of the girls, Li Chuming quickly finished his dinner. He rose and exited the restaurant, driving his BMW back to the dormitory. Inside, his roommates, Zhang Chong and Gao Liang, were engrossed in a heated gaming session. Hearing the door creak open, Zhang Chong looked up, his eyes lighting up upon recognizing Li Chuming. Minggu, come join us for a few rounds. We could use another player. With nothing else to occupy his time, Li Chuming obliged and took a seat in front of the computer, joining them in their gaming escapade. After 3 rounds, they emerged victorious each time. Gao Liang excitedly slapped the table, exclaiming, Minggu, you're incredibly skilled at this. It's a shame you aren't going pro. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and Zhu Jianwei strode in, wearing a smug grin. He brandished his phone, announcing, Guys, Su Qi and I are officially holding hands now. You all should hurry up and find partners too. Sitting around playing games all day won't lead to any promising future. Zhang Chong scoffed. If only I could win over Shui, she's so beautiful. Zhu Jianwei let out a derisive laugh. Forget that. She and Shui's standards for a partner are sky high. She only goes for wealthy second-generation heirs. You're simply not her type. Turning to Li Chuming, Zhu Jianwei remarked, As of now, I haven't identified anyone as a farmer's child. So I can't help you out. You're on your own. Li Chuming chuckled. That's fine. I'll manage on my own. Zhu Jianwei then produced a set of car keys from his pocket, waving them in front of Zhang Chong and Gao Liang. I've purchased a new car. From now on, we can all ride together to class. Their eyes sparkled with envy as they gazed at the keys. Li Chuming, however, discreetly touched the BMW keys in his pocket, ultimately deciding against revealing them. Zhu Jianwei reveled in their reaction, his satisfaction evident. After his arrival, the group's enthusiasm for gaming waned, and they dispersed reluctantly. Zhu Jianwei sat on his bed, incessantly messaging Su Qi, yet her responses were painfully delayed. Upon returning to her dormitory, Qian Shui waited a considerable time before Su Qi finally sauntered in. As soon as she spotted her friend, Qian Shui approached eagerly. Su Qi, please send me Li Chuming's WeChat. I need to speak with him about something. Li Chuming? Su Qi thought back to the impressive basketball player from the day prior. Raising an eyebrow, she appraised Qian Shui. You can't possibly have developed feelings for Li Chuming, can you? I refuse to believe you're merely seeking him for a practical reason. A slight blush crept onto Qian Shui's cheeks as she quickly replied, I really do have something to discuss. Please don't jump to conclusions. Just send it to me. Though skeptical, Su Qi complied and shared Li Chuming's WeChat with her, all the while contemplating various scenarios, unwilling to accept that Qian Shui might be pursuing him. After all, hadn't she previously stated her desire for a wealthy boyfriend, insisting that those without money should stay away? Finally, Zhu Jianwei received a response from Su Qi. But the content was a request for him to share Li Chuming's WeChat with her. Upon reading the message, Zhu Jianwei's mind raced with suspicion. He feared Su Qi might lose interest in him. He quickly replied, Li Chuming is just a rural kid. He spent the entire day out and just got back. What do you want with him? Ignoring Zhu Jianwei's comment, Su Qi insisted, stop talking nonsense and just send me his WeChat. After acquiring Li Chuming's WeChat, Qian Shui promptly crafted a message requesting his assistance, sending it along with a friend request. She stared at her phone screen, a mix of anxiety and anticipation bubbling within her as she wondered whether Li Chuming would accept her request. Please, Li Chuming, do accept my request. Otherwise, I'll have to come find you in the dormitory, she thought, fixated on her phone, patiently awaiting his response. At that moment, Li Chuming glanced at the friend request on WeChat, recognizing the profile picture as belonging to Su Qi's roommate. Without further thought, he accepted the request and tossed his phone aside. Chapter 12. When lovers are willing, the city's neon lights flickered, and the bustling sounds of traffic faintly echoed through the window. Zhao Bing, clad in a perfectly tailored professional suit and elegant high heels, gracefully stepped into her home. A triumphant smile lit her face as she hummed a popular tune, its cheerful melody resonating in the air. Upon entering, she casually tossed her car keys onto the coffee table, producing a crisp sound. Twisting her slender waist, she made her way towards the kitchen. At that moment, her best friend Li Jiajia, with her hair wrapped in curlers and a white facial mask covering her face except for her eyes, peeked out from the bathroom. Upon seeing Zhao Bing's demeanor, Li Jiajia's eyes sparkled with curiosity, secretly speculating, this alluring vixen must have closed a deal today. Perhaps she has even charmed some wealthy handsome man. Have you struck up something with a handsome guy? Li Jiajia inquired, her voice muffled by the mask but still filled with intrigue. Zhao Bing, while retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator, cheerfully responded, the usual, for dishes and a soup. Her tone carried a hint of pride, the red silk nightgown swirling gently as she turned, revealing a birthmark on her fair neck. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sounds of clattering pots and sizzling ingredients. In no time, for dishes were ready. Each presented on the dining table, glossy sweet and sour ribs, vibrant braised fish, fresh stir-fried vegetables, and fragrant shrimp and eggs. Each dish a feast for the eyes and senses. Li Jiajia sat at the table, her gaze fixated on the delectable spread. Yet her mind was more concerned with Zhao Bing's romantic life. Unable to contain herself, she asked eagerly, "Are you seeing a handsome guy?" Zhao Bing did not hold back, arranging the chopsticks while animatedly recounting her encounters with Li Chuming. "You wouldn't believe it. Li Chuming is just a freshman, but he's incredibly handsome. And his family is wealthy enough to buy a BMW 740 outright, without a second thought." Zhao Bing's face radiated excitement and pride. Li Jiajia frowned immediately, her tone laced with reproach. "You lack decorum. He's just a college student, and you don't spare him." Zhao Bing retorted, "What do you know? Li Chuming is a quality man, young and affluent, precisely what I desire in a partner. Besides, both are unmarried. What's wrong with that?" Li Jiajia persisted, "Aren't you nearly 26? There are so many options. Is he suitable?" Zhao Bing shrugged nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. We'll see how it develops. I would gladly be his lover. It would be a shame to miss such a remarkable man." With a resigned sigh, Li Jiajia conceded, "Fine. It seems a promising prospect is destined to be squandered in your hands." She couldn't help but wonder when she might encounter such an exceptional man. Zhao Bing's luck seemed extraordinary. Then, Li Jiajia added, "If you find another wealthy and handsome one, save him for me. Don't monopolize them all." Zhao Bing smiled. "Don't worry. If I come across any good ones, I'll think of you." After their meal, they idly scrolled through their phones. Zhao Bing's mind drifted to Li Chuming's handsome face, and she couldn't resist sending him a WeChat message. "I just finished eating, and your face came to mind. Is this what they call being satiated yet yearning?" After sending the message, a slight smile graced her lips, her eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. At that moment, Li Chuming found himself in the boys' dormitory, where the sounds of snoring filled the air. Sneaking into the hallway, he illuminated his phone screen and saw Zhao Bing's message. He recalled her seductive demeanor and smirked coldly. Now that he was wealthy, he found it unreasonable to take the bus, despite Zhao Bing's alluring figure. Thus, he chose not to reply to her message. Just then, Xian Shui sent him a message, inquiring if he was free the next day. Glancing at her message, Li Chuming decided to ignore it as well. His thoughts were preoccupied with family matters, so he stepped outside to find a quiet spot to call his parents. Once connected, he greeted them briefly before addressing the main issue. "Is our rice still unsold?" On the other end, Li Tai's voice came through, tinged with weariness. "Of course. It's unsold. The current price doesn't even cover the cost. We might as well eat it ourselves. If you need money, think of a way. If all else fails, I can lend you some." Li Chuming hurriedly replied, "I've spoken to a buyer who is interested in our rice at a cheap price. I'll bring him home tomorrow afternoon. So prepare for it. I promised before starting college that I wouldn't take a penny from home. Don't worry, I can get the money." After finishing the call, Li Chuming returned to the dormitory. The room was filled with the sounds of his roommates snoring away. He tiptoed to his bed and soon entered the realm of the celestial. Upon entering, the spirit of the realm spoke in his mind. "You have reached the second level of Qi training. Although you still have a way to go to reach perfection, you are now capable of navigating through Kaitai City with ease. Even the princess of Qingyun is no match for you." Hearing this, Li Chuming felt a surge of joy, realizing his strength had significantly improved, instilling him with newfound confidence. He promptly returned to the Sword Dynasty. Arriving at his courtyard, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Hong exclaimed anxiously, "Young master, why have you returned? The scrutiny is quite severe now. You must leave quickly." Xiao Lu chimed in, "Indeed, young master, hide away again. If the city lord's people find you, it will be troublesome." Observing their panic, Li Chuming felt a wave of confidence wash over him. He thought to himself that his strength was sufficient, and he had no intention of hiding any longer. "No worries. You needn't fret. Xiao Hong, give my shoulders a massage. Xiao Lu, my legs." The two exchanged glances, but complied. As they gently massaged his shoulders and legs, Li Chuming reveled in the soothing sensation, feeling rejuvenated. Afterward, he stood up, adjusted his attire, and confidently headed towards the city lord's residence. On his way, he pondered, "I must see if the princess of Qingyun truly is the one who is so brazen as to seduce me. What are her intentions? She wouldn't actually want to kill me, would she? The spirit has declared I am superior to her. Overthinking is futile." Chapter 13. Filled with murderous intent, the night was as dark as ink, enveloping the land of the Sword Dynasty. Li Chuming stood alone before the grand and imposing gates of the Lord's mansion, tilting his head slightly as his gaze swept over the magnificent structure. The towering entrance loomed high into the clouds, its vermilion surface adorned with massive golden studs that gleamed dazzlingly in the moonlight. On either side of the gate stood lifelike stone lions, their gaping maws revealing sharp teeth, as if guarding the dignity of this residence. The walls of the mansion were intricately carved with exquisite patterns and motifs, each detail proclaiming opulence and nobility. What a luxurious lord's mansion. Truly a symbol of power in this realm, Li Chuming mused inwardly, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. At that moment, two knife-wielding guards emerged, dressed in black servant attire with long swords hanging at their waists, their vigilant eyes fixed intently on Li Chuming. "Who are you? What business do you have at the Lord's mansion?" One of the guards inquired in a deep, resonant voice that echoed in the stillness of the night. Li Chuming adjusted his attire and replied with measured confidence, "I seek an audience with the Lord." The guards exchanged glances, sensing a familiarity in Li Chuming's appearance, though they could not immediately recall where they had seen him before. Just as their confusion lingered, Li Chuming continued, "My name is Li Chuming." Li Chuming. Upon hearing this name, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically. One of them's eyes lit up with surprise, exclaiming, "So you are the one with the bounty of 500 taels." They had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man was indeed the target of a reward. The other guard quickly caught on, his face brightening as he remarked, "Indeed. One need not search far for what is sought. Brother, hurry and report this." Li Chuming's predicament had become a thorn in Princess Qingyun's side, a fact well known even within the Lord's mansion. Although Li Chuming had come of his own accord, the guards felt a sense of accomplishment, eager to relay the news. One of the guards promptly turned and dashed into the depths of the mansion. Before long, the guard returned hastily, accompanied by a poised woman. Clad in a sleek black outfit with her hair tightly bound, her expression was devoid of warmth, exuding an aura of coldness. "Is this him?" the woman asked icily, her gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixed on Li Chuming. "Yes, it's him," the guard affirmed eagerly. The woman nodded curtly before turning to Li Chuming, stating in a frosty tone, "Follow me." With that, she pivoted and strode into the mansion. Li Chuming hesitated momentarily but ultimately followed her. As they made their way to the main hall of the mansion, he studied the cold-faced woman ahead, feeling a twinge of unease. Summoning his courage, he inquired, "May I ask why the princess has placed a bounty on my head?" The woman's footsteps faltered, and she slowly turned to face him. A mocking smile gracing her lips as she coldly replied, "You are as good as dead." A knot tightened in Li Chuming's chest, and he yearned to seek further clarification. However, the woman showed no inclination to engage, her eyes brimming with disdain, clearly unwilling to waste words on one fated to die. She turned away, continuing on her path, leaving Li Chuming with no choice but to follow. At last, they arrived at the main hall of the mansion. The interior was brightly lit and richly adorned, with a grand crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling, casting a soft glow. At the far end of the hall sat a woman in resplendent attire upon a high throne. As Li Chuming focused, his heart jolted. This woman was none other than the one from the stone chamber, Princess Qingyun. A knowing expression crossed his face, silently affirming, "So it is her." Princess Qingyun had initially worn a hint of a smile, but the moment she laid eyes on Li Chuming, her countenance darkened, her expression becoming frigid. She abruptly rose, her voice ringing with authority and fury. "How dare you come here on your own?" The sound reverberated through the hall, saturated with indignation. Li Chuming hastily waved his hands, attempting to explain, "This cannot be my fault. I am but an unarmed traveler who inadvertently stumbled into that secret passage. You were the one who bullied me. I am the victim here. I have not expressed anger, yet you dare to blame me?" His tone was casual, showing no reverence for Princess Qingyun's lofty status. Upon hearing his words, she paused, her mind swirling with contemplation. Memories of that night, when she had been drugged, flooded back, and she recalled how he had indeed been within her grasp. Doubt began to creep in. Had she truly erred? However, her thoughts quickly shifted to the loss of her purity and the opportunity to enter the sword-washing pool, which had cost her the chance to become a master in the future. Her anger reignited. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, inadvertently, "I see you as Zhao Long's lackey. You think you can deceive me? Like your master, you should just die." With that, Princess Qingyun drew her sword, its blade glinting ominously. She advanced toward Li Chuming, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Alarmed, Li Chuming exclaimed, "Who is Zhao Long? You must be mistaken. I hail from a distant land and stumbled into this kingdom by chance, drawn by curiosity into the dark passage." The two women regarded him as though he were weaving tall tales, dismissing his words entirely. The poised woman spoke up, "Princess, this sort of person should not dirty your hands. Let me do it instead." No sooner had she spoken than she vanished like a bolt of black lightning, lunging towards Li Chuming. Her hand sliced through the air with a fierce wind, striking directly at his chest. The sound of impact echoed through the hall as her palm connected forcefully with his torso. Yet, in a turn of events that surprised all present, Li Chuming's supreme Tao scripture activated instinctively, operating seamlessly throughout the encounter. The woman's strike merely produced a sound. He remained firmly planted, displaying a look of astonishment on his face. He had not expected to emerge unscathed. The woman's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Her eyes wide as she gazed at him, as if witnessing something utterly extraordinary. Princess Qingyun halted abruptly, exclaiming in shock, "Martial Master Realm." Chapter 14. Identity is self-assigned within the grand hall of the Lord's Manor. The atmosphere momentarily thickened with tension. Princess Qingyun loosened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation and confusion. She replayed the events of that fateful night, recalling that despite having consumed a sedative, her mind had become somewhat hazy. Yet upon regaining clarity, she distinctly remembered that Li Chuming had been an unequivocal mortal, frail in stature, devoid of any warrior's essence. How could he, merely 20 days later, have ascended to the rank of a martial master? She murmured internally. Even the most gifted individuals require 5 to 6 years of rigorous training to surpass the martial stage. her gaze fixated on Li Chuming, searching for any signs of inconsistency. The image of him effortlessly deflecting Xiaohuan's strike lingered vividly in her mind. That was undeniably the unique protective energy of a martial master. Xiaohuan, merely at the 8th rank of martial arts, could not possibly breach such defense. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Princess Qingyun felt increasingly perplexed. Li Chuming had evidently employed some trickery to deceive her. Meanwhile, Li Chuming was experiencing an entirely different sentiment. He had come to realize his own inner energy and the automatic protective abilities it bestowed upon him, filling him with elation akin to winning a grand prize. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, a glimmer of pride illuminating his eyes. "Your Highness." It was Xiaohuan who was incompetent and could not best him. Xiaohuan mumbled, her head bowed, shame and frustration evident in her voice. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, overwhelmed by her feelings of inadequacy. Princess Qingyun shifted her gaze from Li Chuming to Xiaohuan, letting out a soft sigh before returning her stern look to Li Chuming. "You were once a mere mortal, and what you spoke earlier was somewhat acceptable. But as a martial master, to masquerade as a commoner and bully me, isn't that deserving of punishment?" Though her words still carried an undercurrent of menace, the intensity had notably diminished. Li Chuming straightened his posture, meeting the princess's gaze with an unruffled demeanor. "I am Li Chuming, hailing from a distant land. Before embarking on my journey, I was indeed an ordinary person, including that night with the princess. However, I encountered a new cultivation method along the way, and I have only just begun my training." His voice resonated within the hall, firm and resolute. Xiaohuan, upon hearing this, stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your Highness, he is clearly fabricating stories. I have trained in martial arts since I was 7 and am only now at the 8th rank at 17. Your Highness, you, the greatest genius of the Sword Dynasty, have trained for over 6 years to attain the martial master level. To achieve such a rank in just over 20 days is undoubtedly a deception." Her face was alight with indignation, her eyes reflecting disbelief towards Li Chuming. Li Chuming merely smiled, maintaining his composure as he continued to meet the princess's gaze. "Regardless, what I say is the truth. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. By the way, Wang Shu is the second person I encountered in Kaitai City, and he should also be aware of this matter. Your Highness, I intended to inform you about Wang Shu, but you were so intent on his demise that you did not wish to investigate further. So I neglected to mention it." Wang Shu did indeed say as much, Xiaohuan suddenly recalled, addressing Princess Qingyun. Upon hearing Xiaohuan's words, Princess Qingyun paused, her mind racing back to her grandfather's teachings. He had once said that their small nation lacked depth, with many formidable cultivation methods existing in larger nations, far surpassing what they currently practiced in the Sword Saint's treatise. Could it be that he had truly acquired such profound techniques? Princess Qingyun pondered, her desire to exact vengeance against Li Chuming for the loss of her purity warring with the realization that he might possess such advanced knowledge. If Li Chuming indeed wielded such power, perhaps her grievances could be set aside. With this thought, Princess Qingyun gradually sheathed her sword and returned to her throne, her anger dissipating as she addressed Xiaohuan with a calm demeanor. "Xiaohuan, prepare the seat and serve tea." Her voice was steady and serene, as though the preceding events had never transpired. Xiaohuan, taken aback, complied and approached Li Chuming, bowing slightly as she said, "Please, take a seat." She then turned to prepare the tea. Li Chuming exhaled quietly, a faint smile gracing his features as he settled into a nearby chair. "May I inquire, from which nation do you hail?" Princess Qingyun's voice resonated once more, her gaze fixed on Li Chuming, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Which nation?" "Naturally, I cannot declare myself from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. When one is away from home, identity is self-assigned. The mightiest nation of the 10,000 nations continent." Li Chuming proclaimed with a sense of pride, his chest puffed out, confidence radiating from his smile, as if he truly belonged to such a powerful realm. At this, Princess Qingyun could no longer contain herself, rising abruptly and fixing an intense gaze upon Li Chuming. The mention of the strongest nation was not to be taken lightly. With countless nations across the 10,000 nations continent, the prestige of the strongest nation was immeasurable. Such a claim was almost mythical within a small kingdom like the Sword Dynasty. "Li, Sir Li, I beg your pardon for the earlier offense. Might I ask if your country is from the Southern Domain?" she inquired, her voice trembling with anticipation. The Southern Domain? This term was unfamiliar to Li Chuming. Yet the spirit of the manner whispered in explanation, "Master, the 10,000 nations continent is divided into 5 great domains, with the Southern Domain being the most powerful. The Sword Dynasty is merely a small nation in the desolate northern area." Armed with this knowledge, Li Chuming smiled and nodded slowly. Princess Qingyun visibly trembled, striving to regain her composure as she took her seat once more, her curiosity unabated. "May I inquire, how many Grand Masters does your country possess?" The number of Grand Masters served as a testament to a nation's strength, hence the question. Li Chuming, uncertain of the actual count of Grand Masters, simply raised his hand, displaying 2 fingers. 20. Princess Qingyun gasped in astonishment. The spirit interjected, "Master, this young girl lacks experience. The strength of a nation is often determined by the number of grand masters it possesses. Typically, 5 grand masters signify a major nation. In truth, grand masters are merely insignificant beings at the peak of their foundational training. Comprehending this, Li Chuming shook his head. 200? Princess Qingyun exclaimed in shock. 2,000. She gasped, her astonishment palpable. Chapter 15. The Path to Immortality Within the City Lord's Mansion. The atmosphere grew heavy and charged with shock following Li Chuming's shake of the head. Princess Qingyun sat upon an ornate chair, her imagination overwhelmed by the notion of 2,000 masters. She mused internally, reflecting on the fact that her kingdom of the sword had scarcely 7 masters, rendering their capabilities almost insignificant in comparison to the formidable nation Li Chuming described. Her eyes conveyed profound astonishment, as if she were frozen in place. Her mind inundated with visions of that powerful realm boasting 2,000 masters. After a considerable interval, Princess Qingyun gradually emerged from her state of shock. She straightened her posture and adjusted her attire, striving to project a semblance of composure. Is the technique you practice one from your own country? She inquired softly, her tone laced with cautious anticipation, as if fearing to miss a single word from Li Chuming. Observing the glimmer of expectation and curiosity in her gaze, Li Chuming comprehended her thoughts. She was evidently intrigued by his martial practice. A sense of relief washed over him, and a confident smile graced his lips as he replied. Indeed, it is a supreme technique of our nation. In comparison to your methods, it is as if one were practicing the arts of an immortal, while the other adheres to the ways of mere mortals. The disparity is vast. As he spoke, he lifted his chin slightly, pride evident in his demeanor. The term immortal sent another wave of shock through Princess Qingyun, nearly rendering her speechless. Her eyes widened, and her mouth parted slightly as she contemplated the implications. Above the masters? Is it possible that this nation he speaks of possesses immortals as well? How extraordinarily powerful. Her heart swelled with a mix of awe and longing for the realm Li Chuming described. Li Chuming, noting the princess's astonishment, felt a surge of satisfaction within. He recalled that Princess Qingyun had already taken on the role of his consort, and revealing the might of his techniques seemed beneficial. Her newfound respect for him evoked memories of their previous encounters, igniting a desire for her to return home with him, a prospect he found utterly delightful. A flicker of barely perceptible yearning crossed his eyes. After regaining her composure, Princess Qingyun inquired once more, "Can the technique you practice lead to mastery?" Her tone was tinged with urgency as she fixed her gaze upon Li Chuming, eager not to miss his answer. Li Chuming nodded affirmatively, stating, "Certainly. It not only allows one to reach mastery, but can also elevate one to the status of an immortal." Upon hearing his assured response, a spark of excitement ignited in Princess Qingyun's eyes, her longing to acquire this technique overwhelming her thoughts. The innocence she had lost, and the opportunity to cleanse her sword in the sacred pool suddenly seemed trivial in her mind. What a fortunate turn of events, she mused, realizing that as Li Chuming's consort, it was not entirely out of reach for her to learn his methods. However, she also understood the importance of patience. Thus donning a gentle smile, she suggested, "Li Gongzi, it is time for dinner. Shall we dine together?" Li Chuming nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately, Princess Qingyun signaled to a nearby attendant, who promptly understood and hurried off to make arrangements. As they walked down the corridor toward the dining hall, the surroundings were adorned with exquisite and elegant decor, featuring splendid paintings and sumptuous carpets underfoot. Side by side, Princess Qingyun quietly asked, "What brings you, Li Gongzi, so far from home to our humble abode?" Li Chuming, unhurried, replied, "My family is engaged in commerce, and I feel compelled to contribute. Thus, I have traveled extensively, taking considerable time to arrive here." His voice was steady and confident, imbued with a sense of tranquility. Princess Qingyun nodded lightly, as if grasping the essence of his words. The two engaged in light conversation, unknowingly arriving at the dining hall. Inside, several young maidens stood ready to serve, and the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, their aromas tantalizing. As Princess Qingyun dined, she recounted the various meats of mystical beasts presented before them, occasionally inquiring, "Why not collaborate directly with my royal family, Li Gongzi? Are there prospects for marriage? What manner of women do you favor?" Her questions flowed in quick succession, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Li Chuming answered cautiously, his mind alert. After the meal, he excused himself under the pretense of leaving. As he departed, Xiao Huan, observing his retreating figure, was filled with confusion. She approached Princess Qingyun, perplexed. "Your Highness, why the sudden change? He has taken your virtue, and yet you treat him with such hospitality. I cannot fathom it." With a soft sigh, Princess Qingyun's eyes reflected a hint of worry as she responded. "The kingdom of the sword is in a tumultuous period. My father's health is declining, and my siblings are becoming restless. Otherwise, I would not have been ensnared. Losing my purity. Reports indicate that 2 neighboring nations are forming an alliance, their intentions unmistakable." Pausing, she continued, "Li Chuming hails from a powerful nation. His willingness to travel here for trade suggests a strong family. Cultivating a relationship with him could provide us with security. At the very least, should I marry him, He would be obliged to protect me. Ah, Your Highness, you mustn't, Xiao Huan exclaimed. Her face a mask of terror at the prospect of her proud princess considering such a union with Li Chuming, a man she deemed unworthy. Xiao Huan, I have already lost my virtue to him. Marrying him seems inevitable. Besides, I find him quite appealing. And considering he has attained the rank of martial artist in just over 20 days, it is only a matter of time before he reaches mastery. Marrying a master is hardly a loss. After explaining her rationale carefully to Xiao Huan, she instructed, take the spirit stones bestowed upon me by my father and deliver them personally to him. Your Highness, Xiao Huan began, but the princess's gaze silenced her, compelling her to nod in acquiescence. Without further words, Princess Qingyun turned and exited the dining hall. It takes me a year to cultivate one spirit stone. I shall see how long it takes you, she mused, contemplating the true strength of his technique and what it would reveal about its prowess. Chapter 16. The first use of spirit stones. Li Chuming walked home with a light step, his mind still savoring the various experiences at the Lord's Manor. Upon pushing open the gate to his home, the light spilling from within momentarily startled him. As he entered, he found Wang Shu seated at the table, with Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu standing beside him, their faces etched with concern. Seeing Li Chuming return safely, Wang Shu immediately rose to his feet, and Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu hurried to greet him. It turned out that after Li Chuming had gone to the Lord's Manor, both Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu had been filled with worry. They were acutely aware of the complexities and dangers of the Lord's Manor. Fearing that Li Chuming might encounter misfortune, and in their panic, they sought Wang Shu for assistance. Wang Shu, being merely a member of a small family in Kaitai City, possessed no extraordinary abilities or means. He could only wait anxiously at Li Chuming's home for news. Upon seeing Li Chuming return unscathed, Wang Shu, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Lu all exhaled in unison, relieved. They had feared the worst, knowing well that the Lord's Manor was not a place from which anyone could easily enter and leave unharmed. Now, witnessing his safety, astonishment spread across their faces. Young master, you have finally returned. We were so worried, Xiao Hong exclaimed, her eyes slightly reddened and her voice trembling. Indeed, Li brother. It is truly wonderful that you have returned safely. We were all anxious for your well-being, Wang Shu echoed. Li Chuming smiled, opting not to delve into the details of his experiences at the Lord's Manor, merely stating, it was nothing, just some misunderstandings that have been resolved. Noticing Li Chuming's reluctance to elaborate, Wang Shu shifted the topic, inquiring when they could commence their first transaction. After pondering for a moment, Li Chuming replied, the first batch will arrive in 10 days. We shall wait a little longer. They then engaged in casual conversation, primarily discussing trivial matters and preliminary business plans concerning Kaitai City. Time passed swiftly, and after a while, Wang Shu rose to take his leave from Li Chuming's home. Shortly after Wang Shu departed, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed through the courtyard. Li Chuming looked up to see Xiao Huan's stern face appearing at the door. True to form, Xiao Huan remained taciturn. She walked directly to Li Chuming, placed a spirit stone in his hand, and, in a huff, turned to leave. As Li Chuming examined the spirit stone, a voice resonated in his mind. Master, the young lady has delivered to you a low-grade spirit stone. If you absorb it, you are likely to achieve the completion of the second layer instantly. Subsequently, the voice elaborated on the method of utilizing the spirit stone. Elated, Li Chuming promptly began to absorb the spirit stone as instructed. He watched as the stone gradually emanated a faint glow, with spiritual energy continuously flowing into his body. In less than a quarter of an hour, the spirit stone had dimmed, its energy completely absorbed by Li Chuming. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, he was filled with delight and hurriedly inquired of the voice. The voice responded again. You have indeed reached the completion of the second layer. You are just one step away from the third layer. Li Chuming's spirit soared, and he could not help but think, my dear wife, how generous. Having experienced the marvelous effects of the spirit stone in aiding his cultivation, Li Chuming no longer wished to adhere to a slow and steady pace. He understood that utilizing spirit stones was the true path to enhancing his strength. Regrettably, Xiao Huan had only delivered one spirit stone, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. The following day, the sun radiated brightly over the streets of Kaitai City. Xiao Huan returned to Li Chuming's home, still bearing her characteristic cold demeanor. Upon seeing Li Chuming, she directly inquired, Li Chuming, where is the spirit stone? Li Chuming replied honestly, I used it. Xiao Huan continued, the princess invites you to dine with her. Li Chuming welcomed the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Princess Qingyun and promptly accompanied Xiao Huan to the Lord's Manor. Upon arriving, Li Chuming instantly spotted Princess Qingyun seated in the hall. Today, she was dressed notably differently from before, capturing Li Chuming's attention. She wore a flowing light blue gown adorned with exquisite cloud patterns and silver threads, shimmering softly in the sunlight. The fabric was light and ethereal, swaying gently with her movements, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, secured with a delicate jade hairpin, which was embellished with several sparkling gemstones. A few strands of hair cascaded down her temples, adding an air of grace. Her countenance bore a subtle yet refined makeup. Her brows arched like distant mountains. Her eyes resembled autumn waters, and her lips were as red as cherries, all complemented by her noble aura that exuded a regal charm. "Young Masterly, I hope you will not find our humble meal lacking," Princess Qingyan said with a smile, her voice melodious and delightful. Snapped back to reality, Li Chuming quickly responded, "Your Highness, your splendid attire today dazzles me. It is an honor to share lunch with you." Princess Qingyan nodded slightly and continued, "Young Masterly, this manor is quite spacious. You might as well reside here, as your courtyard is rather cramped." Li Chuming recited, "A mountain need not be high. It is renowned for its spirits. A river need not be deep. It is blessed with dragons. This is a humble abode, yet my virtue is fragrant." After reciting a brief excerpt from Ode to a Humble Room, he added, "The structure is inconsequential. What matters is the people within." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Princess Qingyun's eyes, and she promptly praised, "Young Masterly possesses great talent. Such insight is truly rare." Subsequently, Princess Qingyun inquired about the progress of Li Chuming's business. Li Chuming replied candidly, "In about 10 days, the first batch of fine rice should arrive." Princess Qingyun nodded nonchalantly, thinking to herself, "Currently, the Jian dynasty has ample rice. There is no necessity to engage in business with Li Chuming. Listening is sufficient." She continued conversing with Li Chuming, their dialogue flowing from poetry to local customs, and they enjoyed an animated exchange. After the meal, Li Chuming returned to his home. Xiaohuan rejoined Princess Qingyun, reporting the situation. "Princess, Li Chuming has informed me that he has exhausted the spirit stone," Xiaohuan reported truthfully. Princess Qingyun stood up in astonishment, her expression revealing surprise as she asked, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Li Chuming's 2 young attendants were unaware and showed me the stone. It was indeed the one I gave him yesterday," Xiaohuan affirmed. "One day? How astonishing. His cultivation technique must be immensely powerful," Princess Qingyun mused, growing increasingly excited at the thought of seizing the technique for herself. Chapter 17, approaching the bed during his time in the Kingdom of Swords. Ever since Li Chuming had that unique encounter with Princess Qingyun, the midday meal had become a moment he eagerly anticipated. The princess would invariably send her composed attendant, Xiaohuan, to summon him, and each time, Li Chuming would gladly accept, his face radiating an unmistakable joy. Days passed in this manner, and soon it was the 9th day. As usual, Li Chuming arrived at the Lord's mansion, ready to dine with Princess Qingyun. However, upon seeing her, he noticed that although she was adorned with exquisite makeup and elegant attire, her face was marred by a frown, and her eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness and anxiety. A wave of concern washed over Li Chuming, prompting him to inquire, "Princess, what troubles you today? Why such a sorrowful expression?" With a slight sigh, the princess bit her lip, her voice laced with resignation as she replied, "I find myself a princess fallen from grace. Many families are seeking my father's favor for marriage, and he has written to me, urging me to choose from among the 3 great families. I am at a loss, for how can I defy the emperor's command?" As she spoke, she discreetly gauged Li Chuming's reaction, her gaze reflecting a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Li Chuming's brow furrowed. He thought to himself, how could the woman he cherished marry another? Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. What did imperial edicts matter? In his eyes as a denizen of Blue Star, they were not beyond challenge. The princess, observing his furrowed brow, felt a sense of relief. She understood that his expression indicated he held feelings for her. She contemplated seizing the moment, realizing that this opportunity might slip away if not acted upon swiftly. Li Chuming pondered for a moment, though discontent brewed within him. He chose to test the waters with Princess Qingyun. He smiled and said, "Among the 3 great families, there must be many young talents. Is there not someone among them who captures your interest? Young Masterly, my heart has already been claimed by you. How can you jest?" The princess's cheeks flushed crimson, her head bowed slightly, her tone carrying a playful reproach. Li Chuming's heart leaped at her words. He immediately took her hand, gazing intently into her eyes as he earnestly declared, "My heart? Are you certain of that?" With a shy nod, her eyes twinkled with both shyness and determination. Li Chuming's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leaned closer to whisper in her ear, "Then my body is mine to command." His voice held a hint of flirtation, the warmth of his breath sending a shiver through her. The princess's face turned a deeper shade of crimson, feeling as though it might burst from the heat. Memories of that fateful night flooded her mind, leaving her flustered as she merely nodded again. "Then shall I command my body to seek you tonight? Can it be ordered?" Li Chuming's voice dripped with playful teasing and anticipation. At the thought of the evening's imminent events, the princess felt overwhelmed. Her heartbeat quickened as, in a moment of panic, she withdrew her hand and fled without a backward glance, leaving Li Chuming laughing in her wake. As he watched her retreating figure, Li Chuming's heart brimmed with anticipation for the night ahead. He left the Lord's mansion with a smile, returning to his abode. Once home, he promptly instructed Xiao Hong and Xielu to prepare his room, wishing it to exude warmth and comfort. Though puzzled, the 2 attendants set to work, replacing the sheets with soft fabrics, lighting delicate incense, and arranging fresh flowers around the room. Li Chuming busied himself with an array of snacks he had brought from Blue Star, crunchy peanuts, savory spicy strips, delightful candies, and, of course, a bottle of cherished red wine, which he placed on the table. As nightfall descended, the room grew dim, and Li Chuming sat anxiously, his heart a blend of excitement and nervousness. He glanced frequently at the door, yearning for the arrival of Princess Qingyun. Just as disappointment began to creep in, a faint sound outside the window caught his attention. Opening the door, he was pleasantly surprised to find the princess standing there, clad in dark attire, stealthily positioned at his doorstep. Her movements were so discreet that even Xiaohong and Xiaolu remained oblivious. With a smile, he ushered her into the room, closing the door behind them. He led her to a small table, casually opening a pack of peanuts and uncorking the bottle of red wine, allowing the rich aromas to fill the space. Captivated, the princess gazed at the peanuts and wine with curiosity, her eyes brimming with wonder. "Young Masterly, what are these? They appear quite special." With patience, he explained. "These are peanuts, a delightful snack, crunchy and flavorful. And this red wine is crafted from grapes, rich in taste and beneficial in moderation." As he poured her a glass, she took a cautious sip, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. The wine danced across her palate, a blend of tartness and robust fruitiness. A unique experience she had never encountered before. She then sampled a peanut, savoring its delightful crunch, her delight evident. "This peanut is crunchy, and this red wine is exquisite. I have never tasted such a remarkable beverage," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Li Chuming, witnessing her happiness, felt a swell of contentment within himself. As they indulged in wine and conversation, the atmosphere thickened with an intoxicating warmth, the temperature seemingly rising with each shared glance. "Do you truly find me appealing?" The princess suddenly set her glass down, her gaze filled with both unease and expectation as she looked at Li Chuming. "Absolutely. You are enchanting, both in beauty and demeanor. I am utterly captivated by you," he replied earnestly, meeting her gaze with sincerity. As their conversation flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, their gazes filled with longing and desire, their hands intertwining unconsciously. Gradually, they found themselves drawn to the bed, the air thick with a tantalizing tension, enveloped in the warmth of each other's affection. Chapter 18. A meal worth 18,000. As the first rays of morning light streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating Li Chuming's face, he slowly opened his eyes. The day had fully dawned, and the bed beside him was devoid of the princess of Qingyun, who had likely slipped away to the lord's mansion under the cover of night. Lying in bed, Li Chuming found himself reminiscing about the events of the previous evening. A contented smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he recalled the delightful moments shared. Stretching lazily, he rose, donned his attire, and organized his thoughts. Soon after, he summoned Xiaohong and Xiaolu, his expression turning serious as he stated, "My goods will arrive. I must leave for 10 days. If anyone from the princess of Qingyun comes by, please inform her. Additionally, these items are intended for her." He gestured towards his backpack, filled to the brim with delectable snacks that would surely delight the inhabitants of this world. Xiaohong and Xiaolu nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured, we will comply." Feeling a sense of reassurance, Li Chuming departed. He found a secluded spot, ensured no one was around, and promptly entered the celestial abode, subsequently returning to Blue Star. At that moment, Blue Star was just awakening, the city enveloped in a delicate mist. Without delay, Li Chuming washed up, changed into fresh, tidy clothes, and drove his sleek BMW towards Zhao Bing's location. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Shui and Zhao Bing had both stayed up late, eagerly awaiting his response. Filled with anticipation and anxiety as they frequently checked their phones for news from him. Before long, Li Chuming arrived at the base of Zhao Bing's building. He parked his car, opened WeChat, and messaged, "I was busy last night. Are you up? I'm waiting for you downstairs." After sending the message, he quietly awaited Zhao Bing's reply. Naturally, Zhao Bing responded immediately, indicating she had been waiting for him. It turned out that Li Jiajia had also risen early. Upon hearing that Li Chuming would pick up Zhao Bing, she wished to accompany them to see just how handsome he truly was. Zhao Bing did not object. After all, no one could rival her when it came to poaching. Soon, Zhao Bing approached, her gait graceful, her figure swaying as she walked towards the BMW. Adorned in a fashionable dress and high heels, with an exquisitely made-up face, she appeared particularly enchanting. Li Jiajia trailed behind at a distance. And upon catching sight of Li Chuming's handsome visage, she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This bold girl really struck gold." Li Chuming's striking looks, coupled with his luxurious BMW, would make anyone's heart flutter. Zhao Bing, ever confident, swung open the passenger door and climbed in. She feigned displeasure, saying, "I waited so long last night for your message that my eyes turned dark from exhaustion." As she spoke, her body almost pressed against Li Chuming's chest, her eyes glinting with a hint of playfulness. Li Chuming offered a casual explanation before starting the car and slowly driving out of the community, seated in the passenger seat. Zhao Bing's curiosity got the better of her as she inquired, "What does your family do to be so wealthy?" "I wanted to ask yesterday but felt too shy." Li Chuming glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "Farmers." However, Zhao Bing would never believe that. In her mind, it was inconceivable for farmers to possess such wealth, driving a BMW and spending so lavishly. She rolled her eyes and remarked, "Do you think I believe that?" Li Chuming chuckled helplessly, "Please, I'm driving." Zhao Bing then settled down for a moment. Once they exited the community, Zhao Bing transformed into a professional driving coach, incessantly providing Li Chuming with driving tips while mischievously brushing against his arm from time to time. During their conversation, Zhao Bing discovered that Li Chuming was single, which brought her joy, prompting her to ask, "Do you mind if the girl is older, like me? I should be quite a bit older than you." Li Chuming merely offered an awkward smile, refraining from giving her a definitive answer. Just before lunch, Zhao Bing suddenly exclaimed, "There's a place with incredibly delicious food. Though it's a bit pricey. I can't afford it myself. Would you take me there to try?" Without hesitation, Li Chuming agreed. Following Zhao Bing's directions, he soon located the restaurant. Upon seeing the sign, he was taken aback. Wasn't this the same place he had visited with young Nana last time? Li Chuming realized that Zhao Bing had an excellent taste in dining, as he was well aware of the steep prices here. A meal would certainly be costly. However, since they had already arrived, he thought it wouldn't hurt to indulge just this once, not wanting to appear stingy in front of Zhao Bing. After disembarking, Zhao Bing excitedly snapped a selfie with her BMW, capturing the restaurant sign in the frame. She then linked her arm through Li Chuming's and entered the establishment together. In a teasing tone, she remarked, "In such a posh place, someone like me would never dare to dine here. Since you brought me, I want to hold back." As she rubbed against Li Chuming's arm, it seemed she was offering him a little treat. Li Chuming smiled and replied, "Indeed, I will show you a good time." Remembering how delectable the dishes were during his last visit with young Nana, he promptly ordered those same dishes before handing the menu back to Zhao Bing. However, Zhao Bing hesitated, glancing at the prices and shyly suggesting that the dishes he had chosen were already sufficient. Soon, the dishes were served at their table. Zhao Bing eagerly grabbed her phone and took several pictures of the food, also capturing the restaurant sign, before posting on her social media, a meal costing nearly 20,000. "I can hardly bear to eat." After posting, she contentedly set her phone down and began to feast. As they dined, Zhao Bing continuously praised Li Chuming for his discerning taste. "Sir, your total is 18,334 yuan. I'll just charge you 18,000. The server announced as they settled the bill. After Li Chuming paid, Zhao Bing requested to keep the receipt as a memento. Once back in the car, Zhao Bing suddenly exclaimed, "I've gotten a fishbone stuck in my throat. Could you take a look?" She opened her mouth wide, leaning towards Li Chuming for him to inspect. Li Chuming, caught off guard, leaned in just as Zhao Bing kissed him. 3 seconds later, she giggled, "Huh? Gotcha." Li Chuming was taken aback, but quickly retaliated, refusing to let anyone take advantage of him. Chapter 19. The first floor of the artifact refining hall. A sultry atmosphere enveloped the car, tightly wrapping around Li Chuming and Zhao Bing. Li Chuming's heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it might burst from his chest. After several minutes, Zhao Bing slowly released her hold on him. Li Chuming gasped for breath, his face a canvas of rapture and satisfaction, inwardly marveling at Zhao Bing's multifaceted allure and her profound understanding of such matters. Observing Li Chuming's expression, Zhao Bing could easily discern his thoughts. After years of navigating the intricacies of the luxury car dealership, reading people had become second nature to her. With a swift mental shift, she hurried to clarify, "Brother, don't misunderstand. I have mastered the art of kissing for quite some time, and today marks my first practical application. I am not the kind of woman who is frivolous. This is unequivocally my first kiss. In the dealership, those onlookers could only watch from a distance, aside from you. No one else could approach me." As she spoke, her fingers delicately traced Li Chuming's arm, her gaze sincere enough to evoke trust. Li Chuming's lips curled slightly into a smile, nodding in feigned belief, though his eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. This subtle shift in expression did not escape Zhao Bing's notice. A pang of realization struck her heart, recognizing that Li Chuming remained unconvinced. "Brother, I assure you, this truly is my first kiss. This technique is practiced in such a manner," Zhao Bing insisted, growing anxious. She gently kissed her own fist, producing faint sounds as if to illustrate her seriousness. After her demonstration, she swiftly grasped Li Chuming's hand tightly, her tone resolute yet tinged with urgency. "I wish to be your woman. From the moment you purchased the car in full yesterday, I resolved to pursue you. You have no idea. Those with wealth do not possess your youth, and those who are young lack your fortune. Throughout the years, you are the most remarkable individual I have encountered. You are truly a rare gem." Zhao Bing's sudden declaration left Li Chuming momentarily stunned. In all his years, he had never experienced such candid and fervent affection, leaving him at a loss for words. The smile that graced his face became rigid, and he awkwardly managed to utter, "You." Before he could finish, Zhao Bing unexpectedly reached out and placed her hand at the base of his thigh. Li Chuming's entire body trembled, as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in astonishment. Zhao Bing leaned closer, her voice laced with seduction. "Brother, I genuinely like you. Rest assured, you will be my first boyfriend. With your wealth, anyone could easily uncover my background." Li Chuming felt his breath quicken, his chest heaving. Zhao Bing's boldness surpassed his wildest imagination, igniting a fire within him. She understood that his driving skills were adequate, and the opportunity to act on her desires was fleeting. "Let's not joke. This isn't appropriate," he responded, though his voice lacked conviction, resembling a final attempt at resistance. "Drive to our community garage. It's mostly deserted during the day, Zhao Bing urged, her tone soft yet commanding. A wave of heat surged through Li Chuming, and at that moment, reason was cast aside. With a determined bite of his lip, he started the car. The vehicle sped down the road like an arrow released from its bow, the scenery flashing by like a dream. An hour later, the BMW came to a steady halt in an empty space within the community garage. Brother, don't be nervous. It's your first time in such an environment, Zhao Bing said, a sultry smile gracing her lips as she delicately hooked her finger around the strap of her long dress, slowly letting it fall. Her exquisite skin glimmered alluringly under the dim garage lights. Although she felt a flutter of nervousness, thoughts of the dashing and affluent Li Chuming steeled her resolve. She was determined to hold on to him tightly. Li Chuming found himself engulfed in a rush of excitement. This intimate and thrilling scenario was entirely new to him, and his anticipation surged like a tempestuous tide. Minutes later, the car began to sway rhythmically within the silence of the garage, the movement strikingly conspicuous. This swaying continued for over half an hour, as if time had come to a standstill, leaving only the intertwined breaths and heartbeats of the two within the vehicle. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Li Chuming's mind. Master, good news. I have significantly recovered. The fog of the first floor of the artifact refining hall has dissipated, and the primary refining furnace is now operational. Li Chuming was momentarily taken aback, but joy quickly surged within him. He realized this meant Zhao Bing had indeed given herself to him, as she claimed, otherwise the spirit would not have reacted in such a manner. The last time the main hall opened was also due to intimate contact with a woman. It appeared that this spirit had a particular fondness for such encounters. While Li Chuming reveled in his elation, he glanced at Zhao Bing, who sat beside him, flushed and languid. A sigh of resignation escaped him, given the circumstances. He could not immediately venture into the mystical realm. He gently wrapped his arms around Zhao Bing, his fingers tenderly caressing her hair. The realization that Zhao Bing had truly become his woman ignited a fierce possessiveness within him. He could not bear the thought of her returning to the dealership, nor could he tolerate the notion of other men gazing at her. My dear, I plan to visit my parents today and intend to procure some rice from home. I was just lamenting the lack of suitable candidates. Would you consider playing the role of a restaurant owner? Li Chuming softly proposed, his tone imbued with affection. He elaborated on the situation at home, detailing the circumstances, leaving aside the matters of the other world while ensuring Zhao Bing understood. Ah, your parents are farmers? Zhao Bing exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, I possess wealth, but I have never claimed my parents do. Li Chuming chuckled, ruffling Zhao Bing's hair affectionately. Zhao Bing nestled against Li Chuming, acknowledging that she was already on his ship and disembarking was not an option. Naturally, she agreed to the idea of playing the role of a business owner. After dressing, Zhao Bing said, let us go. JJISNT home right now. We can rest upstairs for a bit. However, as she took her first steps, she felt a twinge of discomfort and let out a soft groan. Carry me, Zhao Bing playfully demanded. Without hesitation, Li Chuming lifted her onto his back and ascended the stairs. Chapter 20, Laughter of My Father. Li Chuming carried Zhao Bing into her rented room, a modest yet warm two-bedroom apartment. The light-colored walls harmonized with simple furniture, creating a cozy atmosphere. The two young women had tidied the space impeccably, arranging various items in perfect order. Upon entering, Zhao Bing eagerly headed for the bathroom, no longer feeling shy around Li Chuming. She swayed gracefully, twisting her waist as she walked directly to the bathroom, casually shedding her clothes along the way, a bold act that momentarily startled Li Chuming. Shortly after, soft calls from Zhao Bing echoed from the bathroom. Help me scrub my back. Prompted by her voice, Li Chuming stepped inside, only to be promptly shooed out by Zhao Bing, who insisted he must remove all his clothes. Reluctantly complying, Li Chuming re-entered the bathroom. The sight before him took his breath away. Zhao Bing's voluptuous figure shimmered through the steamy haze, exuding an irresistible allure. Observing his reaction, Zhao Bing felt a surge of satisfaction, as if her cunning plan had succeeded. What followed was an extraordinary experience that Li Chuming could not help but marvel at. Had it not been for his extraordinary fortune, he might have suspected Zhao Bing was a professional masseuse, for her skills were undeniably impressive. They remained in the bathroom for nearly an hour, savoring the moment before emerging with lingering delight. Zhao Bing, beaming with pride, declared, how was that? I've secretly practiced for a long time, and even my best friend doesn't know I can do this. Li Chuming, thoroughly impressed, gave her a thumbs up and praised, incredible, truly incredible. Subsequently, Zhao Bing changed into her professional attire. The sharp business suit transformed her into a successful career woman. With confidence, she inquired, what do you think? Am I impressive? Li Chuming teased in return, you immediately seem less frivolous. They exchanged playful banter, creating a lighthearted and joyful atmosphere. In a moment of mischief, Li Chuming discreetly added a dash of reishi mushroom into the hot water for Zhao Bing to drink. Mindful of her slightly awkward gait, they then descended the stairs once more, with Zhao Bing at the wheel, navigating towards Li Chuming's hometown under the guidance of a GPS. As the car gradually left the city, towering skyscrapers faded into the background. The bustling urban life, filled with the cacophony of traffic and hurried pedestrians, gave way to a quieter scenery. High-rises dwindled, replaced by industrial parks and modest homes. Occasionally, They passed farmyards where clothes hung out to dry and chickens and ducks wandered leisurely. Further ahead, they entered the countryside, where narrow rural paths twisted and turned, jostling the vehicle along. On either side, dilapidated brick houses stood, some with peeling walls and uneven rooftops. The distant mountains rolled gently against the backdrop of a clear blue sky, crafting a tranquil and rustic pastoral scene. Inside the car, Li Chuming dialed his father's number. "Dad, I brought my boss home. Please prepare." His father's excited voice responded, "Great. Hurry up. I'll get things ready." After over 3 hours on the road, they finally arrived at Lijia village. Li Tai eagerly awaited at the entrance, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the shiny BMW, sparking a glimmer of hope that this time, their rice could indeed be sold. Zhao Bing surveyed the worn brick house and recognized the truth in Li Chuming's words. His family was genuinely impoverished. Reflecting on her own similar background, she felt a deeper kinship with him, for a house could not lie. Li Tai warmly welcomed them, inviting Zhao Bing inside with a beaming smile. Being a country girl herself, she entered without hesitation, oblivious to her own disheveled appearance. She bypassed the offer of water, expressing an immediate desire to inspect the rice. Li Tai promptly opened the storage room, revealing plump, gleaming grains. After a thorough examination, Zhao Bing concluded that the quality was satisfactory, nearly indistinguishable from the rice she typically consumed. Without hesitation, she stated, "Uncle Li, your rice is excellent. I'll buy it at 10 yuan per jin." 10 yuan. Li Tai was taken aback, never having imagined that his rice could fetch such a price. Seeing his father's astonishment, Li Chuming quickly explained, "Dad, she's from a restaurant. It goes straight from here to the kitchen. With no middleman, she can offer a good price. Besides, the rice from our countryside is naturally superior." As Li Chuming elucidated, Li Tai's joy escalated. They had planted 10 mu of land this year, yielding nearly 10,000 jin of rice, but the previous price had barely exceeded 8 mao. If sold, it would barely cover the cost of farming. Yet here was Zhao Bing, offering 10 yuan per jin, a windfall that would yield nearly 100,000 yuan in revenue. It felt like a dream. Li Tai's respect for Zhao Bing deepened, accompanied by profound gratitude. Li Chuming continued, "Dad, ask my uncles if they want to sell their rice as well. We might need more, and the demand could grow, possibly encompassing the entire village." Upon hearing this, Li Tai was overjoyed, pulling Li Chuming aside to whisper, "Are you sure? If so, I'll buy the entire village's supply. That would maximize our profits." Li Chuming nodded firmly. Li Tai's face flushed with excitement, his respect for Zhao Bing burgeoning, and his demeanor grew increasingly warm. Zhao Bing promptly arranged for a truck, and soon, 10,000 jin of rice was loaded up. As the sun set, Zhao Bing, accompanied by Li Chuming, gradually left Lijia village. The village receded into the distance, its outlines blurring. Yet the image of Li Tai's joyous smile and hopeful aspirations remained indelibly etched in their hearts. On the road, as Zhao Bing drove, Li Chuming swiftly transferred 100,000 yuan into his father's account. Almost immediately, Li Tai called to confirm the funds had arrived, generously sending Li Chuming 500 yuan in gratitude. Li Chuming accepted the money. High rice prices, who would he sell to? How could he afford such an amount? Zhao Bing suddenly felt that Li Chuming was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 21. Qian Shui's excitement. The remnants of the setting sun gradually faded from the city skyline, as dusk painted the entire city in a veil of obscurity. Li Chuming and the truck driver entered a bustling street-side restaurant, where bright lights illuminated the space and the mingling sounds of chatter and savory aromas filled the air. With a beaming smile, Li Chuming warmly greeted the driver and ordered several signature dishes from the menu. During their meal, he engaged in lively conversation with the driver while occasionally glancing out the window, a hint of urgency flickering in his eyes. His mind was preoccupied with the rice in the truck, devising plans to discreetly transfer it into his mystical abode without arousing suspicion. Finally, he seized an opportunity, fabricating an excuse that the unloading crew had arrived and he needed to step outside for a moment. "Sister, please keep him company," he instructed Zhao Bing before exiting the restaurant. Taking advantage of the driver's distraction, he swiftly employed the enchanting abilities of his mystical realm, seamlessly transporting all the rice from the truck into his sanctuary. The entire process unfolded like a graceful dance, unnoticed by anyone, as if it were merely a silent act of magic. Once he had completed his task, night had fully descended, and the city's neon lights flickered in a kaleidoscope of colors. Li Chuming drove Zhao Bing home, where they shared a tender kiss, reluctant to part ways. After their farewells, he sent her a generous monetary gift through his phone before turning to drive back to school. Upon returning to the dormitory, his roommates remained engrossed in the virtual realm of gaming, the rhythmic clatter of keyboards and excited shouts echoing throughout the room. Zhu Jianwei sat at the table, intently messaging Su Qi, a blissful smile adorning his face. Li Chuming feigned fatigue, lying on his bed as he opened WeChat. A flurry of messages from Qian Shui filled his screen, causing him to furrow his brow in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I was busy during the day. What's the matter?" Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Qian Shui sat listlessly on her bed, her eyes fixed on her phone screen. She pondered why Li Chuming was ignoring her, wondering if her dismissive attitude on the basketball court had soured his feelings towards her. A wave of guilt washed over her as she repeatedly berated Zhu Jianwei in her mind. "It's all his fault. Li Chuming drives a BMW. Yet he deceived us into believing he was just a farmer's child. Suddenly, her phone lit up with Li Chuming's response, and her heart soared with joy. In her eyes, Li Chuming was the most promising prospect she had encountered, and she could not afford to miss this opportunity to alter her destiny. Quickly, she sent the excuse she had concocted throughout the day. I've been inundated with spam calls and messages. I can't figure it out. I heard that boys are adept at this sort of thing, so I thought you could help me set it up. After sending the message, she clutched her phone tightly. Her eyes glued to the screen, her face brimming with anticipation as she envisioned a bright future following his agreement. Li Chuming paused upon reading her message. He thought to himself that tutorials for phone settings were readily available online, so why would she need his assistance? Furthermore, Zhu Jianwei had mentioned that many suitors were vying for Qian Shue's affection, and surely, there were plenty of boys who could help her with her phone. He found himself perplexed by Qian Shue's motives, but chose not to dwell on it, replying simply, okay. Overjoyed by Li Chuming's response, Qian Shui felt she had already achieved a significant portion of her goal. She quickly sent another message, let's have lunch tomorrow. I'll treat you if you help me fix my phone. After all, tomorrow is Monday, and my freshman schedule is quite packed. Li Chuming replied, sure. Just when he thought their conversation would conclude, Qian Shui seemed not yet satisfied and sent another message. What were you up to during the day? A sly smile crept across Li Chuming's face as he replied, practicing my driving. My skills aren't great. He mused that it was up to Qian Shui to interpret his words. Upon hearing about driving, Qian Shui was immediately intrigued and responded, I have a driver's license too, but my skills aren't great. They then shared amusing anecdotes from driving school. From the strictness of their instructors to the anxiety felt during tests, thoroughly enjoying their conversation. Meanwhile, Li Chuming's roommates remained awake, and he had no urgency to venture into his mystical realm, so he continued to chat with Qian Shui. Before long, Zhao Bing's message arrived. I found a Thai massage school and I'm learning. Upon reading the message, Li Chuming sent a playful emoji while replying, honey, make sure to study hard. Meanwhile, Qian Shui noticed that Li Chuming's response time was slowing down, which sparked a flicker of concern within her. Are you busy? Why are your replies taking longer? She inquired. Startled, Li Chuming quickly responded, I'm a bit tired. Though Qian Shui felt a twinge of disappointment. She sent a goodnight emoji, reluctantly ending their chat. In the girls' dormitory, as Qian Shui reveled in her lively exchange with Li Chuming, Suchi keenly observed her unusual demeanor. Being her roommate, Suchi was well aware that Qian Shui was single and rarely engaged in nighttime chats. Yet tonight, Qian Shui was glued to her phone, occasionally breaking into sweet smiles. Suchi speculated that Qian Shui must have found a boyfriend. She tried to recall any recent boys at school, but none stood out as wealthy heirs. After all, Qian Shui had always expressed her ambition to marry into wealth, and the probability of encountering affluent individuals at a second-tier university like theirs was exceedingly low. Suchi thought to herself that if Qian Shui truly found a wealthy heir, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Shui, who are you chatting with that has you so happy? Suchi couldn't help but ask. Qian Shui's heart raced at the question. She and Li Chuming had yet to develop their relationship significantly and wanted to keep it under wraps. Thus, she quickly denied it, claiming she was chatting with a relative, and fell silent thereafter. Suchi accepted her explanation, momentarily alleviating her suspicions. She reasoned that finding a wealthy heir was no easy feat, and that securing someone like Zhu Jianwei was already quite fortunate. If Qian Shui truly found a rich man, Suchi would be green with envy. Keep it up, she encouraged with a smile before turning back to her own tasks. Meanwhile, Qian Shui lay on her bed, gazing at the chat history with Li Chuming, a smile gracing her lips as her heart swelled with hope for the future. She silently vowed to seize Li Chuming and turn her dreams into reality, transcending social classes and becoming wealthy. Chapter 22. The contest for marriage as twilight enveloped the Sword Dynasty. It draped the land like an immense black satin sheet, soft yet irresistibly encompassing. Upon his return to the Sword Dynasty, Li Chuming had scarcely caught his breath when he heard a flurry of urgent footsteps outside the courtyard. Intrigued, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the entrance. The door creaked open, revealing Princess Qingyun in a light blue dress, her hair slightly disheveled, her eyes brimming with an uncontrollable longing and urgency. She had not even taken the time to tidy herself before rushing straight towards Li Chuming, though they had been apart for merely a few days. It felt to her as if an eternity had elapsed. Her steps were hasty as she nearly leaped into Li Chuming's embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck. Her body trembling slightly, as if fearing that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish. You finally returned. I've missed you so much, she said. Her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, her cheek pressed against his chest, greedily inhaling his familiar scent. Li Chuming, touched by Princess Qingyun's fervent display of affection, reciprocated her embrace, gently caressing her back as if soothing a frightened fawn. Soon, the room was engulfed in an intense battle of emotions between the two. After a tender moment, Princess Qingyun nestled languidly in Li Chuming's arms, her gaze filled with contentment and affection. With a soft sigh, she began recounting the torment she had endured during their separation. Do you know how I've spent these days? Each day felt as long as a year. I missed you dearly. Listening to her, Li Chuming felt a warmth stir within him. He playfully stroked her nose and chuckled. It seems I've made you wait a tad too long. My first batch of fine rice has arrived, and I shall dedicate the next 10 days solely to you. In the realm of Blue Star, a day equated to a month in the Sword Dynasty. Although he had only been apart from Princess Qingyun for half a day, she had not seen him for several long days. Princess Qingyun tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling yet shadowed with concern. Li Gongzi, my father has issued a decree, commanding me to host a martial arts contest for suitors. Any young man who can defeat me shall be granted my hand in marriage. Upon hearing this, Li Chuming was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile played upon his lips as his hands wandered playfully over her form. But you are the foremost prodigy among the youth. Why worry about such a contest? With a resigned shake of her head, Princess Qingyun replied, Li Gongzi, being the top prodigy does not render one invincible among the youth. I simply cultivate my skills faster than others. At 17, I am still considered a young maiden. And there are young men over 30 who have already attained the rank of 7th grade martial master. I am merely 4th grade. And it will take time to break through to 5th grade. Defeating them is utterly impossible. Li Chuming pondered this, reflecting on his own progress as a fully realized second-layer practitioner, uncertain if he could contend with a 7th grade martial master. Just then, the familiar voice of his spirit companion echoed in his mind. Master, should you endure tonight, you will reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. With spirit stones, you could achieve the 4th layer in just a few days, easily triumphing over the 7th grade martial master prodigies of this world. Reassured by his spirit companion's words, Li Chuming confidently declared, Princess, do you possess any spirit stones? With just one more, I could easily handle not only 7th grade, but even 8th grade challengers. Spirit stones? Princess Qingyun frowned slightly. The spirit stones of the Sword Dynasty were exceedingly rare. She had spent years gathering 3, one of which she had used while testing Li Chuming. Currently, her reserves were low. Confused, she inquired, why would you lack spirit stones, Li Gongzi? Suddenly, she recalled that Li Chuming had been a mere mortal before his arrival and had only just commenced his cultivation. It was reasonable that he would be without spirit stones. Sighing gently, her expression softened. What can I say? I love you dearly. For anyone else, I would never part with my spirit stones. Rest assured, I shall have Xiao Huan deliver them to you tomorrow. Li Chuming was deeply moved by her words. In his mind, he asked his spirit companion, may I impart the supreme Tao scripture to Princess Qingyun? In truth, what Princess Qingyun desired most was to acquire Li Chuming's cultivation technique. A notion he had contemplated since the beginning but had hesitated to act upon. Now that their relationship had grown so intimate, he felt emboldened. The spirit companion swiftly responded, my previous master only shared the introductory chapters with his female disciple, and none of the subsequent teachings were passed on. Consequently, those individuals could only reach the peak of Qi refinement. I have yet to recover the rest of the memories. However, master, you can certainly impart the introductory chapters to Princess Qingyun now. Lacking an immortal abode, she must toil diligently to cultivate. Thus, her progress will accelerate but will not surpass yours. Upon hearing this, Li Chuming dismissed all his reservations. He gently caressed Princess Qingyun's delicate form before stating, at dawn, I shall write down my cultivation techniques for you. This way, you too can grow strong swiftly. Princess Qingyun was initially stunned, but soon her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? She exclaimed, leaning over to plant a deep, affectionate kiss on Li Chuming, heralding the commencement of another passionate encounter. Half an hour later, panting slightly and feeling a tinge of fatigue, Li Chuming said, all right, I'm tired now. Let us sleep. He quickly drifted into a peaceful slumber, breathing steadily and evenly. In contrast, Princess Qingyun was too exhilarated to sleep. Her eyes wide open, she stared at the ceiling, her mind replaying the moment Li Chuming had promised to share his technique. Her heart swelled with both excitement and anticipation as she envisioned herself growing powerful through his teachings. As dawn crept in, the first rays of sunlight stealthily ascended the window. Princess Qingyun gently extricated herself from Li Chuming's embrace. Moving with utmost care as if to avoid waking him, she gazed adoringly at his sleeping face, her heart brimming with love and reluctance. Leaning down, she placed a soft kiss on his forehead before quietly dressing and tiptoeing out of the room. Upon awakening, Li Chuming's first action was to enter the immortal abode. Although he had memorized the introductory chapters, he felt a sense of security within the sanctuary, which also contained the writing materials he had purchased. Additionally, the refining pavilion had been activated, and he now possessed a rudimentary refining furnace, which piqued his curiosity immensely. Chapter 23, 500 Tales acquired with a sudden spark of intent, Li Chuming swiftly entered the celestial abode. The spirit of the estate, like a shadow, transformed into human form and closely followed him. Master, your visit to the refining pavilion will surely be an eye-opening experience, the estate spirit said respectfully, a hint of pride evident in its voice. After a brief walk, a towering structure came into view. This was the refining pavilion. The edifice exuded grandeur, with its flying eaves and intricate brackets adorned with exquisite carvings that showcased an ancient elegance. The entire building radiated a mysterious glow, seemingly narrating tales of its long history and boundless secrets. Master, the refining pavilion consists of 5 levels. However, according to my memory, Only the mist surrounding the first level has dissipated, while the remaining 4 levels remain shrouded in fog. The estate's spirit explained, a trace of regret flickering in its gaze. Li Chuming gazed up at the refining pavilion, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Upon stepping inside, he beheld a massive furnace standing silently at the center. This was the primary refining furnace. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, reminiscent of the alchemical furnaces he had seen in animations back on Blue Star, albeit magnified several times, resembling a small mountain. The furnace was cast from ancient bronze, its surface inscribed with mysterious runes that shimmered softly as if flowing gently. Master, do not underestimate this primary refining furnace. The estate spirit discerned the confusion in Li Chuming's eyes and promptly elaborated. Though it is termed primary, it incorporates the essence of all refining knowledge from myriad realms. With it, you can craft anything your heart desires. It is designated as primary because the items it produces are suitable only for cultivators below the golden core stage, limited to spirit tools, and cannot create magical artifacts. Magical artifacts are reserved for those above the golden core stage, and with your current spiritual energy, even if you were to craft one, you would be unable to utilize it. Li Chuming's eyes widened in astonishment as he circled the refining furnace, gently reaching out to touch its surface, absorbing the cold sensation and subtle vibrations. But I do not know how to refine, he frowned, displaying his concern. There is no need for worry, master. The estate spirit replied with a smile. This refining furnace is automated. You merely need to gather the refining materials, place them inside, and it will intelligently analyze all provided components to determine the most suitable item for crafting. Moreover, the refining pavilion will automatically generate spiritual fire, relieving you of any worries. You simply need to wait patiently. Such marvels filled Li Chuming with delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was truly remarkable and incredibly user-friendly. He was utterly enchanted. He quietly contemplated that with the approaching martial arts competition for Princess Qingyun's hand, he needed to hastily gather materials to forge a sword, which might prove invaluable in a critical moment. Having comprehended the extraordinary capabilities of the refining furnace, Li Chuming decided not to linger further and turned back towards the main hall. He intended to transcribe a copy of the Supreme Tao Scripture as a gift for Princess Qingyun. Master, the opening passage of the Supreme Tao Scripture is already within your sea of consciousness. You merely need to guide it with your spiritual energy into Princess Qingyun's sea of consciousness to successfully transmit the teachings, without the need for manual transcription. The estate spirit reminded him at an opportune moment. He immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and attempted to guide the opening passage of the Supreme Tao Scripture from his sea of consciousness. Initially, his spiritual energy felt somewhat clumsy, but after several attempts, he finally succeeded in directing the shimmering passage forth. What a convenience. I owe this to the estate spirit's reminder. Li Chuming opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his face. Exiting the celestial abode, he instructed Xiao Hong to inform Wang Shu that the rice had arrived at the granary outside the city, ready for the first batch of trading. He then proceeded with Xiao LV directly to the granary. This granary was hastily constructed by the Wang family for their transaction with Li Chuming. At that time, Li Chuming had deceitfully claimed that the experts of his family could attract unnecessary trouble upon entering the city, thus necessitating a month for the granary's construction. Upon reaching the granary, Li Chuming surveyed the area. The granary was spacious and grand, built from sturdy wood and stone. The arched roof effectively prevented rainwater from seeping in. With a thought, he began to transfer rice from the celestial abode into the granary, with bags of rice piling up like mountains. Xiao LV, swift and nimble, brewed fragrant tea, its aroma wafting through the air, and then stepped behind Li Chuming to gently massage his legs. Before long, Wang Shu and his father, Wang Zhen, hurriedly arrived, their expressions tinged with nervousness and excitement. After all, this was their first transaction of fine rice with Li Chuming, and it was hard for them to feel reassured without seeing it for themselves. As they entered the granary and beheld the towering pile of 10,000 jin of fine rice, their eyes instantly brightened. Each grain of rice was plump and translucent, emitting a faint rice fragrance, its quality far surpassing anything they had encountered before. Li Chuming, my friend, this is a grand gesture. Such quality rice. We truly have struck a great deal, Wang Zhen exclaimed, his face beaming with joy and gratitude. Wang Shu chimed in, indeed, brotherly. Had I known you possessed rice of this caliber, how could I have offered you merely 51? This price is far too low. You mustn't let brotherly suffer a loss. Let us settle at 101. Li Chuming smiled and shook his head in refusal. Brother Wang, Uncle Wang, there is no need for that. Now that our cooperation is established, every half month, this quantity of fine rice will arrive. I only hope you can sell it promptly. Wang Zhen nodded slightly, his expression serious as he remarked, Li Chuming, my friend, you may not be aware, but this mere 10,000 jin of fine rice, while appearing substantial, is actually insufficient for sale. After all, ordinary folks cannot afford it. Most who can are cultivators, often consuming 3 to 5 jin in a single meal. Though Kaitai City is small, it houses over 10,000 cultivators. This amount may not suffice to feed them. I see. Li Chuming pondered briefly before responding. In that case, I shall double the amount for the next shipment. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin and Wang Shu exchanged glances, both eyes gleaming with excitement. Li Chuming. That would be splendid. If we have more fine rice, we will surely be able to penetrate the markets in Kaidai City and surrounding towns. Allowing more people to savor such delicacies, Wang Zhan exclaimed eagerly. Then it is settled. Li Chuming extended his hand, shaking hands with both Wang Zhan and Wang Shu. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful, and together we can build a thriving business. To a successful partnership. Both Wang Zhan and Wang Shu echoed in unison, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. Wang Shu immediately notified his family members to transport the 10,000 jin of rice. Li Chuming, in turn, earned 500 taels of silver from this transaction. Note, the protagonist spent 100,000 on the rice, only receiving 500 taels in return. While it may seem insufficient, this 500 taels is intended for future resource exchanges and should not be considered in isolation. Chapter 24, Subverting Cognition on the Bustling Streets of the Sword Dynasty. Throngs of people moved with a lively chatter. Li Chuming, with 500 taels of silver in hand, walked briskly toward his home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was met by a visibly displeased Xiao Huan, her expression as frigid as winter frost, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. This is for you from our princess, Xiao Huan stated, presenting 2 spirit stones before Li Chuming. Upon receiving the stones, he felt the rich spiritual energy within, and a surge of joy filled his heart. However, before he could utter a word, Xiao Huan continued, the princess instructed me to take something from you. Li Chuming furrowed his brows, secretly pondering that the supreme Tao scripture, once removed from the sea of consciousness, would swiftly dissipate if not utilized, rendering it impossible for Xiao Huan to carry it away. Thus, he shook his head and replied, it would be best if the princess came to collect it herself. At this, Xiao Huan's countenance darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. With a huff, she turned on her heel and stormed away. Watching her retreating figure, Li Chuming sighed softly and settled down in his courtyard, preparing to absorb the energy from the spirit stones for cultivation. Not long after Xiao Huan left, she abruptly recalled that the princess had more to convey and hurried back. As she stepped into the courtyard, she caught sight of Li Chuming in the midst of absorbing the spirit stones. Her eyes widened in disbelief as a look of astonishment spread across her face. In her mind, she cursed. The last 2 spirit stones of the princess are being squandered by this brat. What kind of spell has the princess fallen under to bestow such precious treasures upon him? Yet, in the next moment, she was left utterly stunned. She watched, wide-eyed, as Li Chuming swiftly drained the brilliance from the spirit stone in his hand, reducing it to an ordinary rock. The second stone met the same fate before her very eyes. The energy contained within the stones had been absorbed completely. The princess had spent over a year cultivating it, yet he had consumed it in mere moments. How could this be possible? Xiao Huan's mind reeled with shock. Her mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Li Chuming, already at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of weapon refinement, found his power skyrocketing to the 3rd level, rapidly advancing toward perfection, and then breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement. As the spiritual energy surged within him, his aura intensified, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon Xiao Huan, who stood there in horror. 2 levels in a single day? This is preposterous. But it did not end there. Upon absorbing the 2nd spirit stone, he astonishingly broke through once more, reaching the 5th level of qi refinement. This sudden transformation shattered Xiao Huan's understanding of cultivation. She had never witnessed such a terrifying pace of advancement, which utterly subverted her perception of reality. Do you need anything else? Li Chuming, sensing Xiao Huan's presence, slowly opened his eyes and inquired. Xiao Huan, regaining her composure, stammered, the princess said the arena begins tomorrow. Li Chuming nodded slightly, indicating his acknowledgement. Yet, Xiao Huan continued to fixate on him, her gaze filled with confusion and astonishment, as if trying to discern what kind of creature he truly was. At Li Chuming's prompting, she finally managed to suppress her shock and hurriedly stumbled away. As she departed, Li Chuming mused to himself, things are about to get interesting. Having absorbed the spirit stones, Li Chuming did not linger. He resolved to venture into the market to procure materials for weapon refinement, aiming to forge a suitable weapon. The city of Kaitai had become quite familiar to him. He navigated effortlessly to a shop known as the Martial Artists General Store. Though the name of the establishment lacked grandeur, it was renowned for offering a comprehensive selection of items for practitioners in Kaitai. Upon entering, a provocatively dressed attendant swiftly approached him, her face adorned with a professional smile. Sir, what may I assist you in finding? Li Chuming regarded the attendant and inquired. Do you have any materials for weapon refinement? The attendant's eyes gleamed with surprise at his request, clearly not expecting him to seek such materials. The store possessed only 5 types of refining materials, which were both scarce and exorbitantly priced. It appeared she was in for a profitable day. Regaining her composure, she smiled and led him to a shelf brimming with an eclectic array of items. As she pointed out each one, she elaborated, this is fine iron ore, this is azure stone, this is cold water dew, this is beast horn, and this is sand crystal. Li Chuming was unfamiliar with these materials, having never encountered them before, nor did he know their specific uses. However, recalling his automated refining furnace, he felt a surge of confidence and declared, "I'll take them all. How much will that be?" "All of them." "Are you serious?" The attendant's face registered astonishment at his words. After receiving a confirming nod from him, she hastily began calculating the total price for the materials. Moments later, she announced, "The total for all these comes to over 350 taels." Li Chuming mused inwardly. The materials for weapon refinement are indeed not inexpensive. However, he did not hesitate. Having decided to refine weapons, he could not afford to be stingy with resources. Elated at his decision, the attendant's spirit soared. For once Li Chuming paid, she would receive a substantial commission, leaving her feeling fabulously wealthy. Thus, she respectfully guided him to the checkout and personally escorted him out. Upon returning home, he immediately informed Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu that he would be cultivating and requested not to be disturbed before entering the fairy abode. Once again at the refining furnace, the spirit of the abode recalled the operational procedures and began pouring the materials he had purchased into the furnace. The apparatus whirred to life. Before long, the furnace, seemingly sentient, announced, "The 5 types of refining materials are most suitable for crafting a mid-grade spiritual weapon of the ice attribute. Please select the shape of the weapon. 1. Short sword. 2. Gauntlets. 3. Short staff. Please choose. A short sword? A staff? How would a short sword be of any use? Insufficient materials?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Chuming gritted his teeth and declared, "Gauntlets." Setting the refining process. The refining program has commenced, initiating the spiritual fire. Refining time, 3 hours. Please collect after 3 hours. The rapidly operating furnace emitted mechanical sounds, and after observing for a while, Li Chuming found it rather uninteresting, thus choosing to exit the fairy abode once more. Chapter 25. The mid-grade spirit tool sealing the heavens within the majestic holy city of the Sword Dynasty. The imposing Zhao family mansion stands as a testament to the extraordinary heritage of the clan. Deep within the mansion, an ancient and solemn ancestral hall quietly awaits, where a heavy and oppressive atmosphere envelopes the space. A group of young Zhao descendants, clad in uniform attire, kneel in unison, not daring to breathe a word. Before them sits a middle-aged man with thick, dark hair, the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Longtuan. His countenance is stern, his gaze authoritative, resembling a dormant tiger, as his eyes slowly sweep over the kneeling youths below. Adorning the walls of the ancestral hall are rows of ancestral tablets, the spiritual abodes of the Zhao family's forebears. Silently witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhao Longquan's voice emerges, low yet filled with boundless fury and sorrow. "My son Zhao Long was the most exceptional disciple of our Zhao family in 3 centuries. At merely 19 years of age, he had already attained the 2nd-tier martial master rank, with a bright future ahead. Yet, that Princess Qin Yun, relying on her royal lineage, callously took my son's life. This is not only a profound humiliation for me, Zhao Longquan, but also a disgrace for the entire Zhao family." As he speaks, his fists clench tightly, knuckles turning white. The flames of rage in his eyes seemingly poised to ignite the entire hall. After a moment of pause, Zhao Longquan continues, "Though she remains a princess, she is no longer untouchable. Regarding the martial arts competition for courtship, I shall not elaborate further. In short, whoever emerges victorious in this contest, I shall reward them with a chi-gathering pill. Additionally, I will have our family's weaponsmith forge a spirit tool for the victor." At these words, excitement and anticipation flicker in the eyes of the kneeling youths. The chi-gathering pill is a coveted treasure for practitioners, while a spirit tool is a rare item that significantly enhances combat prowess. "Zhao Hu, you shall accompany them." Zhao Longquan directs his gaze to a slightly immature-looking youth in the corner. "You need not compete, but keep a close watch on them. Should anyone fail to exert their full effort, inform me immediately, and I shall mete out severe punishment." Zhao Hu, the younger half-brother of Zhao Long, though still young, has already reached the 9th rank of a martial artist, displaying remarkable talent within the family. He nods vigorously, his voice clear and resonant. "Yes, father." After the group of young people rises and files out of the ancestral hall, Zhao Hu approaches Zhao Longquan and whispers, "Father, while Princess Qinyan killed my brother, it is also partly his fault for harboring ill intentions." Before he can finish, Zhao Longquan abruptly turns his head, his fierce gaze locking onto Zhao Hu. The authority and anger in his eyes render Zhao Hu instantly speechless, and he hurriedly retreats. Zhao Longquan stands alone in the ancestral hall, gazing at the ancestral tablets, murmuring, "Longer, it is my fault. I should not have allowed you to take risks, which cost you your mortal form. Rest assured, once Princess Qinyan marries into our Zhao family, I shall ensure she suffers a fate worse than death, avenging you." His voice reverberates within the hall, steeped in endless resentment. As Zhao Longquan steps out of the ancestral hall, he unexpectedly encounters his hurried younger brother, Zhao Langfeng. With a confident smile, Zhao Langfeng declares, "Elder brother, my son Zhao Kuai is now a 7th-tier martial master, having trained in our Zhao family's most formidable techniques. At under 30 years of age, he will undoubtedly defeat the other challengers, and overcoming Princess Qinyan will be a mere formality. You need not worry about this matter. Leave it to me." A glimmer of relief washes over Zhao Longquan's face as he responds, Very well, then I shall entrust this to you. Princess Qingyun must marry into our Zhao family, restoring our honor. Meanwhile, on the other side of Kaitai City, after 3 hours of anxious waiting, Li Chuming finally acquires the mid-grade spirit tool he desired. It is a uniquely designed pair of gauntlets, covered in mysterious runes that emit a faint blue glow, seemingly harboring boundless power. Eager to test the gauntlet's might, Li Chuming heads to the Wanshu forest. Within the ancient woods, towering trees provide ample shade, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy to create patches of golden light upon the ground. Li Chuming selects a century-old tree, its trunk robust enough for two to embrace. He positions himself before the tree, takes a deep breath, and strikes the trunk with a powerful palm. A muffled thud resounds as the old tree shakes violently, its leaves rustling as if in pain. Following this, Li Chuming channels his full strength into a punch, creating a large hole in the trunk, splintering wood flying in all directions. Yet, the resilient tree remains steadfast. Seeing this, Li Chuming dons the newly acquired spirit tool gauntlets and steadies his stance, channeling all his energy into a fierce punch aimed at the old tree. This time, with a resounding crash, the tree is cleaved in two. The cut emanates a distinct icy aura, rapidly encasing the surrounding area in a layer of frost. Li Chuming, witnessing this spectacle, gasps in awe, his satisfaction with the gauntlets soaring. In excitement, he names them sealing the heavens. Just as Li Chuming finishes testing the gauntlets, Wang Shu arrives in a flurry. With a beaming smile, he exclaims, "Brotherly, our family is exceedingly pleased with this transaction. My father has engaged a master chef to prepare a feast at home, and we hope you can join us to celebrate this successful collaboration." Li Chuming, not wishing to decline, accompanies Wang Shu back to the Wang family. Upon entering, he is met with a warm welcome from the gathered crowd. Surrounded by admirers, he is seated at the most esteemed position at the banquet. The air is filled with the aroma of fine wine and sumptuous dishes. Wang Zhen raises his cup, grinning broadly as he announces, "The pricing for our rice is set at the same rate as the current premium rice, at 100 wen. We believe that soon our Wang family's premium rice will become the most sought after in Kaitai City. When that time comes, we can naturally raise the price and reap substantial profits. This is all thanks to you, my young friend." Li Chuming, indifferent to the rice pricing matters, responds casually, "Let the Wang family handle it as they see fit." He then raises his cup and drinks heartily with the others. After the Wang family's banquet concludes, Li Chuming returns home. Upon entering, he finds Princess Qingyun waiting for him inside. Rising to her feet, she gazes at him with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What on earth have you done to frighten my little Huang?" Chapter 26. The Tournament for Marriage. 1. The moonlight flowed like water, cascading over the streets and alleys of Kaida City. Princess Qingyun had long awaited the arrival of Li Chuming in his quarters. Upon his entrance, she smiled and inquired, "Have you perhaps frightened my little Huan? You seem rather absent-minded upon your return." Li Chuming pondered for a moment, unsure of what to say. He then heard Princess Qingyun ask, "Did you manage to break through 3 minor realms today?" He nodded in affirmation. "You absorbed both spirit stones in such a short span of time?" she queried again. Approaching her, Li Chuming playfully responded, "Something like that." Still in shock, Princess Qingyun found herself silenced by his kiss. After a tender encounter, they embraced and lay together. In that moment, she felt increasingly convinced that her initial choice of Li Chuming had been the most astute decision. "Your cultivation technique must indeed be extraordinarily formidable," she murmured, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Chuming gazed at her, gently caressing her hair, and thereafter meticulously imparted the opening verses of the supreme Tao scripture to her. Instantly, a profound scripture emerged in her mind, each word seeming to harbor boundless mysteries, invigorating her spirit. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she disregarded her image and sat at the edge of Li Chuming's bed, closing her eyes to begin her cultivation. Observing her focused demeanor, a subtle smile crept across Li Chuming's lips, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, only the gentle flow of spiritual energy around Princess Qingyun could be discerned, as she immersed herself in the wondrous realm of cultivation. With the dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds like a sword, illuminating the earth. Xiao Hong and Xiaolu bounced into Li Chuming's room, their faces radiating excitement. "Young master! Young master!" Xiao Hong's melodious voice shattered the morning tranquility. "Today, the city lord is hosting a tournament for marriage, and all the young talents of the Sword Dynasty have gathered. It's going to be quite the spectacle." The square of the Sword Dynasty was already filled with thousands of onlookers, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the tournament. Shilu chimed in, "Indeed, it's going to be lively." Li Chuming, still groggy, sat up and rubbed his eyes. "What has you both so elated?" Xiao Hong's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Of course, we're excited. Princess Qingyun is the most talented individual in the Sword Dynasty, and she is also recognized as the epitome of beauty. How could one not be thrilled to witness her in person?" Shilu added, "Yes, we admire Princess Qingyun immensely. She is our idol. Young master, your strength was impressive when you effortlessly lifted the stone table. You should participate in the tournament and win her hand." "How wonderful that would be." Xiao Hong nodded eagerly. "Yes, that way we could see our idol every day." Li Chuming listened, bemused, realizing that Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu had yet to grasp that the enchanting figure sharing his bed each night was none other than the very princess they revered. Shaking his head, he conceded, "Very well, I shall go and take a look." Upon hearing this, the two girls erupted in cheers. After a brief wash, Li Chuming grabbed some snacks, and the trio set off towards the central square of Kaida City. At that moment, the square was a throng of humanity, abuzz with excitement. Groups of people conversed in hushed tones, speculating about the imminent tournament. The calls of vendors intertwined with the clamor of the crowd, creating a vibrant marketplace atmosphere. As Li Chuming arrived at the square, a sharp-eyed Xiao Wan spotted him and quickly approached. "Young master, please follow me," she urged, leading him towards the elevated pavilion. Upon entering the pavilion, he beheld Princess Qingyun seated in a position of honor, her demeanor composed, and her presence regal. Several individuals occupied the adjacent seats, each accompanied by a cadre of eager young disciples, all brimming with anticipation. Li Chuming quickly discerned that these young men were representatives of prominent families, sent to compete in the tournament for marriage. Xiao Huan efficiently prepared a seat for him, and without hesitation, he took his place beside Princess Qingyun. This action instantly drew the attention of the onlookers, many of whom displayed expressions of curiosity and intrigue as they speculated about his identity. Observing the scene, Princess Qingyun felt a surge of satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Though this tournament for marriage allows any victor who can defeat me to claim my hand, they must first contend with those who have already triumphed over me." Internally, Li Chuming lamented, "I have unwittingly become a mere pawn in this contest. I must brace myself for the onslaught." Yet, upon gazing at Princess Qingyun beside him, he felt that for her, all challenges were worthwhile. The elders accompanying the young disciples scrutinized Li Chuming, noting his youthful appearance, barely 18 or 19 years old. They mused that at such a tender age, even if he were a prodigy, he could not surpass Princess Qingyun in their estimation. Li Chuming's youth suggested that even if he had reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, he would likely only be a fifth-tier martial artist, hardly a threat. The princess has lost the favor of the royal family and their resources. Her cultivation journey might stagnate, one elder muttered under his breath. The consensus among them was that while a fourth-tier martial artist was respectable for families outside of royalty, this tournament represented a lucrative opportunity for them. At that moment, Zhao Langfeng rose, a feigned smile adorning his face as he proclaimed, "Princess Qingyun, my Zhao family has long admired you. I believe my cousin is particularly well suited for you. I hope you will take notice of him. He is sure to capture your attention." Upon hearing the mention of the Zhao family, a fleeting glimmer of anger flickered in Princess Qingyun's eyes. Memories of Zhao Long's past transgressions flooded her mind, and she felt a deep-seated disdain for the audacity of the Zhao family to speak so brazenly. Yet, she suppressed her ire, responding only with a curt acknowledgement. While others remained oblivious to her anger, Li Chuming, well acquainted with her emotions, turned his gaze upon the young Zhao disciples, resolute in his thoughts. "Since my beloved is angered, be prepared for the consequences." Chapter 27. The Martial Arts Competition for Marriage. 2. In the mind of Li Chuming, memories of Princess Qingyun's past swiftly resurfaced. The humiliation of losing oneself stemmed from a man named Zhao Long, who employed despicable and underhanded tactics. Had it not been for the Hahuan powder, it would have been impossible for Li Chuming to gain any advantage. Now, with Zhao Langfeng mentioning the Zhao family, it was undoubtedly the family of that Zhao Long. Li Chuming silently noted this grievance, his gaze sharp as he quickly identified several young members of the Zhao family amidst the crowd, etching their faces into his memory. At that moment, the head of the Kong family, Kong Xiao, a member of the three prominent families, stepped forward with a hint of mockery on his face, stating, "Zhao Kuai, your young man is nearly 30 and still has the audacity to participate in a competition for young people?" His voice, though not loud, rippled through the gathering like a stone cast into a still pond. He Sheng of the He family echoed, "Indeed, this is a stage for the youth. Your Zhao Kuai has already served as a general, fighting on the battlefield for many years. Can he still be considered a youth?" The members of the He family nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with discontent. The arrival of Zhao Kuai instantly brought headaches to both the He and Kong families. It was as though they had received a sudden blow. They understood that Zhao Kuai was not comparable to their inexperienced young disciples who had never faced true combat. The disparity in strength was too vast. If Zhao Kuai were to engage, their young individuals would stand no chance. However, Zhao Langfeng remained unfazed, a smug smile gracing his features as he replied, "It is merely fortunate for our Zhao Kuai that he still has 3 months before turning 30. Just in time for this competition, as those under 30 are considered young, according to old traditions, right?" As he spoke, he scanned the crowd, his eyes filled with provocation. Kong Xiao and He Sheng's faces turned ashen with anger, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. The young disciples of the three families exchanged glances, particularly the members of the He and Kong families, whose eyes were filled with animosity towards the Zhao family, as if they wished to devour them whole. Seeing the situation stagnate, Princess Qingyun offered a few polite remarks before hastily pulling Li Chuming away to a secluded corner. Lowering her voice, she said, "The three families will not intervene for now. Wait until they do before you teach them a lesson." Observing her anxious demeanor, Li Chuming, unable to resist, gently patted Princess Qingyun on the rear, exuding confidence as he declared, "Fear not, they are no match for me." Startled by this sudden action, Princess Qingyun's expression turned slightly flustered. She quickly glanced around, confirming that no one was watching, and scolded, "Do not let anyone see." Though she said this, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Meanwhile, the battles in the square grew increasingly intense. Princess Qingyun enjoyed immense popularity among the people of the Sword Dynasty, and young individuals who felt they possessed some strength flocked to the arena, eager to prove themselves. Victors would remain to defend their titles, while the defeated would be replaced. Some, desperate for victory, risked their lives for a chance. Others, upon entering the stage, were swiftly defeated before they could even showcase their skills. There were those who triumphed in several matches, basking in glory, only to ultimately fall to stronger opponents, facing bittersweet defeat. Time flew by, and initially, only low-ranking martial artists were engaged in spirited combat. Gradually, those of the first rank began to shine, quickly escalating to battles among the fifth rank. Weaker fighters were no longer qualified to step onto this stage. Thus, the day's tournament concluded. On the following day, the members of the three prominent families continued to observe from the sidelines, showing no intention of participating. Princess Qingyun had not sought out Li Chuming the previous night, as the leaders of the three families possessed greater strength than her own. If she were to be seen secretly meeting with Li Chuming, it would lead to significant trouble. She understood that it was not yet the time for her to be openly together with Li Chuming. In royal circles, there was no such thing as free marriage. Within the city lord's residence, Zhao Kuai arrived early, laden with gifts. He bore precious medicinal herbs for cultivation, carefully chosen beautiful garments, and an array of delectable foods. Standing before Princess Qingyun's quarters with a beaming smile, intent on ingratiating himself with her in advance. In his eyes, his union with Princess Qingyun was a foregone conclusion. Princess Qingyun regarded the gifts with hesitation, ultimately accepting them. However, her demeanor towards Zhao Kuai remained icy, offering him no warmth. Seeing this, Zhao Kuai could only leave in frustration. Upon Zhao Kuai's return, Zhao Longfeng's expression darkened as he inquired, "Did you meet with Princess Qingyun?" "Fool! That woman is no longer worthy of you. Besides, she was defiled by Zhao Long. Why do you still cherish her?" "It is foolish." Zhao Longfeng's voice carried a tone of disappointment, laced with urgency. "You cannot fathom the head of the family's intentions, but I can. Your uncle clearly desires that Princess Qingyun meets a disastrous fate. That is a deep-seated vendetta. You will not have a good outcome. Do not take this lightly." "Do you understand?" Zhao Langfeng continued, his eyes betraying a hint of ruthlessness. Zhao Kuai, however, remained unconvinced. He thought to himself, "How could I resist such an enchanting Princess Qingyun without tasting her allure?" Yet on the surface, he feigned disinterest, dismissively assuring that he would not pursue her earnestly. Satisfied with this response, Zhao Langfeng ceased his inquiries. Zhao Kuai had previously met with the princess, naturally first encountering her personal maid, Xiao Huan, who wore a frosty expression towards everyone. Upon learning of Zhao Kuai's intentions, her demeanor grew even colder. Once Zhao Kuai departed, Xiao Huan could no longer contain herself. Compared to Zhao Kuai, Li Chuming was undoubtedly the better choice for the princess. Taking matters into her own hands, she quickly made her way to Li Chuming's residence to relay the details of Zhao Kuai's gift-giving to Princess Qingyun. "Oh, how eager Zhao Kuai is," Li Chuming remarked thoughtfully before asking, "Did the princess send you?" "I come of my own accord. The princess must not marry Zhao Kuai," Xiao Huan stated seriously. "Why not?" Li Chuming inquired casually. "Zhao Kuai is not a good person. On the battlefield where the Thunder Dynasty borders our kingdom, he seizes the women of the Thunder Dynasty after his victories. It is said that he has amassed a small group of beautiful captives." Xiao Huan divulged everything she knew to Li Chuming. "Rest assured, your princess is mine." Chapter 28, The Martial Arts Contest for Marriage 3, Upon the Arena. The battle raged with the ferocity of a blazing inferno. A seventh-tier martial artist, embodying the spirit of a war god, emerged triumphantly among numerous challengers, overpowering the crowd. His form was agile, each punch propelled with the ferocity of a roaring tiger, and each kick imbued with a fierce momentum, forcing his adversaries to retreat. Within the realm of youth, attaining the rank of a seventh-tier martial artist is indeed a remarkable achievement. However, in comparison to the three prominent families, it still falls short. Standing atop the pavilion, Kong Zhao's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, surveying the arena below. Noticing that no one from the younger generation of Kaitai City seemed capable of contending with this seventh-tier martial artist, he furrowed his brow and turned to a 15-year-old boy beside him, saying, "You shall go forth and demonstrate the strength of the Kong family." The boy, named Kong Hui, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of entering the arena, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. He had longed for the opportunity to showcase his prowess on this grand stage of martial arts. And now he was to be the first from the Kong family to step forward. How could he not be thrilled? Without hesitation, he leaped gracefully from the pavilion, gathering momentum as he descended like a bolt of black lightning, landing firmly upon the arena. At that moment, The two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle were interrupted by this unexpected arrival, pausing their actions to turn and look at Kong Hui. One of them, displaying disdain, scoffed. "What child is this, barely grown, coming here to seek death?" The other echoed, "Indeed, do not disturb me while I fight." With a slight upward curve of his lips, Kong Hui revealed a confident smile, retorting, "You may attempt to force me off before you speak." His tone brimmed with self-assurance, as if these two were hardly worthy of his concern. The two exchanged glances, their hearts ignited with indignation at being provoked by a mere child. Blaring fiercely, they launched an onslaught of punches and kicks towards Kong Hui. However, they were wholly unprepared for Kong Hui's astonishing speed. Before their attacks could even graze him, he vanished in a flash, akin to a specter, and unleashed two punches that struck the duo's chests with the force of cannonballs. The sheer power of his blows left them breathless, as if they had been charged by a rampaging bull, and they were sent hurtling backward, teetering at the edge of the arena, nearly tumbling off. As they fell to the ground, their expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. Until that very moment, they could not fathom that the seemingly youthful Kong Hui possessed such swiftness and strength. Kong Hui dusted off his hands, as though the encounter had merely been a trivial exercise. Standing tall, he declared in a voice that bore both youthful exuberance and unwavering confidence, "I am Kong Hui from the Kong family of Shing City. I hope to receive guidance from all." The audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter, astonished by his prowess. So he hails from one of the three great families. No wonder he is so formidable. This child is remarkably gifted for his age. With such talent from the three families, the rest may not stand a chance. Voices rose and fell, a blend of admiration and trepidation for Kong Hui's emergence. Among the crowd, an elder observed Kong Hui on the arena, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. He turned to a nearby youth of similar age, smiling as he said, "Shuezi, judging by this child's explosive strength, he appears to be a mere underachiever from the Kong family. You are of comparable age. Let us show the Kong family that Kaidai City has its own talents." "Understood, grandfather," Shuezi replied with a bright, determined glint in his eyes. He strode confidently to the front of the arena, exerting a slight force in his legs before effortlessly leaping onto the stage. Upon seeing that his challenger was an even younger child, Kong Hui frowned slightly, a hint of concern crossing his face as he sternly warned, "Little brother, refrain from this folly. I am already an 8th-tier martial artist, and I might injure you." Yet, Shuezi displayed no fear, his eyes radiating stubborn resolve, as he replied, "Brother, feel free to strike." The two children faced off on the arena, an unusual scene that rendered the atmosphere rather peculiar. After all, this was a grand martial arts contest for marriage, where the audience had anticipated intense battles between seasoned fighters. Instead, they were presented with two children squaring off, which was quite unexpected. However, their perceptions quickly shifted. The two children launched into action, their movements fluid and harmonious. Kong Hui initiated the encounter, delivering a punch aimed at Shuezi's shoulder, the wind howling with the force of his strike. Shuezi swiftly evaded, countering with a kick aimed at Kong Hui's waist. Kong Hui reacted with remarkable agility, sidestepping Shuezi's attack. The two exchanged blows, each strike more fierce than the last, leaving the audience utterly speechless. It dawned upon them that both children were in fact 8th-tier martial artists. Those who had previously basked in their victories on the stage now felt a scorching shame, wishing desperately for a place to hide. They finally understood the vast chasm that lay between themselves and true prodigies. As the duel progressed, Kong Hui's expression grew increasingly grave. Initially, he had underestimated Shuezi, believing him to be an inexperienced child, but it soon became evident that this boy was no ordinary opponent. With renewed seriousness, Kong Hui summoned all his strength into each move. Yet, Shuezi seemed to be deliberately probing his defenses. As the battle escalated, Shuezi's attacks surged like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming Kong Hui. In a matter of moments, amid Shuezi's relentless onslaught, Kong Hui faltered, receiving a kick to the chest that sent him staggering backward, ultimately losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Kong Xiao, observing from the pavilion, turned ashen with fury at the sight. He could hardly believe that his chosen Kong Hui would be defeated by an unknown child. With a loud command, he dispatched another Kong family disciple. This new combatant was a 9th-tier martial artist, considerably older than Kong Hui. Aware of the challenge before him, he approached with utmost seriousness, swiftly descending from the pavilion and engaging Shuezi in battle. Meanwhile, Kong Hui, head bowed in shame, returned to his place among the ranks. He recognized that he had brought disgrace upon the Kong family, filled with self-reproach. Kong Xiao shot him a fierce glare, and Kong Hui remained silent, head lowered. On the arena, the prowess of the 9th-tier martial artist was evidently superior. Although Shuezi fought valiantly, he ultimately succumbed to his opponent. Yet, even in defeat, he earned the admiration of the audience for his indomitable spirit and remarkable performance, eliciting waves of applause. Kong Xiao regarded Shuezi with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He turned to those nearby and instructed, "You there, go find out where this child comes from. If he lacks connections, let him join the Kong family." Chapter 29, The Contest for Marriage. 4. the disciples of the Kong family entered the arena, instantly altering the dynamics of the competition. News spread like wildfire throughout Kaitai City. People quickly realized that the situation surrounding this contest for marriage had grown increasingly complex, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary citizens to stand out. In every street and alley of Kaitai City, discussions about the Kong family's involvement erupted, with expressions of helplessness and resentment etched on every face. Within the Zhao family's camp, Zhao Longfeng's gaze burned intensely as he focused on the arena. Observing the arrival of the Kong family, he contemplated, now that the Kong family has entered the fray, it is the perfect opportunity for our Zhao family to showcase our formidable strength. He turned to the Zhao family disciples behind him and proclaimed, "Who will go and defeat that young man on the stage? Let everyone witness the might of our Zhao family." As soon as Zhao Longfeng's words fell, a disciple of the Zhao family stepped forward, nimbly leaping down from the balcony and rushing toward the arena. His hurried strides seemed to declare to the world his determination to win glory for the Zhao family. At that moment, Li Chuming also heard that the members of the three great families had begun to compete on the stage. A sense of curiosity surged within him, prompting him to join the excitement. He strolled toward the arena with a steady gait, his eyes reflecting a hint of amusement. On the arena, as the disciples of the Zhao and Kong families clashed, it was as if dry tinder met a fierce blaze, igniting an intense battle. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists and feet flying, each move imbued with raw power. As the fight progressed, the intensity escalated, with both sides growing increasingly reckless. Within a few exchanges, members from both the Zhao and Kong families were injured, their faces pale as they clutched their wounds, clearly facing a lengthy recovery. The He family, observing from the sidelines, could no longer remain passive as the Zhao and Kong families battled fiercely. Yixing from the He family furrowed his brow and turned to the two family disciples beside him, saying, "You two, go and participate symbolically. We cannot allow the He family to fall behind." The two disciples accepted the command and swiftly made their way toward the arena, ready to join the fray. Zhao, who stood beside Zhao Langfeng, growing increasingly impatient as he watched the fight unfold. He frowned and said to Zhao Langfeng, "Uncle, this contest seems to be dragging on without much meaning. Let Zhao Kuai take the stage. There is no point in prolonging this." Upon hearing Zhao Hu's words, Zhao Kuai's lips curled into a knowing smile as he glanced at Zhao Langfeng, saying, "Father, look, that young man has arrived." Zhao Langfeng followed Zhao Kuai's gaze and indeed spotted Li Chuming, who had come to join the commotion. Dressed in a simple robe, Li Chuming leisurely cracked sunflower seeds, as if the ongoing conflict held no relevance to him. Zhao Kuai recalled his previous humiliation at the hands of Princess Qingyun, and irritation bubbled within him. While he dared not confront the princess, he felt emboldened to deal with Li Chuming. A glint of malice flickered in Zhao Longfeng's eyes as he leaned in and whispered to Zhao Lu beside him, "Zhao Lu, go stir up some trouble." Zhao Lu, who had received the Zhao surname after joining the family, understood Zhao Longfeng's intentions all too well. He quickly ascended the arena, halting the ongoing battle, clearing his throat, and loudly declaring, "Are you all here merely for sparring? Do not forget, the victor may marry Princess Qingyun. Now that her people are here, continuing this fight is meaningless." Zhao Lu's words landed like a stone thrown into a still pond, creating ripples of commotion. The disciples from the other two families began scanning the crowd and soon spotted the nonchalant Li Chuming, munching on seeds. He Hongmiao from the He family fixed his gaze on Li Chuming and exclaimed, "Since you are here, come up. I wish to see just how formidable you are." Li Chuming, unfazed, looked up at He Hongmiao and smiled slightly, replying, "You go ahead and fight. I'll observe for now." He Hongmiao, feeling a surge of anger at Li Chuming's reluctance to engage, taunted, "Coward. You might as well concede now. I'll challenge Princess Qingyun directly and save some time. Perhaps I'll be toasting at our wedding feast tonight." Zhao Kuai's face exhibited disdain at He Hongmiao's words, privately thinking, "You think you can marry Princess Qingyun? Such a daydream." Li Chuming, unperturbed by He Hongmiao's mockery, handed the unfinished sunflower seeds to Xiao Hong, saying, "Xiao Hong, hold these for me and remember to cheer for me later." He then rose and made his way toward the arena, muttering to himself, "Me? A coward? I merely wish to spare you the embarrassment of a humiliating defeat." At that moment, He Hongmiao was merely a ninth-tier martial artist, hardly worth noting in Li Chuming's eyes. Although Li Chuming had no intention of making an easy display of his skills, He Hongmiao's arrogance was insufferable. As Li Chuming stepped onto the platform, Zhao Lu prepared to exit. Noticing this, Li Chuming remarked, "You Zhao family members reek. It would be wise to leave the stage quickly." Zhao Lu, who had already turned to exit, felt his anger flare upon hearing Li Chuming's words. He spun around, glaring at Li Chuming. He had intended for He Hongmiao to test Li Chuming's strength first, but found himself directly challenged instead. With a cold snort, Zhao Lu thought, "If that is the case, then I shall meet you head on." Zhao Lu turned to He Hongmiao, coldly stating, "He Hongmiao, step aside. I'll first help this young master loosen up." He Hongmiao, infuriated, shouted, "Go. Don't interfere. I'm the one challenging him." Zhao Lu, ignoring further protest, let out a mocking laugh and charged toward He Hongmiao. The two quickly engaged in combat, with Zhao Lu attacking fiercely, his strikes coming like a torrential storm. Though He Hong Miao fought valiantly, he was ultimately outmatched. In merely 3 moves, Zhao Lu struck He Hong Miao's vital points, sending him flying to the ground. Severely injured and rushed off by onlookers. Li Chuming observed the scene with a slight frown, commenting, quite ruthless. Zhao Lu clapped his hands, a smug smile on his face as he turned to Li Chuming, saying, feeling scared now? It's a bit too late for that. With that, he ceased any further pleasantries and strode toward Li Chuming, his aura surging as he revealed his mastery in martial arts. The spectators below held their breath, some sweating and anxiety for Li Chuming. Whispers circulated among the crowd. That young man is in for a rough time. He is too young to face such danger. What a pity, he is rather handsome. Chapter 30. The Contest for Marriage. 5. Beneath the arena, a throng of people surged, their clamor rising and falling like the tide. Xiao Huan stood quietly in a corner of the pavilion, her gaze fixed intently on Li Chuming in the arena. At that moment, Princess Qingyun was absent, leaving Xiao Huan to shoulder the responsibility of observing the unfolding situation. She furrowed her brow slightly, pondering to herself, this Zhao Lu, while not someone I need to take too seriously, presents a valuable opportunity to gauge Li Chuming's true combat prowess. After all, no one yet knows the extent of his abilities. Recalling her first encounter with Li Chuming, where she exerted her utmost, yet failed to breach even his martial artist's defense, Xiao Huan was filled with confusion. Zhao Lu, merely a 9th-grade martial artist, would surely find it an insurmountable challenge to penetrate Li Chuming's martial aura. Xiao Huan murmured softly, her eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Meanwhile, on the platform, Li Chuming stood resolute. This was his first genuine battle, and he felt a twinge of nervousness and trepidation. He was acutely aware of his lack of combat experience, yet suddenly, the military boxing techniques he had learned during university flashed through his mind. Although military boxing itself wielded little power, he was now a practitioner at the 5th level of qi cultivation. The effectiveness of his techniques was uncertain. Gritting his teeth, he decided to experiment with military boxing this time. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. However, his inexperience led him to fall into a passive stance right from the outset. Seizing the moment, Zhao Lu lunged forward, his right fist striking like a bolt of black lightning, accompanied by a roaring wind, aimed directly at Li Chuming's chest. Li Chuming's heart raced, and he sought to evade the blow, but his body and mind were not in harmony, causing his movements to lag. A resounding thud echoed as Zhao Lu's fist made heavy contact with Li Chuming's chest. Xiao Huan's heart sank at the sight, her expression darkening as she gasped internally. Why didn't T Young masterly dodge? The audience, too, was taken aback by the sudden attack. Their collective breath held in stunned silence as they awaited the outcome. Zhao Langfeng had not anticipated that Li Chuming would so recklessly absorb Zhao Lu's assault. Hearing the thunderous impact, a smirk crept onto his lips, filled with a sense of triumph as he mused. This fool overestimates himself. Yet, just as everyone expected Li Chuming to suffer a grievous blow, he suddenly erupted into laughter, looking at Zhao Lu with derision. Zhao Lu, is it? Your strength is pitiful. How dare you flaunt such feeble power before me? Truly, the Zhao family is filled with nothing but disappointments. Zhao Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded his slightly reddened fist, and then Li Chuming, who appeared utterly unscathed. The realization struck him. This man must be a martial artist, undoubtedly protected by a martial aura. Refusing to accept defeat, Zhao Lu was determined to break through Li Chuming's defenses. With a fierce yell, he summoned his energy and charged forward once more, every punch infused with the intent to shatter. However, to Zhao Lu's despair, as soon as his fists made contact with Li Chuming's martial aura, they were repelled by an overwhelming force. He felt a tremendous backlash, sending him spiraling uncontrollably through the air, crashing to the ground with a violent thud, his arm trembling as if it might snap at any moment. Li Chuming gazed down at the fallen Zhao Lu, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The youth of the Zhao family lack martial ethics. I hadn't even had the chance to unleash my techniques before you threw yourself to the ground. What a disgrace. By all accounts, Zhao Lu should have been utterly defeated. Yet, Li Chuming had no intention of letting him off so easily. He strode over to Zhao Lu, deliberately raising his voice. What? You say you're unwilling to concede? You still refuse to admit defeat? Zhao Lu's mind was a whirl, and before he could gather his thoughts, Li Chuming lifted his foot and kicked him once more. Zhao Lu flew through the air like a cannonball, tracing a perfect arc. The audience, witnessing this, scrambled in panic to avoid being struck. Li Chuming looked at the unconscious Zhao Lu and shouted, "Are you ready to concede now? Do you admit defeat?" Shaking his head in disdain, he remarked, "Zhao family members truly possess the stubbornness of a mule." Moments later, several members of the Zhao family rushed to the arena. Lifting Zhao Lu away, they approached Zhao Langfeng, one of them trembling as he spoke. "Second uncle, Zhao Lu seems to be incapacitated, his strength reduced by half." "What?" Zhao Longfeng's face flushed with anger upon hearing this, and he slammed his hand on the table with a resounding crack, shattering the sturdy surface. "This brat is a martial artist, and yet he dares to bully a mere martial practitioner. It infuriates me. Quickly, send someone to incapacitate that boy." Zhao Longfeng's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed. A slightly older man, wielding a long sword, stepped forward resolutely. "Very well, second uncle, leave it to me." With that, he brandished his sword and leaped directly from the pavilion onto the arena. He Sheng, witnessing this, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Hey, the Zhao family is playing dirty." Sending a fourth-grade martial artist into the ring, Kong Xiao chimed in. Zhao Lu seems to be Zhao Longfeng's lackey. Though Yi Sheng and Kong Zhao's words were softly spoken, they landed like a bombshell among the crowd, sparking a wave of discontent. Whispers erupted as the audience expressed their dissatisfaction with the Zhao family's blatant show of strength. Many felt that dispatching such a formidable opponent at once was quite unbecoming. Zhao Langfeng, acutely aware of the murmurs surrounding him, recognized that He Sheng and Kong Xiao were deliberately trying to humiliate the Zhao family. Yet, he maintained a stoic facade, his heart brimming with murderous intent towards Li Chuming. This boy must not be allowed to thrive. His exceptional skills at such a young age, coupled with his obscurity, posed a threat that could not be permitted to flourish. Xiao Wan had been closely monitoring the developments in the arena. Well versed in the capabilities of the younger generation of martial artists, she immediately recognized the man with the sword. His name was Zhao Wuji, a fourth-grade martial artist who had lingered at this level for quite some time. Alarmed, Xiao Wan swiftly turned to a nearby guard, instructing, "Go inform Princess Qingyun that Zhao Wuji has taken the stage." The guard complied, hastily departing. Li Chuming should be able to handle him. Shun Tihi. Chapter 31. The Martial Arts Match for Marriage 6. As Zhao Wuji stepped onto the arena, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Among them, various speculations swirled. "Isn't that Zhao Wuji? I've heard he is the most lethal member of the Zhao family, killing without a second thought," an elderly man exclaimed, his face etched with fear and his voice trembling. "Surely, this young man won't he perish at his hands?" A young warrior furrowed his brow, worry evident in his eyes. "For the sake of beauty, he is willing to risk his life. This young man truly," another lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Li Chuming stood atop the platform, faintly catching wind of these discussions. A chill ran down his spine. The reputation of Zhao Wuji as a merciless killer was evidently well-founded. At that moment, the voice of Fu Ling resonated in his mind. "Master, slay him. His flesh is delectable." Li Chuming harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Zhao family, and Fu Ling's words ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. It appeared imperative to eliminate this threat, but how could he do so openly in the arena? Was he to wait until after today to orchestrate an assassination? As Li Chuming pondered these matters, Zhao Wuji spoke up. "Kid, those who face me in battle often do not leave alive. If you do not retreat, it signifies your acceptance of death. Should I kill you? It shall be by your own consent." His expression remained impassive, his tone icy, as if he were merely stating a mundane fact. "Impudent! The Princess's martial arts contest forbids murder," Xiao Huan shouted from the crowd, unable to contain her indignation. Her brows knitted tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury, as she fixed her gaze upon Zhao Wuji, seemingly attempting to pierce him with her stare. Yet, Zhao Wuji appeared oblivious to her protest, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Li Chuming, awaiting his response. A sense of satisfaction welled within Li Chuming. It seemed he had stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity where killing bore no consequences. No need for covert assassination now. This man was undoubtedly a fortuitous ally, alleviating a significant burden from his shoulders. Li Chuming regarded Zhao Wuji, confirming, "So, you mean to say that killing bears no repercussions?" "Precisely," Zhao Wuji replied coldly. Li Chuming turned to Xiao Huan, conveying reassurance through his gaze, before addressing the crowd below. "Esteemed heroes, the Zhao family is untrustworthy. I implore you to bear witness. Should I perish here today, let it be known that Princess Qingyun must not seek vengeance on my behalf. Conversely, if he dies, the Zhao family must not retaliate against me. Fear not, for the martial practitioners of Kaitai City are well aware of this matter. Should they act otherwise, they shall be forever branded as dishonorable." A familiar voice interjected from the crowd. Li Chuming's eyes brightened, recognizing the speaker as a frequent vendor of spirit beast blood. He had anticipated this individual would step forth in support. Others quickly joined in, affirming, "Rest assured, we shall bear witness." "Indeed, we shall be your witnesses." The atmosphere below became chaotic, voices intertwining in a tumult of opinions. Zhao Wuji, growing impatient, frowned and declared, "Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he unsheathed his sword, its blade glinting ominously as it radiated an aura of lethal intent. Li Chuming, unfamiliar with spirit weapons, felt a wave of trepidation and hastily sought guidance from Fu Ling. The sword wielded by this young man merely grazes the threshold of spirit weapons, inferior even to low-grade ones. Given his capabilities, he cannot breach your supreme Dao scripture. Fu Ling's voice echoed in his mind, dispelling Li Chuming's apprehension. Taking a deep breath, Li Chuming assumed a horse stance, preparing to execute the basic posture of military boxing. Observing this, Zhao Wuji smirked derisively. "No weapon? What an arrogant fool." To him, Li Chuming's stance seemed a foolhardy overestimation of his own abilities. In an instant, Zhao Wuji darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, his sword slicing through the air with blinding speed, closing in on Li Chuming in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he aimed a lethal thrust at Li Chuming's neck, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Anticipating the attack, Li Chuming had rehearsed the moves of military boxing in his mind countless times. Just as Zhao Wuji's sword was about to pierce him, Li Chuming swiftly countered with a side punch. This strike not only deftly evaded Zhao Wuji's blade but also launched an offensive of his own. Zhao Wuji dismissed Li Chuming's fist entirely. With a huff, he twisted his wrist, preparing to sweep his sword. However, before his blade could reach Li Chuming, it was met with the force of Li Chuming's punch. A resounding crash echoed as Li Chuming's fist landed squarely on Zhao Wuji's forehead. Zhao Wuji had believed his sweeping attack would be sufficient to eliminate Li Chuming, even willing to trade his own injury for victory. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that Li Chuming, at the critical moment, had channeled his spiritual energy, blocking the incoming sword with his left arm. The blade, sharp as it was, posed no threat to him. Zhao Wuji staggered, reeling from the blow to his head, feeling as though his skull might shatter. His sword clattered to the ground as he cradled his head, swaying unsteadily on the platform. Is military boxing truly this formidable? Li Chuming pondered, astonished that Zhao Wuji had neglected all defense. He had not anticipated that a single technique from military boxing would leave Zhao Wuji in such a precarious state. In truth, it was not the prowess of military boxing that was so extraordinary, but rather the elevated level of Li Chuming's cultivation, which far surpassed that of Zhao Wuji. The sheer force behind Li Chuming's casual strike was beyond Zhao Wuji's capacity to withstand. Seizing the moment of Zhao Wuji's disarray, Li Chuming acted without hesitation. With determination gleaming in his eyes, he unleashed a penetrating throat kick from military boxing. In a flash, he struck fiercely at Zhao Wuji's groin while simultaneously aiming for his throat. Zhao Wuji, devoid of any means to resist, crashed heavily to the ground, rendered motionless. Zhao Langfeng, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Despicable!" Zhao Hu leapt to his feet, shouting, "Zhao Wuji, rise!" Zhao Ku, shaking his head, remarked, "That fool Zhao Wuji may well be finished." To underestimate his opponent so gravely, who else but him would meet such a fate? Upon hearing Zhao Ku's words, Zhao Langfeng immediately dispatched someone to assess the situation. Chapter 32. The Martial Arts Contest for Marriage. 7. Kong Xiao of the Kong family. Observing the effortless defeat of Zhao Wuji by Li Chuming, wore a grave expression as he swiftly approached He Sheng of the He family. His brow furrowed, and his gaze remained fixed on Li Chuming on the arena. He inquired, "This young man has slain Zhao Wuji with such ease. Do you know him?" He Sheng could only shake his head in resignation, his face etched with confusion. Zhao Wuji was a fourth-grade martial artist. Even Princess Qingyun might struggle to emerge victorious against him, yet Li Chuming had triumphed so effortlessly. "Do you believe your young master can defeat him?" He Sheng gestured towards a young fifth-grade martial artist from the Kong family. Kong Xiao followed He Sheng's finger and frowned slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Although Zhao Wuji may have underestimated his opponent, he is not someone an ordinary fifth-grade martial artist can contend with." He Sheng's eyes widened in surprise as he pressed further. "Does this young man possess the strength of a sixth-grade martial artist?" Kong Xiao nodded with conviction. "Indeed, he does." Their discussion fell into silence, both engulfed in profound contemplation. They understood that the foremost prodigy of the Sword Dynasty was likely no longer Princess Qingyun, but rather this unfamiliar young man, who appeared to be scarcely 20. Undoubtedly, he was a genius among geniuses. Yet, neither of them was acquainted with Li Chuming's name, let alone his background. They had considered the renowned families of the Sword Dynasty, of which they were well aware, but none bore the name Li. Their speculation ceased, and they both abandoned their thoughts. At that moment, both men felt a burgeoning admiration for Li Chuming's talent. Kong Xiao spoke first. "The Kong family shall withdraw from this martial arts contest for marriage. Farewell." With that, he turned and departed. As soon as Kong Xiao left, He Sheng immediately instructed a nearby disciple of the Kong family, "You must investigate that young man thoroughly." Simultaneously, He Sheng silently commanded himself, "Go, covertly gather information about that young man." Meanwhile, a disciple from the Zhao family approached to examine Zhao Wuji's lifeless body. Moments later, a voice echoed across the square, "Uncle, he is dead." This revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, igniting a tumult of astonishment. "Young Master Li is formidable," Xiao Huan exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, immediately dispatching a guard to inform Princess Qingyun of this news. The audience below erupted in a cacophony of speculation. Is Zhao Wuji truly dead? How could he have fallen so swiftly? Is this young man from our Kaitai city? Why have we never heard of him? Various voices rose and fell in a chorus of disbelief. Zhao Langfeng stood at the edge of the arena, his countenance darkened with fury. The death of Zhao Wuji was akin to the loss of a sharp sword for the Zhao family. Such a setback would surely draw the ire of the family head. He turned to Zhao Kuai and bellowed, "Zhao Kuai, go up there. Do not underestimate him. Eliminate him at once." Zhao Kuai's gaze was icy as he regarded Li Chuming on the arena, responding, "Father, do not worry. I will assuredly kill him." Zhao Hu scoffed inwardly. "My uncle is truly incompetent. That young man clearly possesses the qualities of a master. This is an immense fortune, far beyond anything Zhao Wuji could compare to. Such ignorance is a waste of youth." Despite his thoughts, he refrained from intervening. eager to witness who would prevail, Zhao Kuai or Li Chuming. He was more inclined to see Zhao Kuai perish sooner rather than later. Zhao Kuai's progress had been remarkably swift at his age. His prowess was among the finest in the Sword Dynasty. He even harbored a slight chance of breaking through to the master level. However, this prospect was not favorable for Zhao Hu, for should Zhao Kuai attain mastery, he would likely ascend to become the next head of the Zhao family. With Zhao long gone, the position of family head could very well fall to him. Naturally, Zhao Hu's thoughts remained concealed from Zhao Langfeng and the others. Zhao Kuai did not rush to leap onto the arena as others had. Instead, he approached deliberately, step by step, drawing closer to Li Chuming. Zhao Kuai's reputation was well known throughout the Sword Dynasty. Is it truly him? He is already a general and has come here. The crowd murmured, recalling his moniker as the Human Butcher, a title more fearsome than that of Zhao Wuji. While Zhao Wuji had slain numerous martial artists, Zhao Kuai had taken the lives of countless commoners. The allure of Princess Qing Yun was undeniably potent. The murmurs from the audience reached Li Chuming's ears, granting him a clearer understanding of Zhao Kuai for the first time. Xiao Huan, growing anxious, urged her guard, quickly informed Princess Qing Yun that Zhao Kuai is about to strike. He Xing, overhearing the words of the Kong family disciple, thought to himself, we must find a way to ensure Li Chuming's survival. Kong Xiao had already concluded that Li Chuming was doomed against Zhao Kuai, and not wishing for such talent to perish, he relayed a message to He Xing, who harbored the same sentiment. Zhao Kuai advanced steadily, unhurriedly, which only served to amplify the audience's trepidation. Li Chuming regarded Zhao Kuai from a distance, his instincts on high alert. At that moment, the voice of the spirit within him echoed in his mind. Master, this fellow possesses superior flesh. Should we acquire it? I could disperse another layer of fog in the hall. A surge of murderous intent ignited within Li Chuming as he contemplated. Indeed, he is doomed. Zhao Kuai dares to covet Princess Qing Yun. Such an affront cannot be forgiven. Zhao Kuai finally ascended the arena, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixating on Li Chuming. He spoke slowly. Young man, you are indeed a genius, perhaps the foremost talent in the Sword Dynasty. Yet, you, a nameless individual, are about to meet your demise. How unfortunate. Li Chuming regarded Zhao Kuai with feigned surprise, inquiring, are you also here to verbally agree to a life-and-death match? Internally, he felt elated. Though he could not fathom why the spirit favored the flesh of Zhao family members, he would not reject such a fortuitous opportunity. Zhao Kuai scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain, replying, of course, life and death are dictated by fate. No sooner had he spoken than a graceful figure streaked across the arena like a meteor. Princess Qing Yun, light as a feather, leaped onto the stage, clad in snow-white garments. She resembled a celestial being, captivating all who beheld her. In a state of urgent concern, Princess Qing Yun approached Li Chuming, her gaze filled with tenderness as she softly asked, do you feel confident? Li Chuming looked at her, his lips curling into a confident smile as he reassured, do not worry, I will not let you down. Their eyes locked, a subtle thread of affection seemed to weave between them, yet this scene pierced Zhao Kuai's heart like a dagger. A blaze of fury ignited within him, nearly consuming his reason. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he silently cursed, this brat dares to be so familiar with Princess Qing Yun in my presence. I shall ensure he finds no rest in death today. Princess Qing Yun turned to face Zhao Kuai, her eyes instantly freezing to ice. She pronounced each word with chilling authority. If he is harmed, I will hold you accountable for your life. Though her tone was gentle, it carried an undeniable weight of command. Chapter 33. The Contest for Marriage. 8. The casual turn of Princess Qing Yun, her graceful descent from the stage, pierced Zhao Kuai's heart like a razor-sharp dagger, propelling him to the brink of madness. Turmoil surged within him as memories flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern, his relentless pursuit of Princess Qing Yun. The array of precious gifts he offered, the sweet words he uttered, cradling her in his hands as if she were the most cherished treasure in the world. Yet, in this crucial moment of life and death, she gazed tenderly at her opponent before him, showering him with affection and without a hint of remorse. Threatened Zhao Kuai's life for that man. In an instant, Zhao Kuai's love transformed into an inferno of rage, consuming his reason and shattering his emotional defenses. Do you not perceive my profound affection for you? He screamed within, though his despair echoed unheard. His eyes widened to an alarming degree, bloodshot and fierce, as if they might ignite flames at any moment. The raging fury had utterly engulfed him, stripping away his usual calm and composure. Li Chuming, perceptive to Zhao Kuai's emotional unraveling, found secret amusement in his weakness. This Zhao Kuai has such limited endurance. How could he not withstand this? While he maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, a subtle mockery flickered in his gaze. Once Princess Qing Yun departed, Zhao Kuai could no longer contain the murderous intent within him and lunged at Li Chuming with unbridled eagerness. He wielded no weapon, yet his clenched fist radiated a chilling menace, more fearsome than the sword held by Zhao Wuji. Li Chuming, confronted with the ferocious onslaught of Zhao Kuai, remained unperturbed, his mind devoid of chaos. The absence of any warning from the estate's spirit indicated that Zhao Kuai's strength was still within his control. In a heartbeat, The two launched at each other like twin bolts of lightning, engaging fiercely. Their fists collided with resounding force, producing deep, reverberating sounds. Each impact seemed to unleash an invisible force that distorted the surrounding air. Zhao Kuai was engulfed in shock and disbelief. How could it be that his strength was matched? This was inconceivable. In his mind, he was exceptionally gifted and had trained for a full decade more than Li Chuming. Thus, he should have easily overwhelmed him. Yet, their battle was evenly contested, striking a devastating blow to his pride and confidence. Conversely, Li Chuming harbored a different sentiment. This fellow possesses decent skill. He won't fall easily. He makes for a delightful sparring partner. He unleashed military boxing techniques, his movements fluid and graceful, seemingly simple, yet imbued with countless intricacies. The military boxing style seamlessly integrated offense and defense, attacking with the ferocity of a descending tiger and defending with the steadiness of a towering mountain. The rhythm of their exchanges allowed him to deftly counter Zhao Kuai's every strike. As they exchanged blows, the intensity of their combat escalated, rapidly reaching a fevered pitch. Zhao Kuai's punches brimmed with lethal intent, each one propelled by an unstoppable momentum, as if he sought to obliterate everything in his path. His fists tore through the air, accompanied by a fierce wind, epitomizing the valor and fearlessness of the battlefield. This fighting style was indeed honed in the crucible of life and death struggles, exuding deadly lethality. In contrast, Li Chuming's military boxing, though lacking the same ferocity, excelled in adaptability. His form shifted like a specter, rendering Zhao Kuai's assaults perpetually ineffective. He consistently seized opportunities to counterattack, each strike impeccably timed, leaving Zhao Kuai defenseless. The audience below was captivated by this spectacular confrontation, their eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. Their emotions swayed with the ebb and flow of the duel, erupting in exclamations of awe. Is this young man truly from Kaidai City? How remarkable! Truly impressive. This is a genuine genius. Go, brotherly. One voice initiated the cheers, and soon, a chorus of encouragement surged forth, echoing like a tidal wave across the square. Princess Qingyun, seated in the upper tier, fixed her gaze intently on Li Chuming, her eyes brimming with concern and tension. Beside her, Xiao Huan excitedly pointed at the arena, exclaiming, "Princess, look! Young Master Li is holding his own against Zhao Kuai." Her face radiated joy, assuring the princess of her companion's prowess. Xiao Huan could scarcely tear her eyes from the stage, occasionally gasping in admiration. That last punch from young Master Li was magnificent. The icy demeanor that usually characterized her had vanished, replaced by a visage of delight and reverence. Zhao Kuai grew increasingly alarmed as he grappled with the bewildering reality. Despite his decade of additional training, he could not gain the upper hand. Regardless of how he adjusted his techniques or exerted his strength, Li Chuming effortlessly countered and neutralized each of his attacks. This gave rise to a disorienting sense that victory was within his grasp, yet perpetually eluding him, as waves of frustration threatened to overwhelm him. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate move. Zhao Kuai steeled himself, contemplating his next course of action. He abruptly distanced himself from Li Chuming, grounding his feet firmly like an ancient pine rooted in the earth. With his eyes tightly shut, he summoned a torrent of spiritual energy, conjuring a colossal vortex of power around him. Suddenly he bellowed, "Annihilation Fist." With this cry, a massive fist, forged from dense spiritual energy, materialized before Li Chuming. The fist emanated an overwhelming pressure, causing the surrounding air to crackle ominously, as if the very fabric of space would tear under its might. The enormous fist surged toward Li Chuming with cataclysmic intent. Seeing this, Li Chuming's heart raced. There was no time for hesitation. His arms moved with lightning speed, unleashing a barrage of punches. Each strike was infused with the pulsating energy within him, colliding with the gigantic fist. Under the relentless assault of Li Chuming's rapid and concentrated punches, the colossal fist of spiritual energy began to dissipate, transforming into shimmering motes of light that scattered into the air. How is this possible? That is a martial technique. Zhao Kuai's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. In the Kingdom of Swords, few martial artists at the realm of martial master possessed martial techniques. Those who wielded such skills were akin to a dimensional assault against those who lacked them, utterly overpowering in their might. What on earth was happening? Chapter 34. The Martial Arts Contest for Marriage. 9. Martial arts were Zhao Kuai's greatest asset, yet the outcome was beyond his comprehension. Little did he realize that Li Chuming had not exerted his full strength, viewing this battle merely as a rare opportunity for honing his skills. Martial arts? Princess Qingyun's heart tightened at the sight of the fist formed from condensed spiritual energy, and she involuntarily exclaimed. Although her voice was not loud, it reached the ears of the members of the three influential families. The Zhao family actually possessed martial arts. Upon hearing the princess's words, He Sheng felt a wave of unease wash over him. His brow furrowed, and a flicker of worry crossed his gaze. Kong Xiao also fixed his eyes intently on the Zhao family's direction, as if attempting to unveil their hidden secrets. Zhao Langfeng could no longer remain seated. He stood, vigilantly monitoring the battle's progression. Zhao Kuai found himself at a disadvantage, and he could not permit his defeat, even if it meant resorting to underhanded tactics. At this moment on the stage, who are you? Zhao Kuai's emotions spiraled out of control as he bellowed at Li Chuming. I am who I am. Who else could I be? Li Chuming's gaze burned with intensity, locking onto Zhao Kuai, his voice firm and resolute. He had no intention of granting Zhao Kuai even a moment's respite. With that, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of black lightning, his right arm raised high, launching another punch toward Zhao Kuai. To Li Chuming, Zhao Kuai was the perfect sparring partner, and sparring partners must possess the awareness to engage without unnecessary dialogue. Zhao Kuai, overwhelmed by Li Chuming's relentless assault, silently lamented his predicament. Although the thought of conceding crossed his mind, the notion of surrendering as a renowned general of the Sword Dynasty was intolerable. To admit defeat would undoubtedly tarnish the status and reputation he had fought so hard to establish on the battlefield. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to fight back. Throughout the continued skirmish, Li Chuming's proficiency in military boxing flourished. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the bout stretching on for a full hour. The atmosphere surrounding the arena was taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, as the audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the two combatants, fearful of missing any exhilarating moment. Yet, the stalemate persisted, neither side yielding an inch. It is time, Li Chuming mused internally. After an hour of intense conflict, he sensed that his mastery of military boxing had ascended to new heights. Continuing in this manner with Zhao Kuai was merely a waste of time. With this thought, Li Chuming's aura surged dramatically, his internal spiritual energy swelling like a tidal wave, significantly enhancing both his speed and strength. Zhao Kuai, as the immediate opponent, was the first to perceive this change. How could this be? His mind barely registered the thought when Li Chuming's figure, akin to a specter, closed in on him. Before he could react, two fists and a kick surged toward him with blinding speed. Zhao Kuai was unable to evade and could only brace himself. The strikes landed solidly, sending his internal energy into turmoil, as if his very organs were shifting, causing him immense discomfort. He yearned to retaliate, yet the injuries he sustained hindered his internal energies flow, severely diminishing his strength. Observing Zhao Kuai's current state of disarray, Li Chuming recalled the life and death pact they had made earlier. If that is the case, then you shall perish. Resolute, he raised his right fist, channeling all his power, and struck directly at Zhao Kuai's heart. Meanwhile, Zhao Langfeng had been closely monitoring the arena's developments. Upon witnessing Li Chuming's sudden surge in power, he internally cursed his misfortune. Anxious, he took a swift step forward, darting toward the stage like a shadow. However, he was a moment too late. Just as he was about to reach the platform, Li Chuming's fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck Zhao Kuai's heart. Zhao Kuai's protective spiritual energy failed to provide any defense against this overwhelming power. The immense impact penetrated his heart, resulting in a deafening, muffled explosion as Zhao Kuai's heart shattered. His body collapsed like a severed branch, lifeless and still. My son, you shall die? Zhao Longfeng's eyes widened in horror, bloodshot and filled with rage as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. He charged recklessly toward Li Chuming, his right palm raised high, fueled by unrestrained fury. The sudden turn of events caught Li Chuming off guard. Yet, at that critical moment, Kong Xiao and He Xing, having already noted Zhao Longfeng's intentions, swiftly appeared by Li Chuming's side. They exchanged a glance, their thoughts aligned, and simultaneously channeled their internal energy to intercept Zhao Longfeng's wrathful strike. A resounding crash echoed as the three forces collided, generating a powerful gust that stirred the surrounding dust. You, step aside. I seek vengeance for my son. Zhao Langfeng snarled, his face contorted with rage as he directed his fury at Kong Xiao and He Xing. Kong Xiao furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he replied, "This is the princess's contest for marriage, and the life and death pact was witnessed by all. Zhao Langfeng, you must not disrupt the proceedings." He Xing chimed in, "We understand your anguish as a father, but it is best to refrain from further conflict. The royal family will not tolerate such chaos. And what if I insist on taking action?" Zhao Langfeng, consumed by grief, had lost all rationality, disregarding the consequences of his actions. Suddenly, a powerful, aged laughter erupted, reverberating like thunder above their heads. In an instant, a flying sword streaked across the sky, carrying an elder above the crowd. The sight caused everyone's pupils to constrict, their minds echoing only two words, Grandmaster. Princess Qing Yun, who had been filled with anxiety, felt her tension dissipate upon hearing that familiar laughter. She slowly rose, tilting her head towards the figure suspended in the air. Her eyes filled with admiration as she softly uttered, "Grandfather, Qing Yun has missed you dearly." Zhao Longfeng's arrogance swiftly extinguished upon laying eyes on the elder. He bowed his head respectfully, stating, "I pay my respects to the Grandmaster." Kong Xiao and He Xing also hurriedly offered their respects. As the elder hovered above, the reality of the moment washed over them. "I have finally encountered the Grandmaster. Kneel, pay homage to the Grandmaster." The crowd erupted into chaos. As one person led the way, all followed suit, hastily kneeling, holding their breath and daring not to gaze directly at the exalted figure. The elder surveyed the tumultuous scene on the stage, noting that the uproar had subsided, and refrained from elaborating further, swiftly disappearing on his flying sword. Instead, a resonant voice echoed through the air. Qingyun, bring that young man to meet me. Chapter 35. The stubborn emperor at the venue of the martial arts competition for marriage. The arrival of the esteemed grandfather of Princess Qingyun gradually quelled the surrounding commotion. Li Chuming, a formidable force emerging from obscurity, unambiguously claimed victory in the contest. The graceful Princess Qingyun stepped lightly onto the arena, her exquisite visage adorned with a hint of tranquility. Her gaze swept across the crowd below, deliberately disregarding the members of the three prominent families. With her ruby lips parting, she spoke in a melodious tone. I am no match for Master Li. He has won this competition. At her proclamation, the crowd erupted into a deafening cheer, the sound soaring towards the heavens and reverberating throughout the plaza. The faces of numerous martial artists displayed a mixture of excitement and exhilaration, celebrating the thrilling conclusion of the contest. Others expressed their lament, perhaps once nurturing dreams of winning the heart of the beautiful princess, only to face an unexpected outcome. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyun Princess glided gracefully to Li Chuming's side, extending her delicate hand to gently grasp his arm. Before the watchful eyes of the assembly, the two appeared as a perfect pair, making their way toward the city lord's residence. Their figures, illuminated by the sunlight, exuded an aura of harmony and beauty. Standing below, Zhao Langfeng gazed upon the lifeless body of his son, Zhao Kuai, with eyes filled with sorrow and fury. His lips trembled as he managed to utter a few words. Quick, take my son away. Having spoken, he seemed devoid of the strength to look at his son again. Turning away with faltering steps, his silhouette steeped in desolation. The other members of the Zhao family hurriedly approached, cautiously lifting Zhao Kuai's corpse and hastily departing from the arena. Kong Xiao watched Li Chuming's retreating figure and couldn't help but exclaim, that young man is truly remarkable. He Sheng nodded slightly beside him, a touch of regret gracing his features. What a pity. I had intended to invite him into the He family, but now that the master has arrived, our opportunity is lost. As the members of the three prominent families departed, the crowd in the plaza dispersed like a receding tide. The once bustling square fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the vacant arena, which seemed to whisper of the thrilling battle that had just transpired. Within the city lord's residence, the courtyard was deep and shaded by lush trees. Princess Qingyun walked alongside Li Chuming, casting a sideways glance at him, her eyes reflecting concern and earnestness. When you meet my grandfather later, please show him respect. Do not repeat your earlier behavior. She presumed that Li Chuming's earlier conduct, in the presence of a master, was merely excusable due to his inexperience. Li Chuming nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The princess then inquired softly, you killed 2 men today. Do you not feel the weight of that on your conscience? Taken aback by her question, Li Chuming realized that it was indeed his first experience with taking a life. Yet, to him, the sensation bore a resemblance to slaughtering pigs, a task he had assisted with during his high school days. With this thought in mind, he gently shook his head. As they conversed, they unwittingly arrived at the main hall. The interior was lavishly adorned, radiating opulence. The elderly man, who had just been soaring through the skies on his sword, now reclined comfortably in a chair, 2 maidens attending to him, one gently fanning him, while the other carefully offered him fruit. The old man, eyes closed, wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Upon noticing him, Princess Qingyun rushed forward and softly called out, grandfather. She gestured for the maidens to withdraw and took it upon herself to pour tea for the elder. The old man remained with his eyes shut, muttering, you little girl. If it weren't for me seeking you out, you wouldn't even bother to visit your grandfather. How dare the Zhao family employ such nefarious tactics against you? Tell me, and I shall make their disappearance a simple task. Now, this has become common knowledge, and they dare to host a martial arts competition. Utter nonsense. As she poured tea, Qingyun replied gently, you speak true, but I am concerned about the stability of the Sword Dynasty. That is why. The old man scoffed. Still with his eyes closed, Zhao Long deserves his fate. If he is dead, then so be it. You understand well what the Zhao family is after. If I hadn't come, you would have jumped into the fire pit. In a playful tone, Qingyun responded, grandfather, I have always been fortunate, and with you backing me, I have nothing to fear. The old man retorted gruffly, if I hadn't emerged from seclusion early, perhaps I wouldn't even get to see you. You call that luck? With a smile, Qingyun said, isn't that precisely good fortune? Hence, grandfather could emerge from seclusion sooner. The old man jokingly scolded, am I now to bask in your glow? Their banter continued, seemingly oblivious to Li Chuming standing beside them. It was only when Qingyun suddenly recalled something that she interjected. Grandfather, this is Li Chuming, hailing from the most powerful dynasty of the Wanhua continent. Upon hearing this, the old man's interest piqued, his previously closed eyes shot open, and he sat upright, casting an assessing gaze upon Li Chuming, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. I see, this makes perfect sense. Curiosity danced in Princess Qingyun's eyes as she regarded her grandfather. The old man elaborated, this young man is merely a 5th-rank martial artist. Yet he could toy with Zhao Kuai for an entire hour. I suspected he was concealing his true strength. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable? Now I understand. His martial technique is powerful enough for him to combat those of higher rank. Turning to Li Chuming, he inquired, "Young man, how much spiritual energy did you expend during your recent battle?" Li Chuming, composed and unassuming, replied, "About 50%. The old man sprang to his feet, astonished. "Does that mean you can contend with an 8th rank martial artist?" Li Chuming shook his head, stating, "My training period has been too brief. I have yet to witness an 8th rank martial artist in action." Upon hearing this, the old man furrowed his brow, deep in thought, before slowly resuming his seat. Princess Qingyun, sensing the mood, began to introduce Li Chuming to her grandfather in detail. Having lived a long life and encountered countless individuals, the old man could easily discern the princess's intentions. With a soft sigh, he declared, "I approve of your relationship, but do not expect me to persuade your father." While Li Chuming was undoubtedly a genius and exceptional, the old man was eager to observe how he might influence the obstinate emperor to change his mind. After all, he himself was incapable of doing so. Princess Qingyun furrowed her brow at the thought of her stern father, who prioritized the sword dynasty above all else. Sinking into deep contemplation, perhaps, if Li Chuming were to attain mastery, her father might indeed reconsider. Only she knew of Li Chuming's rapid progress. Achieving mastery could be within a year's time. Gradually, her frown began to ease. Chapter 36, a prophet of 300 tales. Li Chuming stood within the Lord's residence. Yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. He had little inclination to continue idle chatter with Princess Qingyun. The longer he lingered, the more uncertain the fate of the two bodies from the Zhao family would become. In his heart, he recognized them as invaluable assets capable of aiding the restoration of the, greatly benefiting his future. Casting a discreet glance around to ensure no one was watching, Li Chuming quietly approached Princess Qingyun and lowered his voice, saying, "Your Highness, I have an urgent matter to attend to and must take my leave for a while." Upon hearing this, the princess's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gently nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "Very well, you may go." Her tender tone was filled with understanding and trust. Li Chuming strode out of the Lord's residence, and as he stepped outside, he was met by Wang Shu, whose face radiated with delight. Wang Shu's eyes squinted with joy as he clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Brotherly, you have truly soared to great heights." Remarkable. Wang Shu was well aware of Li Chuming's background, from their initial encounter when Li Chuming was merely a commoner. He had now attained the strength to slay an 8th-grade martial artist. This remarkable ascent was nothing short of miraculous. In Wang Shu's eyes, no genius from the Sword Dynasty could compare to Li Chuming. To Wang Shu, the essence of opportunity lay not in the business dealings with Li Chuming, but in the power that Li Chuming himself possessed, a sentiment shared by the entirety of the Wang family. Li Chuming, momentarily taken aback, politely inquired, "Brother Wang, what brings you here?" With an amused chuckle, Wang Shu explained, "Brotherly, your reputation has spread like wildfire throughout Kaitai City. Everyone is abuzz with discussions about you. A mere stroll through the streets, and you can hear whispers of your exploits. Once I learned you were at the Lord's residence, I eagerly awaited your arrival." Li Chuming nodded in realization. Wang Shu continued, his excitement palpable, "Ever since you provided us with the fine rice, those with wealth and influence in Kaitai City have flocked to my Wang family. The next shipment of fine rice won't arrive for another fortnight. So we decided to release only 600 jin per day. It's extraordinary. Each day, people gather at our doorstep, bidding against one another. Just yesterday, we sold 200 taels, and today, it has surged to over 300. The Wang family has struck gold." He gestured animatedly, his enthusiasm infectious. "Almost every time someone purchases the entire 600 jin. For martial artists, consuming 10 jin a day is as effortless as drinking water. 600 jin amounts to merely 2 months' supply. For them, the cost is inconsequential." Calculating in his mind, Li Chuming realized that at the market price of 100 won per jin, 600 jin would equate to 60 taels, yet the Wang family was selling it for 200 taels, yielding a profit several times over. He mused silently, "Surely, this is not a loss." Wang Shu, sensing Li Chuming's thoughts, hastily added, "Brotherly, I sought you out to discuss our share of the profits. With such substantial earnings, it feels wrong to keep it all. I wish to negotiate a fair division." Li Chuming replied, "I believe our previous arrangement was quite satisfactory." Wang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "That won't do. If other families learned of our frugality, it would tarnish our reputation. We must establish a new agreement." Without waiting for Li Chuming to respond, Wang Shu produced a ledger he had prepared in advance and handed it to Li Chuming, explaining, "The fine rice sold yesterday and today cost us 60 taels, yielding a total profit of 500 taels. The credit largely belongs to you, brotherly. So we propose a 60-40 split. You would receive 300 taels, and our family would take 200. How does that sound?" After contemplating for a moment, Li Chuming deemed the division reasonable and agreed, "If that is the case, it seems fair." Upon hearing his affirmation, Wang Shu's face lit up with joy as he retrieved a package containing the silver earned over the past 2 days and presented it to Li Chuming. Li Chuming accepted it with composure, inwardly pleased by the Wang family's promptness in their dealings. Little did he know, Had his fine rice been offered to any other family in Kaitai City, they would have treated him as an esteemed guest. If the Wang family were to act ungratefully, Li Chuming could easily seek a new distributor, leaving the Wang family with no chance of redemption. Noticing Li Chuming's hurried demeanor, Wang Shu inquired with concern. You seem a bit anxious, brotherly. Is there anything I can assist you with? Li Chuming had intended to investigate the Zhao family's movements himself, but Wang Shu's offer presented an opportunity to save him considerable effort. With a thoughtful glance, he replied, I killed members of the Zhao family. They surely will not let this pass quietly. I wish to learn of their movements. Wang Shu patted his chest in assurance. Leave this minor matter to me. I will gather the information for you without fail. With that, Wang Shu hurried away, as if reluctant to waste a moment. Not far along, Li Chuming heard an urgent call from behind. Young Master Li. Young Master Li. Turning to see Xiao Huan, hastening towards him with small steps. Li Chuming watched as she approached, slightly out of breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. A hint of guilt adorned her face as she softly spoke. Young Master Li. I apologize. Li Chuming, taken aback by her sudden apology, regarded her with confusion, unable to comprehend why she would express remorse. Xiao Huan bit her lip. Recalling her previous dismissive attitude towards Li Chuming, her heart heavy with regret. At that time, she believed Li Chuming to be insignificant, unworthy of the esteemed Princess Qingyun. Yet now, having witnessed his formidable prowess during the martial arts competition, she realized the folly of her previous judgments. Summoning her courage, she confessed, Young Master Li. I once held a low opinion of you, thinking you unworthy of my lady princess. However, after today's events, I see my error. Please forgive me. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, unable to meet Li Chuming's eyes. Understanding her intention, Li Chuming recognized that Xiao Huan was apologizing for her previous prejudice. He felt no anger. After all, he had once been a nameless individual in the eyes of many. And her thoughts were not entirely unfounded. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, Miss Xiao Huan, there is no need for concern. The past is behind us. I harbor no ill will. Xiao Huan, taken aback by his response, felt a wave of surprise and gratitude wash over her. She raised her gaze. Her eyes filled with admiration, and boldly locked her eyes with Li Chuming's. Young Master Li, your magnanimity is commendable. I often speak ill of you in front of the princess, but you know well that her marriage to you is merely a matter of time. I was foolishly worried. As she spoke, a flicker of self-reproach crossed her expression. Today, witnessing your strength, I feel truly ashamed. Li Chuming waved his hand gently, responding with warmth. I have already forgiven you. With that, he turned gracefully and departed, leaving Xiao Huan gazing after him in a daze, lost in thought. Chapter 37. The daily ritual of grave robbing. Li Chuming, burdened with unspoken thoughts, found his feet unconsciously leading him toward the bustling marketplace of Kaitai City. The streets were alive with throngs of people, the noise a cacophony akin to crashing waves. The shouts of vendors mingled with the sounds of haggling, creating a vibrant tapestry of urban life. As he wove through the crowd, intending to sort through his own musings, he was suddenly captivated by the conversations of those around him. Hey, did you know that Lord Li is a regular at our shop? He often pays us a visit. Back then, I was so ignorant that I had no idea of Lord Li's extraordinary abilities. Had I known sooner, I would have gladly served him with utmost dedication. Alas, I missed a tremendous opportunity, lamented a shopkeeper, wiping down his counter while engaging in idle chatter. Nearby, an elderly man shook his head vigorously, addressing the gathering crowd with grandiloquence. Lord Li, even before masters, does not need to bow. In my opinion, his true prowess is indeed at the master level. On ordinary days, he merely indulges in the frivolities of life, concealing his true strength. Who would have imagined that upon seeing Princess Qingyun, he would be moved by mortal emotions, thus stepping onto the arena? Look at him, so dashing, and the princess reciprocates his affections. It truly incites envy in the heart. Rumors in the marketplace spread like wildfire, growing ever more absurd. Li Chuming felt no fear of Zhao Langfeng if he dared to act recklessly. Lord Li could easily ensure his demise without a trace. After all, Li Chuming was a master and would certainly not spare the Zhao family. They were in for a dire fate. It was said that the Zhao family was plotting to assassinate Lord Li, but upon learning of his true identity, they fled in terror. Listening to these ludicrous tales, Li Chuming could only feel a sense of helplessness. He stood right before them, yet they failed to recognize him, instead spinning tales of grandeur. With a wry smile, he shook his head and turned towards home. Upon entering, Xiaohong and Shilu rushed toward him like jubilant birds. Their faces were alight with excitement, their eyes sparkling as they chattered incessantly. Young master, you are so handsome. Young master, are you really a master? Young master, do you truly intend to wipe out the Zhao family? Young master, has Princess Qingyun long harbored feelings for you? Young master, does Princess Qingyun already carry your child? Overwhelmed by their barrage of questions, Li Chuming could only chuckle helplessly. He had no desire to explain, waving his hand dismissively. All right. One of you go brew some tea, and the other, give me a leg massage. Regardless of their further inquiries, he merely shook his head. At that moment, His mind was occupied with how to acquire the two corpses from the Zhao family. In his eyes, they were rare treasures. He had expected to wait a long while. But unexpectedly, Wang Shu arrived at his door shortly after. Wang Shu, looking flustered, entered and announced, "Brotherly, the Zhao family has left the city. However, Zhao Kuai has died, and unable to travel swiftly, but can only proceed on foot. It will likely take them over 10 days to reach the holy city." Li Chuming raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Wang Shu pondered for a moment and continued, "Zhao Langfeng, devastated by the loss of his son, has summoned a grand funeral procession. Leading the way are several burly men clad in mourning garments, bearing soul-calling banners, moving with a heavy, slow gait. Behind them follows an innumerable throng of servants, all dressed in white, their faces marred by grief. Zhao Kuai's coffin, painted black and adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, is held aloft by 8 strong men. As the procession passes, joss paper flutters in the air, and the wails of mourning resonate, creating a scene that could chill the heart. Li Chuming inquired further, "And what of the deceased Zhao Lu?" Wang Shu paused, taken aback by Li Chuming's curiosity about a corpse. Despite his confusion, he replied earnestly, "I heard that shortly after being carried back, Zhao Lu's body was taken to the largest coffin shop in Kaitai City to be fashioned into a fine coffin for burial. It should still be at the shop now." Hearing this, Li Chuming felt a surge of joy, relieved that he could procure another corpse. As for Zhao Kuai's body, he would wait until he could absorb Zhao Lu's essence before making further plans. Wang Shu added, "The Zhao family is currently too fearful to act recklessly. After all, the master remains in Kaitai City. They dare not overstep their bounds, so you can rest easy, brotherly." Li Chuming nodded, affirming, "That is good, very good." They chatted leisurely for a while longer, and after finishing their tea, Wang Shu took his leave. As nightfall enveloped the city, the lanterns flickered to life. Princess Qingyan returned to Li Chuming's abode. "Grandfather is still here. We must be quick tonight." After sharing an intimate moment, she settled beside him, her eyes closed in meditation. Watching her concentrated form, Li Chuming felt a ripple of emotion stir within him. Time slipped away silently, and with an hour until dawn, Princess Qingyun, as was her custom, vanished into the night. Li Chuming swiftly dressed in dark attire, blending into the shadows. As he walked through the darkness, he mused to himself, "I might as well write a book titled The Daily Ritual of Grave Robbing. Perhaps it would become a sensation." Before long, he arrived at the coffin shop. The moonlight bathed this eerie place, and the surroundings were silent save for the occasional whisper of the wind, rustling the trees. 2 white lanterns hung at the entrance, swaying gently in the breeze, casting a faint glow. Inside, an array of coffins lay displayed, some gleaming with freshness, others exuding an air of age. Li Chuming cautiously stepped inside, a chill washing over him as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. The ground was littered with wood shavings, crunching softly beneath his feet. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anxiety. There were too many coffins. If he searched each one, he would exhaust himself before finding Zhao Lu. Fortunately, the spirit of his abode guided him at this crucial moment, continuously directing him in his mind. Following its guidance, he soon entered a main hall where a pungent stench of decay hung in the air. In the center lay a makeshift coffin. Approaching, he lifted the lid, confirmed his suspicion, and took a deep breath, murmuring, "In your next life, do not be born into the Zhao family." With a swift thought, he activated the powers of his mystical abode, causing Zhao Lu's body to vanish instantaneously, transported into the sanctum of his abode. Li Chuming dared not linger, quickly turning and slipping away without leaving a trace. Once home, he shed his clothes and nestled back into bed. When the voice of his abode's spirit echoed in his mind, "Master, the mist of the trial hall is beginning to dissipate. Please, bring Zhao Kuai's body here, so you may enter and cultivate sooner." Chapter 38. Encountering Lei Feng, Li Chuming was lost in his thoughts when suddenly the ethereal voice of the spirit of the mansion echoed in his mind. Trial hall? This unfamiliar term momentarily stunned Li Chuming, leaving him bewildered. Observing his reaction, the spirit quickly clarified, "Master, with the trial hall, you will be able to face challenges within. Each successful challenge will significantly enhance your mastery of martial skills and techniques." Li Chuming's eyes sparkled with understanding. Reflecting on his recent encounter with Zhao Kuai, he realized that his ability to handle the situation was largely due to his formidable techniques. However, he was acutely aware that if he were to face an opponent with similar skills, his inadequate combat abilities would surely lead to his downfall. The advent of the trial hall felt like a portal to a plethora of practical combat opportunities. It seemed imperative that he acquire Zhao Kuai's body without delay, he mused. At that moment, the Zhao family's funeral procession was accompanied by a crowd of mourners, moving slowly with intermittent weeping, suggesting they had not ventured far. Calculating the time, he believed he could catch up. Yet, charging in to seize the opportunity would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting disaster. The Zhao family had no fewer than a dozen attendants, and with the formidable Zhao Langfeng in their ranks, his solitary approach would be futile. Li Chuming racked his brains for a better strategy, but to no avail. Resigned, he resolved to wait until Zhao Kuai was laid to rest before digging up the grave, perhaps the most prudent course of action available. Nevertheless, Considering that his own cultivation would automatically elevate, he thought it wise to follow the procession at a distance, hoping for a fortuitous opportunity. With his mind made up, he sought out a stable in the city and purchased a spirit steed. The steed radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy, its powerful limbs indicating its exceptional pedigree. Following the information provided by Wang Shu, he mounted the horse and galloped toward the direction in which the Zhao family was headed. The spirit steed galloped swiftly, raising clouds of dust in its wake. In less than an hour, Li Chuming spotted the Zhao family's procession from a distance. They had been traveling for a day and were now progressing at a sluggish pace. He dared not approach too closely, instead opting to shadow them like a discreet phantom. The scenery along the way was breathtaking, unfolding before him like a natural masterpiece. Beneath him lay a carpet of soft grass, its tender green tips swaying gently in the breeze as if beckoning him closer. Wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, vibrant reds, soft pinks, and pure whites, releasing delightful fragrances into the air. Nearby, towering trees formed a lush canopy, their intertwined branches creating a green sea. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting golden beams that appeared dreamlike. A clear stream meandered nearby, its gentle babbling resonating like a melodious symphony. Riding atop his steed, Li Chuming felt at ease, as if he were not pursuing foes, but rather reveling in nature's beauty. Unbeknownst to him, the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant hues of red. As he gazed at the setting sun, he realized that the opportunity for today had slipped away. He gently pulled the reins, turning his horse to head back. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden, pungent scent of blood wafted toward him. Alarmed, Li Chuming's instincts kicked in, and he cautiously approached the front line. Moving stealthily, he drew closer to the scene, and soon the horrifying reality unfolded before him. The Zhao family's procession had been ambushed, leaving chaos and carnage in its wake, with bodies strewn across the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discerned not only the deceased Zhao family members, but also several unidentified corpses. With his cultivation at the 5th level of qi, his vision was keen, and he quickly spotted Zhao Kuai's coffin, mercifully intact. However, Zhao Langfeng was nowhere to be seen, presumably having pursued their attackers. Time was of the essence. This opportunity may never present itself again. With a steely resolve, Li Chuming urged his horse forward, kicking it sharply. The spirit steed let out a powerful neigh and surged ahead like an arrow loosed from a bow, bringing him swiftly to the battlefield. Without hesitation, he surveyed the carnage and, with a thought, summoned the power of the immortal mansion. In no time, all the bodies were drawn into the mansion, including Zhao Kuai's coffin. Having accomplished this, Li Chuming wasted no time lingering and quickly turned his horse toward Kaitai City, racing away from the scene. The wind howled in his ears as he galloped, and only upon entering the city did he finally exhale deeply. He understood that Zhao Langfeng was not an adversary he could contend with at present. He had returned in half the time it took to reach the site, leaving his steed exhausted and frothing at the mouth, nearly spent. Li Chuming was in high spirits, having encountered the kind-hearted Lei Feng and effortlessly obtained Zhao Kuai's body. Meanwhile, the spirit of the mansion was equally elated, reveling in the fresh blood and flesh that would restore much of its strength. As he returned, the spirit's excited voice rang in his mind. Master, the mists of the trial hall have completely dissipated. You may enter at your leisure to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Li Chuming's heart swelled with joy. Yet before he could fully savor this triumph, Princess Qingyun arrived punctually. Li Chuming inwardly groaned at such a critical moment. He could not simply vanish. As Princess Qingyun entered, a hint of suspicion crossed her features as she inquired, Young Master Li, did you take action against the Zhao family? Rumors have spread throughout the city since yesterday, claiming you intended to eliminate them all. Today, the Zhao family has indeed met with disaster. Li Chuming shook his head slightly, a wry smile gracing his lips. What, do you two enjoy indulging in such gossip? Princess Qingyun furrowed her brow and explained, several ordinary people accompanied the Zhao family, posing as mourners. When the Zhao family was attacked, they fled. They are now in the city, spreading news of the attack, with some claiming it was your doing. Li Chuming raised his hands in feigned innocence, saying, if only I were that capable. In truth, Princess Qingyun harbored some belief in Li Chuming's potential abilities, suspecting he might have the backing of a powerful family capable of orchestrating such an act. However, since he denied it, she refrained from pressing further. Yet, an unsettling thought began to stir in her mind, causing her brow to furrow even deeper. Observing her troubled expression, Li Chuming softly urged, enough of that. It's time to rest. Chapter 39. Zhao Longfeng's misfortune. Zhao Langfeng, engulfed in sorrow and fury, embarked on his journey home with a funeral procession. Still reeling from the anguish of losing his son, he yearned to return to his family, swiftly to lay his child to rest. Yet, fate seemed to revel in tormenting him. Midway through his return, a band of vengeful foes emerged unexpectedly. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Langfeng beheld the unfamiliar 9th-rank martial master before him, his mind shrouded in confusion, unable to recall when he had incurred this man's wrath. The 9th-rank martial master, face contorted with rage and eyes wide open, fixed his gaze upon Zhao Langfeng as if to devour him whole. Zhao Langfeng, did you not foresee this? You once sent men to hunt me down, and now I stand as a 9th-rank martial master, having established my own stronghold. As his words faded, the ninth-rank martial master exuded a sudden surge of energy, a powerful wave of spiritual force radiating outward like a tempest. Behind him trailed 100 young ruffians, each adorned with mocking expressions, their eyes brimming with disdain for Zhao Langfeng and his entourage. Each of these rascals wielded a long sword that glimmered ominously in the twilight, further intensifying the atmosphere of menace. A pang of apprehension struck Zhao Langfeng's heart, yet he remained composed. Surveying the seemingly disorganized mob, he calculated, though numerous, these individuals were merely a rabble, utterly incapable of contending with the Zhao family disciples. He straightened his posture, casting a cold gaze upon the ninth-rank martial master, and spoke in a measured tone. Though I cannot recall who you are, you should think carefully before striking at the Zhao family. In this sword dynasty, you will find no refuge. The ninth-rank martial master erupted in a raucous laugh, his voice laden with despair and determination. You think you're so clever. You've reduced my life to shambles, and now I seek nothing but your demise here today. Zhao Langfeng had no desire for battle. He hoped to resolve the conflict through negotiation, for his heart longed to return home without further complication. Thus, he patiently engaged the ninth-rank martial master in discourse for several minutes, attempting to reason with him. Yet, the adversary was wholly unreceptive, fixated solely on claiming Zhao Langfeng's life. Realizing that further dialogue was futile, Zhao Langfeng understood that a fierce confrontation was imminent. Kill. The ninth-rank martial master initiated the assault, bellowing like a bolt of black lightning as he charged towards Zhao Langfeng. The young ruffians followed suit, shouting and brandishing their swords as they surged forward. In response, Zhao Langfeng's disciples swiftly formed a battle formation, bracing themselves for the impending clash. A cacophony of battle cries erupted, blades shimmering in the fading light, initially brimming with confidence. Zhao Langfeng watched in horror as his formidable young disciples fell swiftly to the enemy's onslaught, his heart plummeting as his pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be? He gasped inwardly. The ninth-rank martial master, witnessing Zhao Langfeng's expression, wore a triumphant grin and boisterously proclaimed, "A bunch of sheltered little darlings. Ha ha ha, this is delightful. Brothers, let us make this a slaughter." Fury ignited within Zhao Langfeng as he engaged in combat with the ninth-rank martial master. Yet he found himself unable to extricate himself to assist his disciples. Helplessly, he watched as one after another, the young Zhao disciples fell amidst pools of blood, his heart pierced by 1,000 arrows. These were the most exceptional disciples of the Zhao family. Their demise here represented a catastrophic loss. Consumed by rage, Zhao Langfeng's eyes burned crimson, fixated on a singular thought: he must eliminate this sudden adversary. However, the ninth-rank martial master, equally formidable, proved a challenging opponent, making a swift resolution to the conflict seem unattainable. As time elapsed, Zhao Langfeng's disciples suffered grievous casualties. In a frenzied state, Zhao Langfeng disregarded all caution and launched himself at the ninth-rank martial master, each strike imbued with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The ninth-rank martial master, realizing he would not be able to finish Zhao Langfeng today, commanded his subordinates, "Brothers, retreat. If I cannot kill him today, he cannot kill me." Without hesitation, the 100 young ruffians turned and fled, leaving only Zhao Langfeng and the ninth-rank martial master locked in their fierce struggle. The latter fought while retreating, attempting to break Zhao Langfeng's relentless pursuit. Yet, Zhao Langfeng clung tenaciously to his foe, consumed by a singular obsession. This enemy must die today. It was precisely this desperation that afforded Li Chuming the opportunity to abscond with all the bodies. Their battle raged from dusk until midnight, the moonlight casting an eerie glow upon the blood-soaked battlefield. As the prolonged conflict drained the ninth-rank martial master's energy, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Aware that he might meet his end here, he laughed defiantly. "Zhao Langfeng, I do not regret this. You brought your disciples here, and not a single one will return, while your own son lies dead. I hear the Zhao family head son has also arrived. Zhao Langfeng, there is no place for you in the Zhao family any longer." With that chilling proclamation, the ninth-rank martial master summoned his last ounce of strength to launch an attack on Zhao Langfeng. A flicker of resoluteness flashed in Zhao Langfeng's eyes as he unleashed his most powerful technique. With a resounding crash, he struck the ninth-rank martial master, sending him careening through the air like a severed kite, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Breathless, Zhao Langfeng gazed upon the corpse of the ninth-rank martial master, his fury undiminished. "I shall use you to honor the elite disciples of our family." With that, he dragged the body back to the site of the ambush. However, the sight that met his eyes left him utterly dumbfounded. The battlefield was devoid of any corpses, all had vanished. Damn it! Who did this? Who is responsible? Zhao Langfeng bellowed in rage, his voice echoing through the still night. He searched frantically, yet found nothing. After a lengthy period, he gradually regained his composure, contemplating how to recover his son. Surveying his surroundings, he concluded that the nearest place was Kaitai City. He resolved that whoever dared to commit such an act must be in Kaitai City. With this thought igniting his fury, Zhao Langfeng set his course for the city. Outside the city, he hastily buried the ninth-rank martial master's body, covering his face with a piece of black cloth before stealthily entering Kaitai City. As dawn broke, Zhao Langfeng eagerly began his clandestine search for leads within the city. He navigated the winding streets with caution, attentive to the conversations around him. Suddenly, he overheard a piece of news. Lord Li has killed all the Zhao family members. Though he recognized the inaccuracy of this claim, hearing Li Chuming's name ignited his rage anew. After all, Zhao Kuai had perished at Li Chuming's hands, and now his body had been stolen. Instinctively, he attributed all blame to Li Chuming, perhaps an unintended stroke of fortune. However, Zhao Langfeng, having just emerged from a fierce battle, was severely depleted and in dire need of recuperation. Moreover, knowing there were masters stationed in the city, he was acutely aware that this was not a place where he could act recklessly. Reluctantly, he suppressed his murderous intent and sought refuge in a secluded inn, biding his time for an opportunity to eliminate Li Chuming. Chapter 40. Acquisition of the Annihilation Fist. As dawn broke, Li Chuming rose early from his slumber. He approached the chambers of Xiao Hong and Xiao LV, gently pushing open the door. Inside, he found the two maidservants diligently organizing garments. Upon noticing Li Chuming's entrance, they immediately ceased their tasks and bowed respectfully. Li Chuming waved his hand dismissively, saying, Xiao Hong, Xiao LV, I wish to rest longer today. Please guard the door and ensure that I am not disturbed. The two nodded earnestly in unison, assuring him, rest assured, young master, we will protect your peace. With that, Li Chuming returned to his own room, secured the door, and took a deep breath. With a flicker of his will, he instantly entered the celestial abode. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the familiar, ancient ambience. The spirit of the abode sensed its master's arrival, shimmering into existence and hovering before him, respectfully stating, Master, you have arrived. Li Chuming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he replied, Show me the trial hall. The spirit nodded slightly, leading the way while explaining, Master, the flesh and blood I absorbed have rekindled many memories within me. Notably, during the absorption, I discovered that I can access their memories. Li Chuming's eyes widened in delight upon hearing this revelation. This was indeed a remarkable ability. With it, all secrets of these individuals would be laid bare. As he reveled in this joy, the spirit brought forth further good news. Zhao Kuai has been training in the Annihilation Fist. I have glimpsed this technique within his memories. Although I have only seen one move, it is classified as a high-grade yellow martial art, which is quite commendable given your current strength. Images of Zhao Kuai's formidable punches during their battle surged through Li Chuming's mind, compelling him to exclaim, Splendid. The spirit promptly employed a secret technique, transmitting the training methods of the Annihilation Fist into Li Chuming's consciousness. In an instant, he perceived the intricate movements and energy flows of the Annihilation Fist, each motion vividly clear, filling him with exuberance. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Li Chuming gazed ahead, expecting to see a grand hall, but instead beheld a solitary luminous portal radiating a gentle glow. This portal stood alone in an expansive area, surrounded by swirling mists, exuding an air of mystery, making the term hall seem rather peculiar. Driven by curiosity, Li Chuming stepped boldly through the portal. Upon entry, the scenery transformed instantaneously. 3 distinct areas unfurled before him, each exuding a unique aura. The spirit began to elucidate, Master, this is the combat mode. Upon entering, the trial hall will automatically generate a replica of any adversary you have encountered and fought. Engaging in combat with them will allow you to swiftly enhance your prowess, culminating in a successful trial once you vanquish your opponent. Pausing briefly, the spirit gestured toward another area. That is the monster slaying mode, which you cannot access yet. You must reach the foundation establishment stage first. When you are able to enter, I will provide a detailed explanation. The other mode is called the Nirvana mode, designed for breakthroughs. You currently have no use for it, so we shall revisit it when necessary. Having absorbed a wealth of flesh and blood, the spirit's memories had expanded, and it enthusiastically shared its insights about the celestial abode. Li Chuming listened intently, increasingly astounded by the wonders of the abode. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. What if I want to battle Zhao Langfeng? Could he materialize? Li Chuming's mind instantly recalled his persistent desire to eliminate Zhao Langfeng, deeming the opportunity to practice against him ideal, especially since he had indeed witnessed Zhao Langfeng's combat prowess. The spirit pondered for a moment before responding. Master may give it a try. Upon hearing this, Li Chuming promptly made his way toward the combat mode area. As he stepped inside, a dizzying sensation enveloped him, as if the very fabric of reality was turning upside down. In the blink of an eye, a massive arena materialized before him, constructed from ancient stone. The arena was adorned with mysterious runes, emanating an aura of antiquity and majesty. Soon after, a spectral figure began to coalesce upon the arena, gradually taking on the form of Zhao Langfeng. Now fully solidified, Zhao Langfeng's gaze was icy and filled with murderous intent. Without uttering a word, he unleashed his full power, charging towards Li Chuming. Startled, Li Chuming felt a rush of panic and hastily prepared to respond. Zhao Langfeng moved like lightning, his sword gleaming with a cold light, each strike imbued with overwhelming pressure. After only a few exchanges, Li Chuming felt the immense weight of the onslaught, his breath quickening. Zhao Langfeng's assault was relentless, each strike faster than the last. Suddenly, he shouted, and his sword traced a deadly arc, aiming directly for Li Chuming's chest. Li Chuming, unable to evade in time, felt a sharp pain as Zhao Longfeng's sword pierced through him. In that fleeting moment, reality twisted once more, and he found himself outside the portal, blinking against the light. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Li Chuming hurriedly examined his body, relieved to find no wounds. He exhaled deeply, allowing his concerns to dissipate. This mode is truly fascinating, he murmured to himself. Through this encounter, he had palpably experienced Zhao Longfeng's terrifying strength and recognized that his current abilities were far from sufficient to contend with him. Li Chuming promptly exited the celestial abode, realizing that an hour had already passed in the outside world. He stepped into the courtyard, inhaling the fresh air to calm his racing heart before commencing his practice of the Annihilation Fist. He firmly established his stance, channeling the energy flow of the Annihilation Fist as it resided in his mind. His hands slowly rose, attempting to coalesce the immense fist shadow. Xiao Hong and Xiao LV watched nearby, finding the scene quite amusing as they munched on snacks, their eyes glued to Li Chuming's training. Li Chuming was entirely focused, repeatedly attempting to manifest the awe-inspiring fist shadow. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his arms trembled slightly from prolonged exertion. Yet, he refused to yield, gritting his teeth and persevering in his training. Despite his relentless efforts, he still could not master the Annihilation Fist, and a flicker of frustration welled within him. In the days that followed, Li Chuming dedicated his daylight hours to diligently honing the Annihilation Fist in the courtyard. From dawn until dusk, he tirelessly repeated the movements, continuously refining his energy flow. In the evenings, he spent time with Princess Qingyun, the two of them sharing tender moments and discussing their skills, leading to a fulfilling and busy life. Throughout his training, Li Chuming gradually discerned the finesse of the Annihilation Fist. This technique demanded exceptional control over spiritual energy. Every movement and breath required precision. He persisted in his experiments and explorations. Although he had yet to fully master the fist, his understanding of the technique deepened significantly. During his time with Princess Qingyun, he also received abundant encouragement and support from her. Chapter 41. Driving a BMW to class during his days in Kaitai City. Li Chuming diligently practiced the destruction fist day and night. With each punch, he exerted himself fully, his internal energy surging like a tumultuous tide. Finally, before dawn broke over Blue Star, he succeeded. A colossal shadow of a fist gradually materialized in the air, emanating an astonishing aura, as if its descent could obliterate the very heavens. Compared to Zhao Kuai's technique, the pressure from this fist shadow had more than doubled. Gazing at the formidable fist shadow, Li Chuming's heart soared with joy, his eyes gleaming with excitement and pride. He quickly retracted his fist, and in an instant, the shadow in the sky vanished as if it had never existed. Li Chuming understood that his strength had undergone a significant enhancement. While joy was certainly warranted, he restrained his exuberance and sought out Xiao Hong and Zilv, speaking earnestly, "I need to transport supplies. If anyone inquires, tell them I will return in a few days." Xiao Hong and Zilv nodded obediently, their eyes filled with trust for Li Chuming. Subsequently, he found a secluded corner, and with a mere thought, the power of his celestial abode enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Kaitai City and reappeared in the dormitory of Blue Star Transportation University. Inside the dormitory, his roommates were still sound asleep, their snores echoing intermittently. Observing this familiar scene, Li Chuming couldn't help but shake his head slightly, a warm feeling swelling within him. He refrained from waking anyone and proceeded directly to the washroom. After freshening up, he noticed that his roommates showed no signs of waking. Not wishing to linger, he exited the dormitory and made his way to the parking lot. His BMW stood quietly, glistening in the morning sunlight with a metallic sheen. Li Chuming opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, and started the engine, which let out a deep, powerful roar. As the BMW smoothly rolled out of the parking lot, it attracted the attention of many early arriving students, some of whom couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the sight of such a luxurious vehicle. Just as Li Chuming parked in front of the classroom building, a girl hurriedly approached him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Summoning her courage, she asked, "Classmate, could you share your WeChat with me?" Li Chuming paused for a moment, then politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, it's not convenient." The girl, undeterred, continued to watch as he entered a classroom, her face falling in disappointment as she turned away, glancing back multiple times. At this moment, Li Chuming's other roommates began to rise leisurely. Surprised to find Li Chuming already gone, they shrugged it off. Zhu Jianwei struggled to extricate himself from his bed, only managing to start washing up after being forcibly pulled out. Yawning, he mumbled, "No rush, I've got a car. We can get there quickly." Once they were all ready, they piled into Zhu Jianwei's vehicle. However, Zhu Jianwei wore a serious expression, forbidding them from sitting in the front seat, muttering, "The front seat is Su Qi's throne. I'm picking her up too." When the three arrived at the classroom, the teacher was already at the podium, awaiting the sound of the bell to commence the lecture. The university classroom was imbued with a unique atmosphere. The teacher spoke ceaselessly at the podium, engrossed in imparting knowledge, seemingly indifferent to whether the students were paying attention. Meanwhile, students were preoccupied with their own thoughts. with those engaging in distractions comprising nearly half of the class. Some secretly watched videos, their faces occasionally lighting up with joy. Others immersed themselves in novels, lost in fictional worlds. Still, others nibbled on snacks, cautiously evading the teacher's gaze. Li Chuming, however, was different. He was wholly focused on the lesson, as if he had returned to the diligent student he once was. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon the class concluded. After 2 morning sessions, they switched classrooms for the next course, and Li Chuming remained attentive, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. It was not until close to noon that the course came to an end. Li Chuming gathered his books, preparing to leave the classroom, when Zhu Jianwei called out to him, "Li Chuming, wait. Come ride in my new car to the cafeteria." Gao Liang chimed in teasingly, "Zhu Jianwei, what are you doing? Trying to exceed capacity?" Indeed, with Su Qi in the front seat, along with 2 roommates in the back, and now Li Chuming, the vehicle seemed rather cramped. Li Chuming shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. As they slowly exited the classroom, they spotted Su Qi waiting nearby, accompanied by Qian Shui. Today, Qian Shui's attire was particularly eye-catching. She donned a white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans and pristine white sneakers. Su Qi mused inwardly that this was indeed a foolproof outfit to attract attention. The combination of the white t-shirt and shoes conveyed an impression of cleanliness, while the fitted jeans accentuated Qian Shui's figure. Curiosity piqued. Su Qi wondered if Qian Shui had set her sights on someone, but she couldn't fathom that it would be Li Chuming. Upon seeing Li Chuming glance her way, Qian Shui's face blossomed into a sweet smile. She had dressed with care today, hoping to leave a good impression on him. Li Chuming, captivated by Qian Shui's smile and her enchanting ensemble, felt a spark of realization that she looked exceptionally beautiful today. Cognizant of the delicate nature of their relationship, Qian Shui understood she shouldn't be overly forward before establishing a bond with Li Chuming, lest it lead to an awkward situation if things did not unfold as hoped. Thus, she merely smiled, refraining from speaking. Zhu Jianwei observed this exchange and chuckled at Li Chuming, saying, "Li Chuming, take your time," with Qian Shui around. "There's no place for you." Li Chuming nodded. Just then, Qian Shui interjected, "I still need to wait for someone. You all go ahead." Zhu Jianwei exchanged a knowing glance with Li Chuming and, without further invitation, led Su Qi and the other 2 toward the parking lot. Before long, they noticed a throng of students gathered around a BMW, buzzing with conversation. Zhu Jianwei, well-versed in cars, immediately recognized the vehicle's exceptional quality and exclaimed, "Guys, that's this year's new BMW. It probably cost around $1 million once it hit the market. It's truly impressive that someone in our school can drive such a luxury car." Gao Liang and Zhang Chang were thrilled by this revelation, racing over to admire the vehicle with wide-eyed wonder. Meanwhile, Su Qi's mind raced with a sudden thought. What if Qian Shui's interest was in the one driving the BMW? She quickly dismissed the notion, fearing the reality might break her heart. On the other side, Qian Shui and Li Chuming exchanged a few casual words as they strolled toward the parking lot together. The cafeteria was quite a distance from the classroom building, and it seemed illogical to walk when they could drive. Upon seeing the BMW, Qian Shui, who had seen it once before, excitedly remarked, "This is your car?" Li Chuming smiled and nodded, replying, "Indeed, it makes traveling much more convenient." Qian Shui gazed at him, her eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration as she softly inquired, "What prompted you to suddenly purchase such a fine vehicle?" Chapter 42. Qian Shui's diligence. Li Chuming, "Why did you suddenly buy such an expensive car?" Qian Shui inquired. Li Chuming had no satisfactory response. Naturally, it was because he had made some money. There was no need to divulge such matters to Qian Shui, a girl with whom he was not well acquainted. Yet, mentioning his family's wealth seemed problematic. He preferred to feign ignorance instead. With a slight smile, he replied earnestly, "The school campus is quite large. It's too much trouble to walk far, so I bought one." Qian Shui pondered silently, having clearly asked why he had purchased such an extravagant vehicle. Was Li Chuming genuinely oblivious, or was he merely pretending? However, seeing his nonchalant demeanor, she refrained from pressing further. As she settled into the passenger seat, she was instantly captivated by the opulent interior. A subtle aroma of leather permeated the air, and the center console was elegantly enveloped in soft materials, providing a refined, tactile experience. The dashboard featured a high-definition LCD display, presenting data clearly. The central multimedia screen was enormous, showcasing vivid visuals and smooth operation. The seats were so comfortable that one might wish to remain seated indefinitely. Crafted from premium leather that was not only soft and breathable but also boasted multi-directional electric adjustments and massage functions. Qian Shui gently caressed the edge of the seat, filled with envy, secretly wishing it were her own. Yet, she understood that this was Li Chuming's, and she could only savor this fleeting experience. As Li Chuming started the engine, it emitted a deep, resonant roar. In mere minutes, they arrived at the school cafeteria, which was bustling during the peak dining hour. Thousands of students were dining, the air filled with animated conversations and the clattering of plates, while even more students rushed toward the cafeteria. As soon as Li Chuming's car came to a halt in front of the cafeteria, a few girls recognized the BMW. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Had Qian Shui not been in the car, they would have likely rushed over in enthusiasm. After they exited the vehicle and entered the cafeteria, the BMW continued to attract the attention of the crowd, surrounded by admirers. Upon entering the cafeteria, Li Chuming took a deep breath, inhaling the delightful aromas of various dishes. He navigated skillfully to the kiosk selling grilled meat rice bowls and smiled at Qian Shui, saying, I absolutely love the grilled meat rice bowls here. They are both affordable and delicious, never tiring of them. In her quest to maintain her figure, Qian Shui seldom indulged in meat. As the saying goes, disparity is accumulated. The difference between the overweight and the slender lies in the daily consumption of an extra bite of meat. Nevertheless, to align with Li Chuming's enthusiasm, she nodded with a smile, saying, what a coincidence, I like them too. They ordered 2 servings of grilled meat rice bowls. And Li Chuming took out his meal card to settle the bill. Observing the dwindling balance on the card, he mused that he ought to recharge it soon. Gazing at the steaming grilled meat rice bowls, Qian Shui cheerfully proposed, let us eat first, and after that, can you help me with my phone? In her mind, she calculated that while her phone had no major issues, using it as an excuse would allow her to frequently seek Li Chuming's assistance. She thought that as long as they spent more time together, winning him over would not be difficult. As Qian Shui fantasized about various futures with Li Chuming, she mechanically consumed her grilled meat rice bowl, failing to appreciate its flavor. Li Chuming, on the other hand, consumed his meal with remarkable speed. In no time, his bowl was empty. Having reached the 5th level of qi cultivation, his appetite had significantly increased. He glanced at Qian Shui and asked, is one serving enough for you? I'm still hungry. I can get another. Qian Shui quickly waved her hand, saying, no need. This is sufficient for me. Li Chuming, unfazed, stood up and returned to the kiosk to purchase 3 more bowls. He was acutely aware that he could consume 4 bowls, but his card balance was insufficient. He silently resolved to recharge it today. When Li Chuming returned with 3 bowls of grilled meat rice, Qian Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Can you really finish 3 bowls? She exclaimed. With a chuckle, he replied, oh, I'm still growing. I eat a lot. He then lowered his head and began devouring his meal. Before long, he had polished off all 3 bowls, while Qian Shui was still working on her first. Your appetite is impressive, Qian Shui marveled as she observed him. Li Chuming jested. You think I'm a bottomless pit? Qian Shui shook her head vigorously, a smile gracing her face. She set down her chopsticks and declared, I'm full now. Afterward, she turned to retrieve her bag. In doing so, Li Chuming inadvertently caught a glimpse of her exquisite silhouette. Though Qian Shui's figure did not possess the dramatic curves of Zhao Bing, she was nonetheless alluring in her own right. Noticing Li Chuming's gaze, Qian Shui's lips curled into a sly smile, and she deliberately slowed her movements as she rummaged through her bag. Li Chuming, seeing this, decided to appreciate the moment without reservation. At last, Qian Shui retrieved her phone and handed it to Li Chuming, her expression one of exasperation. Could you help me with this? I'm inundated with harassing calls and messages. Li Chuming took the phone and diligently began to configure it. Shortly thereafter, he set it to do not disturb mode for unknown numbers. Handing the phone back to Qian Shui, he stated, all done. Qian Shui accepted the phone, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Is that all? Thank you so much. Li Chuming replied. It was a trivial matter. As Li Chuming prepared to leave, Qian Shui, eager not to miss an opportunity to grow closer to him, quickly asked, Li Chuming, you don't have class this afternoon, right? He nodded in affirmation. Qian Shui then inquired with a smile, what do you plan to do today? Li Chuming contemplated for a moment, realizing he needed to recharge his meal card. And it had been over 10 days since he last saw Zhao Bing, the enchanting girl. Naturally, he understood that he could not share this with Qian Shui. Oh, I'm just going to recharge my meal card, he casually mentioned. Instantly, Qian Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, I'll go recharge mine too. Although she had recently added 300 yuan to her card, she figured an additional 100 or 200 would suffice. Primarily wishing to spend time with Li Chuming and find an opportunity to make her move. Deliberately, Qian Shui drew closer to Li Chuming as they descended the cafeteria stairs. Li Chuming caught a whiff of an inexplicable fragrance, and he inhaled deeply, drawn in by it. Unbeknownst to them, every moment was being observed by Qian Shui's roommate, Zhuang Xia, who was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Was Qian Shui out of her mind, or was the world turning upside down? She was, after all, walking alongside the son of a performer. Chapter 43, 100,000 for the meal card. A few minutes later, Qian Shui and Li Chuming arrived at the administrative building. The meal cards were managed by specific personnel. Unfortunately, the 2 automatic card recharging machines were out of order and had yet to be repaired, necessitating manual recharging. Just as they parked, another car pulled up beside them. As Qian Shui and Li Chuming stepped out, they overheard a girl from the adjacent vehicle exclaim, Huang Tao, what a piece of junk you bought. Look at that car over there. That's what a real car looks like. Hurry up and have your dad get you a better one. Li Chuming pretended not to hear and walked ahead, prompting Qian Shui to follow suit. Huang Tao, however, retorted, what do you know? That's clearly a freshman. Everything he's wearing doesn't even cost as much as my socks. It's a rental, you know. As the girl exited the vehicle and took a closer look, her expression turned to one of disdain. Qian Shui listened intently, silently taking note of their remarks. The meal card recharging area was bustling with students chatting animatedly in a long queue. Li Chuming and Qian Shui stood in line, gradually moving forward with the crowd. Why don't they fix the recharging machines? This many people, for heaven's sake, grumbled a student ahead of them. Li Chuming and Qian Shui exchanged a knowing glance and smiled wryly, resigned to their fate as they continued to wait patiently. At that moment, Li Chuming noticed two individuals had followed them into the recharging area, standing just 3 places behind them. He casually turned around and recognized Huang Tao and his girlfriend from before. Huang Tao's flamboyant hairstyle and boisterous demeanor made him impossible to overlook. Upon spotting Li Chuming, Huang Tao's eyes lit up, as if he had found a source of amusement. He hurried over to Li Chuming, wearing a smile that was ostensibly warm yet laced with mockery, and asked, "Junior, where did you rent this car? It's so new, and it even has temporary plates. You must be really pulling out all the stops to impress the ladies. The latest BMW model? Renting it for a day must cost a fortune. Instead of this, you might as well buy yourself some decent clothes." Li Chuming felt a wave of disbelief wash over him at Huang Tao's words. Renting? Could one even rent a brand new BMW? He silently scoffed at Huang Tao's absurdity. Choosing to ignore this self-important individual, Li Chuming fixed his gaze ahead, remaining motionless, as if Huang Tao didn't exist. Huang Tao, noticing Li Chuming's indifference, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. He sulkily returned to the line, resuming his complaints to his girlfriend. "Look at that kid. He is such a fool, spending so much just to impress a girl." His girlfriend chimed in. Yet a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Qian Shui observed the exchange with a growing discomfort in her heart. She understood that Li Chuming was undoubtedly wealthy, not to mention the improbability of renting a brand new BMW. Rental companies typically dealt in used vehicles. Having some knowledge on this matter, she resolved that once they finished recharging, she would insist on accompanying Li Chuming to buy a decent outfit. At the very least, he should not be looked down upon. The line progressed relatively quickly, and it soon became Qian Shui and Li Chuming's turn. Qian Shui stepped forward and addressed the staff member, saying, "Please recharge it with 200. As she handed over the prepared cash, the employee examined it carefully and, confirming its authenticity, swiftly recharged her meal card with 200. As Qian Shui stepped aside, it was Li Chuming's turn. He spoke in a calm tone, "Please recharge it with 10,000. The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, causing ripples of astonishment to spread among the crowd. Everyone froze, staring at him in disbelief, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. "Wow, he's recharging 10,000 directly," someone whispered, unable to contain their astonishment. Even the staff member in charge of recharging widened his eyes in surprise, seemingly needing confirmation that Li Chuming was not joking. Qian Shui, too, was taken aback. She tugged at Li Chuming's sleeve and said, "Li Chuming, that is far too much food for one person." Li Chuming chuckled, exuding confidence as he replied, "Don't worry, I can handle it." The staff member regained his composure, confirmed Li Chuming's meal card and bank card information, and began processing the transaction. Perhaps still stunned by the magnitude of Li Chuming's request, the employee became distracted and inadvertently entered an extra zero. By the time he realized his mistake, a staggering 100,000 had been deducted from the bank card. A wave of panic washed over the employee, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The figure of 100,000 was too conspicuous, and the others in line had also noticed. Huang Tao, standing at the back, widened his eyes in disbelief, pondering, "Does this kid really have 100,000 in his card? Did I misjudge him?" The staff member quickly stood up, his face filled with regret as he addressed Li Chuming. "I'm terribly sorry, student. I was distracted and accidentally charged you 10,000 instead of 1,000. Please allow me to rectify this." Li Chuming, however, had already realized the blunder. After a moment of contemplation, he simply stated, "If it's 100,000, then so be it." The staff member was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. He sought confirmation once more, that it's an unmanageable amount. "I should refund you and start over." Li Chuming shook his head, reached out, took the meal card from the staff member's hands, and thanked him before turning to leave with Qian Shui. As Huang Tao watched Li Chuming's retreating figure, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Does this kid have so much money he doesn't know how to spend it? Charging 100,000 to a meal card, what a waste." His girlfriend's expression had shifted completely. Gone was the previous disdain, replaced by eager admiration. If Qian Shui hadn't been present, she likely would have approached him already. The staff member gazed at Li Chuming's silhouette, murmuring to himself, "What kind of background does this young man have? Charging 100,000 to a meal card. This is the first time in my 10 years of work. A true tycoon, indeed. I must tell my roommates about this. Look, he's driving the latest BMW. He's a real big shot." The students in line began to chatter excitedly among themselves, their eyes glued to Li Chuming's car as he drove away, each of them filled with exhilaration. Some pulled out their phones to share the news on social media, while others could hardly wait to relay the day's events to their friends. As Li Chuming drove away with Qian Shui beside him, she remained lost in the shock of what had just transpired. Turning to him, she questioned with curiosity, "That was 100,000. Were you serious?" Li Chuming, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, smiled slightly and replied, "Just eat a bit more each day. It'll be just about right." Chapter 44. Shopping spree. Qian Shui sat in the passenger seat, her mind completely detached from the fleeting campus scenery outside the window. She was preoccupied with the astonishing act of Li Chuming, who had just casually spent 100,000 on a dining card, creating a tumultuous storm within her thoughts. She mused to herself that her monthly allowance was merely 1,000 yuan. To accumulate 100,000 would require her parents to support her for 100 months. Even if she were to indulge in lavish meals every day at school, it would still take her a decade to spend that amount. It was evident to Qian Shui that Li Chuming possessed a level of wealth that allowed him to squander money without a second thought. In her eyes, he was someone so affluent that he had no place to spend his riches. Indeed, Li Chuming was extraordinarily wealthy, and such reckless spending suggested that he had funds beyond measure. Qian Shui sighed inwardly, and a sudden thought struck her. If I could become Li Chuming's girlfriend, wouldn't he then imply that I, too, could have endless money to spend? The mere notion filled her with a surge of determination. As if a powerful force had been injected into her being, she harbored a singular conviction: she must find a way to win over Li Chuming swiftly. The prospect of someone else seizing such a valuable resource would leave her with no room for lamentation. With great effort, Qian Shui composed herself and turned to Li Chuming. Her expression earnest as she said, "Li Chuming, you're so wealthy, yet your attire is rather ordinary, which can easily lead to misunderstandings. Just like that senior we encountered earlier. Since you have no classes this afternoon, let us go shopping for some clothes." Li Chuming pondered for a moment and found merit in Qian Shui's suggestion. Now that he had acquired wealth, it was indeed time to indulge. Otherwise, money would merely be a cold string of numbers. Moreover, he had a basket of spiritual mushrooms at his residence, a testament to his wealth. With this thought, he readily agreed. All right. Without delay, he drove Qian Shui away from the school. Qian Shui, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, "Let us head to the Vientiane city in the city center. The clothing styles there are excellent, and the quality is top-notch. Wearing them will surely transform your appearance." Li Chuming, unfamiliar with the best shopping destinations in the area, decided to heed Qian Shui's advice. He turned the steering wheel towards Vientiane City. "I'm not very familiar with Vientiane City," he admitted. Qian Shui patted her chest confidently, saying, "Don't worry, just follow my lead. I'll guide you once we arrive." Her confidence stemmed from the fact that her mother worked in Vientiane City during her high school years, and she often accompanied her, thus becoming intimately familiar with its layout and shop distribution. As they approached Vientiane City, Qian Shui suddenly remembered that the prices there could be steep, and she cautioned, "Make sure to bring enough money. The items there aren't cheap." As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them, chiding herself for such a needless caution. After all, would someone who could top up a dining card with 100,000 yuan really be short on cash? Just as she contemplated how to retract her statement, Li Chuming casually asked, "Would several million be sufficient?" Qian Shui's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling like stars in the night sky, filled with surprise and disbelief. She nodded vigorously, her voice trembling with excitement. "That's more than enough." At that moment, Qian Shui felt increasingly convinced of Li Chuming's true identity. He was no ordinary child of a humble family. Even if he were from a farming background, it was evident that his family possessed substantial wealth. With pocket money in the millions, one could only imagine the affluence of his household. This was the essence of a true affluent family. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, envisioning herself marrying into wealth and living a life of luxury. She even began to ponder what to name their future children. Lost in her daydreams, Qian Shui was jolted back to reality as they arrived at Vientiane City. She hurriedly directed Li Chuming once they parked. After securing the vehicle, they ventured into the clothing section. The area boasted numerous high-end brands, with exquisitely designed stores showcasing the latest fashionable attire, and the customers exuded an air of opulence. Qian Shui, at ease, led Li Chuming into an Italian clothing store. The sales assistant, quick to notice their entrance, greeted them with a warm smile and approached eagerly. "Welcome. Would you like to explore our latest clothing collection?" Qian Shui moved around the store with familiarity, her discerning eye selecting items with precision. Within minutes, she had curated an ensemble, a short-sleeved shirt, trousers, and shoes. "This outfit will look absolutely stunning on you. Why not try it on?" she urged, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she handed the clothes to Li Chuming. Without hesitation, Li Chuming accepted the garments and strode confidently into the fitting room. Moments later, he emerged, and Qian Shui's eyes lit up with delight, as if witnessing the birth of a dazzling star. Dressed in the new attire, Li Chuming's once ordinary demeanor transformed dramatically, exuding a fresh allure that stirred a flutter within Qian Shui's heart. The sales assistant chimed in, "Sir, your girlfriend has excellent taste. This outfit suits you perfectly, as if it were tailor-made." Hearing this, Qian Shui's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Li Chuming approached the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. He could not deny that the outfit undeniably enhanced his appearance. "I'll take it," he declared decisively. "Surely that's not enough," Qian Shui insisted, puffing out her chest and taking charge of selecting additional clothes, busily scouring the store once more. In the time that followed, Li Chuming tried on various outfits chosen by Qian Shui, and if they fit well and looked good, he purchased them without a moment's hesitation. Before long, 5 distinct styles of clothing were selected. The sales assistant, beaming with joy, quickly calculated the total. Sir, for these 5 outfits, the total comes to 118,889 yuan. We'll offer you a 10% discount, bringing it down to 107,000 yuan. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Chuming produced his bank card and handed it to the sales assistant. She received the card, her eyes widening with surprise. She had served many customers, but few had been as extravagant as Li Chuming, who seemed utterly unconcerned about the price. The payment process was swiftly completed, and the two exited the store with an array of bags in hand, Qian Shui's face radiant with satisfaction. Looking at the transformed Li Chuming beside her, she felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Li Chuming, you look so much more handsome now. These clothes were practically made for you, she remarked with a smile. Qian Shui circled around Li Chuming several times, inspecting him closely as though searching for any flaws. Li Chuming chuckled, amused by her earnestness, and said, "What are you still looking for?" "Of course, I must examine my masterpiece closely," Qian Shui replied. Chapter 45, A Patek Philippe for One. 2 million. Li Chuming and Qian Shui walked side by side along the corridor of Vientiane City, amidst the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Qian Shui was secretly calculating in her mind, her footsteps intentionally drifting toward the watch store. As they strolled, their gaze was suddenly captivated by the display window of a watch shop ahead. Inside the window, a prestigious timepiece lay gracefully on a black velvet tray, emanating a soft and noble glow. The watch's strap was composed of exquisite metal links, each meticulously polished to a smooth finish, sparkling under the lights. The dial featured minimalist Roman numerals paired with slender hands, exuding elegance and grandeur. The crown was petite yet intricate, its texture vividly telling the tale of exceptional craftsmanship. The watch resembled a meticulously crafted piece of art, rendering Li Chuming and Qian Shui unable to look away. Qian Shui tilted her head slightly, a hint of anticipation in her eyes as she tentatively suggested, "Shall we consider purchasing it?" As soon as the words left her lips, she anxiously observed Li Chuming's reaction, her heart racing with both hope and trepidation over the boldness of her proposition. To her surprise, Li Chuming's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he strode purposefully toward the watch store. Overjoyed, Qian Shui hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the store, the opulent decor immediately struck their eyes. The attentive sales associate quickly spotted the designer bags in Li Chuming's hands, secretly delighted to recognize him as a potential big spender. A warm smile spread across her face as she approached him, softly stating, "Sir, allow me to assist you with your items." She gently took the bags from him and placed them carefully on a nearby sofa. Another sales associate promptly arrived, politely inquiring, "Sir, what price range are you interested in for a watch?" Li Chuming pondered for a moment, raising his chin slightly. Having decided to purchase a watch, he resolved to opt for the finest. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "Around 1 million. At this, Qian Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never imagined that Li Chuming's budget for a watch would be so exorbitantly high. 1 million. A surge of inexplicable pride welled up within her. She straightened her posture, basking in the envious glances of the sales associates, feeling an exhilarating sense of esteem. The sales associate, upon hearing Li Chuming's request, was visibly excited and promptly responded, "Very well, sir. We have several exquisite timepieces that meet your criteria." With practiced ease, she opened the display case and presented a selection of watches before him. As she showcased each piece, she elaborated, "This one is a classic from Vacheron Constantin, renowned for its superb craftsmanship and a century-long legacy. This model is a limited edition from Rolex, its unique design exemplifying extraordinary taste." However, for Li Chuming, most of these brands were unfamiliar. He had only vaguely heard of Patek Philippe. His gaze swept across the array of watches until it settled on a Patek Philippe. He pointed decisively at the watch and stated, "I want that one." The sales associate, delighted by his decisiveness, exclaimed, "Sir, you certainly have an eye for quality. This is our latest model, the Patek Philippe Nautilus." She carefully retrieved the watch and quickly brought over the payment terminal, presenting it to Li Chuming. Without even glancing at it, he produced his bank card and completed the transaction. With a beep, 1.2 million was instantly deducted from his account. Looking at the newly acquired watch, Li Chuming remarked, "I would like to try it on now." The sales associate eagerly nodded, her face aglow with smiles. "Of course, sir." Rather than placing the watch directly on his wrist, she invited him to sit down first and then retrieve professional cleaning equipment. Gently holding his hand, she placed it into the device, which began to operate, softly massaging, disinfecting, and cleansing his hands. Once finished, she meticulously dried his hands with a clean towel. Next, she donned white gloves, carefully opened the watch box, gently peeled away the protective film, and finally, with both hands, presented the watch to adorn his left wrist. Li Chuming raised his left hand, admiring the pristine Patek Philippe, and turned to Qian Shui, asking, "Qian Shui, do you think it looks beautiful?" Qian Shui, having regained her composure from the earlier shock, was rendered speechless by Li Chuming's extravagant purchase. A watch worth over 1 million, bought on a whim, seemed utterly surreal to her. The ease with which wealthy individuals purchased watches felt akin to the casualness of ordinary people buying groceries, a reality she had never truly experienced until now. Nodding vigorously, her voice trembled slightly as she replied, "It's beautiful, truly magnificent." Pleased, Li Chuming smiled and was about to leave when the store manager emerged from the back room. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, the manager greeted them with a professional smile, saying, "Sir, as a first-time customer spending over 1 million in our store, you are entitled to a complimentary gift. You may choose from our selection." Upon hearing about the gift, Li Chuming and Qian Shui exchanged glances and followed the manager to a nearby area. The manager produced a tablet and handed it to Li Chuming, saying, "Sir, here are the gift options we have prepared for you." Li Chuming glanced at the images of luxurious gifts displayed on the tablet, designer bags, cosmetics, and other high-end items, but found little interest, casually passing it to Qian Shui. "Choose whatever you like," he encouraged her. As Qian Shui took the tablet, her eyes widened with delight, her face aglow with surprise. The array of designer bags, high-end cosmetics, and various luxury items showcased were all prestigious brands, each valued between 20,000 to 50,000. In disbelief, she looked up at Li Chuming and whispered, "Are you truly gifting me something?" Li Chuming nodded with a smile. "Yes, pick whatever you wish." Overwhelmed with excitement, Qian Shui felt her cheeks flush as she began to select. Each item on the tablet captivated her, yet she struggled to make a decision. Ultimately, realizing that what she needed most was an upscale handbag, she recalled how ordinary her current bag was. After much contemplation, she finally settled on a Chanel bag, pointing it out to the manager, saying, "I choose this one." The manager nodded with a smile, replying, "Very well. Please hold on a moment." In just a few minutes, a brand new Chanel bag was presented to Qian Shui, cradling the bag in her hands. She felt as though she were in a dream, everything so surreal. As they exited the watch store and approached their BMW, Qian Shui eagerly opened her phone to search for the price of the bag on a shopping platform. Upon seeing the retail price exceed 70,000, she gasped, "I just checked, this bag retails for over 70,000. It's rather extravagant." Chapter 46. The Confession and the First Kiss. Qian Shui sat in the front passenger seat of the BMW, her hands tightly clutching a Chanel bag, her gaze seemingly glued to it, reluctant to divert her attention even momentarily. This bag, in her mother's eyes, was a luxury item to be envied for a lifetime. Yet now it lay so palpably within her grasp. Her fingers gently caressed the bag's surface, the exquisite leather texture sending a reminder through her fingertips that this was no mere dream. Qian Shui couldn't help but reflect on her mother's earnest advice to seek a wealthy partner. She had never anticipated that this seemingly daunting goal would be achieved with such ease. Li Chuming not only possessed wealth, but was also exceptionally talented. Although the bag was a gift, the generosity of such an extravagant gesture was enough to leave Qian Shui deeply moved. Li Chuming, meanwhile, contemplated the bag, his thoughts drifting back to the past. Once, he had lived in modest circumstances, where whether a bag cost thousands or merely a couple of hundred, they were all luxuries reserved for the affluent. Now, with a 70,000 yuan bag within arm's reach, he couldn't help but mock his former naivety. The reason Qian Shui accepted the costly gift so readily was that it was a present. Had it not been, given the current state of their relationship, she would never have dared to accept such a valuable item. As Li Chuming extended his hand to start the car, Qian Shui suddenly spoke, halting his movements. Throughout the day, she had witnessed his lavish spending, gaining a profound understanding of his financial capabilities. She mused that among their peers at this second-tier university, Li Chuming undoubtedly stood as one of the wealthiest. After all, true super-rich parents would not settle for a second-tier institution when selecting schools for their children. Thus, students like Li Chuming, with substantial means, were indeed rare finds on campus. With this realization, Qian Shui's perspective shifted subtly. Initially, she had considered taking their relationship slowly, but having accepted a gift worth several thousand yuan, it seemed unreasonable to maintain ambiguity between them. She understood the necessity of being more proactive. After all, having spent so much of his money, it would be ungracious to simply state she was heading home. Drawing in a deep breath to steady her nerves, she turned to Li Chuming and, with a slight tremor in her voice, asked, "Li Chuming, do you think I'm pretty?" Li Chuming paused, turning to her, and without hesitation replied, "Beautiful." In his heart, he genuinely believed Qian Shui was remarkably attractive. Among all the girls he had encountered at the university, she was the most stunning, with no one yet able to rival her beauty. Particularly striking were her slender, straight legs, which surpassed even Zhao Bing and Qin Yun in allure, a beauty that was hard to forget once seen. At that moment, Li Chuming realized that Qian Shui's question was clearly paving the way for her upcoming confession. Upon hearing his response, Qian Shui's heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. She bit her lip, her cheeks aflame, as if scorched by fire. Lowering her gaze slightly, her voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Li Chuming, I want to be your girlfriend." After uttering those words, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, her hands instinctively clutching the hem of her clothing, her eyes fixated on the ground, unable to meet Li Chuming's gaze. She was filled with both anticipation for his acceptance and fear of rejection, her emotions swirling like a tempestuous sea. Li Chuming gazed at Qian Shui's bashful yet charming demeanor, finding her irresistibly captivating. A gentle smile graced his lips as he softly replied, "Sure." Upon hearing his affirmation, the weight that had been pressing on Qian Shui's heart lifted instantly. Joy flooded her being. She raised her head, her eyes sparkling with delight, her face radiating happiness. Eagerly, she slung the Chanel bag over her shoulder, slightly tilting her body as she asked, "Look, does this bag suit me?" Li Chuming's attention was immediately drawn to her, his gaze first flitting over the exquisite bag for a fleeting moment of 0 seconds, before being captivated by the strap draping across her shoulder. It swayed gently with her movements, accentuating her figure. Li Chuming found himself lost in admiration. Although Qian Shui's physique was not as exuberant as Zhao Bing's, she possessed a remarkable allure that held his gaze for nearly 30 seconds. Noticing Li Chuming's lingering gaze, Qian Shui's blush deepened, akin to a ripe apple. Yet, she reasoned that since he had agreed to be her boyfriend, she should embrace the role of a girlfriend and allow him to admire her. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Li Chuming quickly regained composure, yet boldly stated, "It suits you perfectly, absolutely perfect." In the BMW, an air of romance enveloped them. Qian Shui eagerly hoped that Li Chuming would steal a few more glances at her, reveling in the charged atmosphere. However, he abruptly withdrew his gaze, focusing on the road ahead. This sudden shift caused a flutter of disappointment in Qian Shui's heart, replacing her sweet anticipation with a tinge of loss. She pondered how such a rare moment of intimacy could slip away so easily if she missed this opportunity. Who knew when she might be able to recreate such an atmosphere again? Resolute, Qian Shui clenched her teeth, a surge of determination rising within her as she decided to take the initiative. She parted her lips and, with a clear yet slightly trembling voice, called out, "Li Chuming." The subtle tremor in her tone betrayed her mix of anxiety and excitement. At the sound of her call, Li Chuming instinctively turned his head. Their eyes met. But before he could react, Qian Shui, like a nimble deer, leaned forward swiftly. Her lips met his with precision. The kiss, though somewhat inexperienced, was imbued with fervent emotion. The kiss caught Li Chuming off guard, leaving him momentarily dazed. A few seconds later, Qian Shui pulled away, returning to her seat, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with shyness and joy. Internally, she felt a rush of relief, grateful that she hadn't fastened her seatbelt upon entering the car. Otherwise, the constraints of the belt would have made such a bold move impossible. Yes, Qian Shui silently cheered within, reveling in the success of her kiss with Li Chuming. An indescribable sense of accomplishment washing over her. Stealing a glance at him to gauge his reaction, she felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Chapter 47. Zhao Bing surprised Li Chuming was not one to easily suffer losses. When Qian Shui initiated a kiss but then shyly recoiled, the warmth in his heart was instantly ignited. Without hesitation, he unfastened his seatbelt with the agility of a swift leopard. He grasped Qian Shui's hand, the warmth radiating from her fingertips making his heart race even more. His right arm naturally draped over her shoulder, gently pulling her closer. Before Qian Shui could fully comprehend the situation, Li Chuming had already leaned in, kissing her without a moment's doubt. Qian Shui felt a buzzing in her head, her mind blank. She was inexperienced in the art of kissing, and under Li Chuming's assertive guidance, she found herself at a loss. However, as Li Chuming's tender yet firm movements continued, she gradually relaxed and began to respond cautiously. Her eyes fluttered closed, her long lashes quivering like butterfly wings. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her hands instinctively clutched the hem of Li Chuming's shirt. Sensing Qian Shui's reciprocation, Li Chuming's heart brimmed with joy, and his movements became ever more gentle, laced with a hint of affection. After a few minutes, he finally released Qian Shui. Deep down, he yearned to take their intimacy a step further, to envelop her in his embrace and deepen this sweetness. Yet, reason cautioned him against such a hasty advance. Deeming it unworthy of a gentleman, he stifled his impulses and slowly let go of Qian Shui. At that moment, Qian Shui was already blushing fiercely, her heart pounding like a drum. This was her first experience of such closeness, leaving her feeling weak and unable to meet Li Chuming's gaze. Her head bowed almost to her chest. A brief silence enveloped the car, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Observing Qian Shui's bashful demeanor, Li Chuming's lips curled into a contented smile, his eyes twinkling with delight. He remained silent, gently smoothing her tousled hair before fastening his seatbelt again. Stealing a glance, Qian Shui caught sight of Li Chuming, who was focused on starting the car, a mixture of shyness and a tinge of disappointment washing over her. As the engine rumbled to life, the vehicle began its slow journey toward the school. Throughout the ride, neither spoke, the only sound the soft melodies that filled the car. Qian Shui leaned back in her seat, her gaze occasionally drifting to the window, yet her thoughts were far from the fleeting scenery outside. Her mind was consumed by the tender moment shared with Li Chuming, her heart still racing. Soon, they arrived at the school, parking beneath the girls' dormitory. Qian Shui took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She opened the car door and, upon stepping out, turned to look at Li Chuming. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and quickly pressed a kiss to his cheek, her face aflame as she clutched her new bag. scurrying back to the dormitory like a startled rabbit. Li Chuming watched her retreating figure, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Just as he prepared to drive away, he suddenly recalled that Zhao Bing had not sought him out all day. Curiosity bubbling within him, he retrieved his phone and dialed her number. On the other end, Zhao Bing's deliberately sultry voice came through, teasingly melodic. "Brother, you finally remembered to look for me." The sound sent a delightful shiver down Li Chuming's spine, filling him with an indescribable joy. He chuckled, "Call me that a couple more times. It's quite pleasant." Zhao Bing, however, suddenly dropped the playful tone, her voice taking on a cheeky edge. "You don't seek me out, so why should I?" Amused by her playful retort, Li Chuming laughed heartily. "You're at home, right? I'm coming over to deal with you." Without a hint of retreat, Zhao Bing provocatively replied, "You better come, but don't just talk the talk." Li Chuming was thoroughly entertained by Zhao Bing's feisty spirit. After hanging up, he pressed the accelerator, driving straight to her residence. However, during the journey, he also took a moment to call Li Tai. Once connected, Li Tai's voice echoed through the line. "Son, I thought you wouldn't call today. I was about to reach out to you. Both your uncles are ready to sell." Upon hearing this, Li Chuming replied, "I'll send the truck over shortly, Dad. Make sure to pack an additional 20,000 pounds. Li Tai inquired, "Aren't you and that boss coming?" Li Chuming answered, "No need for us to go anymore, Dad. Just ensure everything is in order. If there are issues with the rice quality, it could lead to significant problems. You must oversee it closely." Li Tai responded promptly, "Rest assured, I understand." He then continued, "By the way, I didn't reveal the true price to your uncles. I've pondered it all night. The countryside is a place marked by extreme poverty and a lack of reason, where most villagers are motivated solely by self-interest, even among brothers. If they were to learn of the high price of rice, they would undoubtedly rush to procure it, making it impossible for Li Tai to collect from the entire village." Li Chuming remarked, "Dad, you're right. We can't disclose our prices to anyone. Just keep in touch and ensure we need 2,000 pounds of rice daily." Li Tai replied, "That sounds perfect." After confirming there were no issues, Li Chuming ended the call. Before long, Li Chuming arrived at the underground parking of Zhao Bing's complex, where he spotted her waiting. Dressed in a long tunic that barely concealed her thighs, she appeared as though she were not wearing pants from a distance. Her figure was enchanting, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze. As soon as Li Chuming parked, Zhao Bing gracefully stepped into the back seat of the car. Li Chuming turned around, scrutinizing her closely. Zhao Bing, being the alluring vixen she was, possessed many talents, a captivating figure, and a carefree demeanor. Li Chuming harbored serious suspicions that Zhao Bing had prepared a surprise for him, though he was uncertain of its nature. "You." He momentarily faltered, unsure of how to proceed. Zhao Bing, noticing Li Chuming's calm expression, contrary to her expectations, assumed it was due to her revealing outfit, which elicited no excited reaction from him. Who wouldn't be stirred by a beauty like her? Internally, she categorized Li Chuming as a rather stingy man. Zhao Bing, her voice playful, reassured him, "Don't worry, little brother. When I came down, I took the stairs, and there are no cameras there. I promise, no one else saw." Seeing Li Chuming smile, Zhao Bing leaned in closer, her tone seductive as she broached the main topic. "Brother, have you ever seen a pair of shorts? Do you want to see?" Chapter 48. The secret of the shorts. The atmosphere within the car was akin to a flame ignited, fervent, and intense. Zhao Bing's delicate voice, with each syllable she uttered, seemed to carry an invisible allure, gently stirring the primal desires nestled deep within Li Chuming's heart. Her gaze, at times flirtatiously wandering and at times filled with tender emotion, appeared to unveil the most secret longings of a man's soul, every gesture imbued with charm. This enchanting woman truly understood men, Li Chuming mused inwardly, feeling as though he was being drawn by an unseen force, ensnared in this haze of intimacy. Within the confines of this small yet intoxicating space, Li Chuming and Zhao Bing reveled in a game that belonged solely to them. As time slipped by quietly, over half an hour vanished in an instant, and they gradually emerged from the fervor that enveloped them. The air inside the car still brimmed with a suggestive tension. Their breaths slightly hurried, and the lingering heat remained in their exchanged glances. "You are truly talented. You've turned your denim into undergarments," Li Chuming remarked, beginning to adjust his clothing with an air of languor and satisfaction. Zhao Bing's gaze lingered on him, tracing the contours of his arms and chest, recognizing the designer labels that adorned his attire, which deepened her admiration for his financial prowess. In contrast, Zhao Bing's attire was exceedingly simple, and upon witnessing her appearance, Li Chuming felt an urge to prevent her from exiting the vehicle. Should others see her, unthinkable rumors could arise. Thus, he swiftly rose, opened the trunk, rummaging through it until he produced a set of his own clothes, presenting them to Zhao Bing with an undeniable command. "Put these on." Receiving the garments, a flicker of amusement danced in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to don them. The clothes, originally belonging to Li Chuming, took on an entirely different charm as they graced her figure. With her naturally graceful physique, the slightly oversized attire only added a touch of casual elegance and allure. Once she was dressed, she opened the car door, stepped out, and spun around before Li Chuming, showcasing her new appearance, as if silently inquiring, "What do you think?" Is it acceptable? Li Chuming regarded Zhao Bing with a subtle nod, his eyes brimming with admiration. Upon re-entering the vehicle, Li Chuming addressed her earnestly. The money I provided you, save it for what? Go buy something you truly desire. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bing felt a stir within her heart. She lifted her gaze, fixing it on Li Chuming, and replied, Brother, you simply hand me money without a word about its purpose. How could I dare to spend it frivolously? Zhao Bing's thoughts were straightforward. She harbored dreams of becoming Li Chuming's legitimate partner. To her, as long as Li Chuming remained ambiguous in his intentions, she would never relinquish her chance. She understood clearly that squandering this money without clarity would reduce her to a mere mistress, a fate she wished to avoid. Li Chuming discerned the implication behind Zhao Bing's words, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. It was inappropriate to state outright that the funds were for her support. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, You are my dedicated foot massage expert. It is only reasonable that I compensate you for your services. Zhao Bing's heart sank at this declaration, her smile momentarily freezing before she quickly regained composure, feigning nonchalance as she quipped, Then I shall spend it generously. Li Chuming, sensing her reaction, felt a twinge of discomfort, yet remained uncertain how to console her. He shifted the topic, asking, Will you continue working at the BMW dealership? At this, Zhao Bing immediately wrapped her arms around Li Chuming's neck, leaning in closer, and replied cheerfully, Fear not, dear brother, I have you as my benefactor. So why would I need to work? Even if I toiled endlessly, I could never earn 10,000 in a few days. Besides, you, dear brother, are genuinely wonderful and charming. Li Chuming found himself momentarily distracted by Zhao Bing's affectionate gestures, but just as he was about to engage her further, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and noticed an unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, he answered the call. Zhao Bing, instead of loosening her embrace, tightened her grip. Intrigued by the identity of the caller. Once connected, a woman's voice resonated through the receiver. Li Chuming, are you at school? Li Chuming recognized the voice, though he struggled to place it. Who is this? He inquired, puzzled. The caller, seemingly surprised, responded, Have you forgotten me so soon? It's young Nana. Upon hearing her name, Li Chuming was instantly reminded, not of her appearance, but of the unique fragrance she exuded, one that had an irresistible allure, evoking vivid memories of their first encounter. Regaining his composure, he asked, What can I do for you? Young Nana's voice came through the line. The ginseng and reishi from last time were excellent. I was wondering if you could procure some more. If so, I would like to buy some. Li Chuming immediately understood and replied, Certainly, I will come to your shop to see you. Young Nana's tone brightened with delight. That's wonderful. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Li Chuming turned to Zhao Bing and said, You wish to know how I accumulate wealth, did you not? Today, I shall introduce you to it. But first, you should change into something else. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, All right, wait for me. Dear brother. With that, she released her hold on him, opened the car door, and with a light-hearted stride, disappeared from Li Chuming's sight. After nearly 20 minutes, she returned. Clad in professional attire, an elegant blazer paired with a fitted skirt and sheer black stockings, undeniably exuding the charm of a mature woman. The first time she had worn this outfit was when she met Li Chuming. Once inside the vehicle, he inquired, Did you take the liberty of applying some makeup? Zhao Bing playfully replied, Dear brother, without makeup, what if I embarrass you in front of that lady? Li Chuming chose not to respond further and instead drove towards Yang Nana's modest shop. Qian Shui, having been dropped off at the girls' dormitory, returned feeling elated, her Chanel bag slung over her shoulder. With no afternoon classes, most of the girls were lounging in their rooms. As soon as Qian Shui stepped inside, Su Qi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Qian Shui, my boyfriend Zhu Jianwei bought me a 500 yuan outfit. Come look, isn't it beautiful? Su Qi was clad in a printed t-shirt and a sporty jacket emblazoned with the words Dragon Nation. Chapter 49. The envy of roommates. A triumphant smile adorned Su Qi's face, her joy radiating as if it were the sun itself. She twirled before the mirror, showcasing the elegant lines of her attire from various angles, eagerly admiring the intricate neckline, striving to present every exquisite detail of her garment. Her eyes sparkled with affection and pride for the dress, as if she were the very center of the universe at that moment. Qian Shui understood Su Qi's sentiments all too well. With an air of grace, she approached, her gaze intently assessing Su Qi's new outfit. A subtle smile graced her lips, perfectly embodying sincerity and admiration, as she remarked, Your boyfriend possesses remarkable taste, and you too have an eye for finding such a wonderful partner. Upon hearing Qian Shui's praise, Su Qi's eyes transformed into crescent moons, radiating sheer delight. She beamed widely, her happiness palpable as she gently tugged at the hem of her dress. Eager for Qian Shui to appreciate the garment's exquisite craftsmanship and unique fabric. Immersed in her own bliss, Su Qi was oblivious to the Chanel bag that Qian Shui carried. Meanwhile, the other roommates busied themselves with their own affairs. Some lounged comfortably on their beds, engrossed in books, while others sat at their desks, immersed in assignments, occasionally furrowing their brows in contemplation. Yet, Su Qi's incessant boasting had begun to irk her roommates, akin to a persistent fly buzzing about. Though they refrained from expressing their annoyance out of courtesy, Zhuang Xia, seated at her desk, had been intently focused on her studies until Qian Shue's entrance caught her peripheral attention. Zhuang Xia vividly recalled the day she spotted Qian Shue dining with Li Chuming in the cafeteria. Qian Shue had even passed her phone to him, and the two had leaned in closely, disappearing from her view. Zhuang Xia found herself puzzled. Previously, Qian Shue had insisted that Li Chuming was never in her consideration. As her roommate, Zhuang Xia was well aware that Qian Shue's aspirations were always directed towards the affluent, the wealthier, the better. However, Li Chuming hardly seemed like a worthy candidate. As Zhuang Xia pondered, her gaze inadvertently landed on Qian Shue's bag, stirring a sense of familiarity within her. Upon closer inspection, the unmistakable Chanel logo came into view. Zhuang Xia's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Abruptly, she dropped her book and sprang to her feet, causing her chair to screech against the floor. Her sudden movement drew the attention of her roommates, who paused their activities. Curiosity piqued. They too noticed Qian Shue's bag. Zhuang Xia approached Qian Shue, her eyes fixated on the bag, brimming with envy as she inquired, "Qian Shue, have you struck it rich? You've actually bought a Chanel?" The moment those words escaped her lips, all eyes turned towards Qian Shue's bag, the room descending into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard falling to the floor. Qian Shue, however, maintained her composure, softly responding, "It was a gift from my boyfriend." Her statement echoed like thunder in the stillness, leaving her three roommates momentarily dumbfounded. A boyfriend? Just yesterday, Qian Shue had been single. How could she have found someone in such a short span? They recalled the multitude of suitors vying for Qian Shue's attention, unable to remember if any had succeeded. Confusion flickered among the roommates, but Zhuang Xia's surprise was tinged with contemplation. She had witnessed Qian Shue with Li Chuming that very day. Could it be that he was the one? Yet, how could a farmer's son, burdened with student loans and earning his own living expenses, afford such an extravagant gift? Was it possible he had deceived her? Suqi's expression darkened, her previous elation about her new dress evaporating in the wake of Qian Shue's Chanel bag. She scrutinized the bag with skepticism, unable to contain herself. "Qian Shue, is that bag authentic? It wouldn't be a shame if it turned out to be a fake." Suqi's heart sank at the thought, having relished her moment of showcasing her new outfit, only to be overshadowed by Qian Shue's unexpected luxury. The more she contemplated, the more unjust it felt. A boyfriend generous enough to gift a Chanel bag seemed improbable for Qian Shue. Zhuang Xia, having heard Suqi's words, paused, her thoughts aligning with the possibility that the bag might indeed be counterfeit. After all, Li Chuming did not strike her as someone who could afford such extravagance. As her suspicions grew, she swiftly pulled out her phone, searching for videos on how to authenticate Chanel bags. While the designs in the videos differed from Qian Shue's, the brand was the same, and the explanations regarding the anti-counterfeiting features were precise. Squatting down, Zhuang Xia meticulously examined Qian Shue's bag, employing the methods from the video, her focus unwavering as she scrutinized every detail. Seeing Zhuang Xia's intense inspection, Qian Shue chuckled lightly, remarking, "There's no need to check. My boyfriend purchased a Patek Philippe today at Vientiane City and gifted me this Chanel bag. He wouldn't present a counterfeit as a gift." Her words, though softly spoken, resonated loudly in the hushed dormitory. Vientiane City, a haven for luxury goods. Patek Philippe, a prestigious watch brand known to all. The notion of a counterfeit bag was rendered nearly impossible by the context of her statement, each word striking a chord in their hearts. Qian Shue had indeed found a treasure in her boyfriend. Silenced, Suqi wore a grim expression, her spirits plummeting as the reality sank in. Qian Shue had truly found a boyfriend capable of affording a Patek Philippe. Why had she ended up with someone like Zhu Jianwei? Regret washed over Qian Shue. She lamented the thought of having waited longer. Perhaps this treasure of a boyfriend could have been hers to discover. But such musings were of no solace now. Chapter 50. Boyfriend? A freshman in the dormitory. The atmosphere was as delicate as the calm before a storm. Suqi stood rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed intently on Qian Shue, her heart tumultuous and chaotic. Deep down, she was acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that separated her from Qian Shue. The suitors vying for Qian Shue's affection were as numerous as the fish in a river, their attentions overwhelming and incessant. Each time she beheld those young men flocking around Qian Shue, showering her with flattery, an overwhelming wave of envy surged within Suqi. In stark contrast, the appearance of a single admirer over the course of a fortnight was a rarity for her. In terms of appearance and physique, Suqi had to concede that she significantly paled in comparison to Qian Shue. Among ordinary individuals, Suqi's beauty was quite remarkable. However, standing next to Qian Shue's, she felt utterly mundane. Qian Shue, with her striking looks and enviable figure, had attracted a wealthy boyfriend, a testament to her allure and desirability. Despite Suqi's feelings of resentment, she could only accept this bitter truth. The mere thought of Qian Shue shopping at the Vientiane City stirred a tempest of emotions within Suqi. Vientiane City was a place she yearned to visit, yet dared not approach. The prices of the items within were staggering, with few items priced below 10,000. Suqi had envisioned countless scenarios in which she indulged herself in shopping sprees at Vientiane City, only to find that Qian Shui had beaten her to it. The name Patek Philippe Nautilus was one she was all too familiar with. After all, a watch was often the most telling indicator of a man's wealth. To purchase a watch worth $1.2 million without hesitation left Su Qi in awe. Furthermore, receiving a Chanel handbag as a bonus was entirely reasonable in a place like Vientiane City. Su Qi calculated in her mind that the Chanel bag must have cost several tens of thousands. Lowering her gaze, she examined her own attire, a piece that barely exceeded $1,000. Just moments ago, she had felt a sense of pride, believing herself to be somewhat respectable in the dormitory. But now, in comparison to Qian Shui, she felt like a mere shadow. The disparity became even more pronounced when she juxtaposed Zhu Jianwei with Qian Shui's boyfriend. The comparison only deepened her sense of disappointment. The once delightful mood evaporated in an instant, replaced by profound feelings of defeat. Zhuangxia stood nearby, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Qian Shui, her mouth slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. This couldn't be right. Had she simply misperceived? Wasn't he that Li Chuming? How could that be? The cafeteria was not particularly large. She was certain she could not be mistaken. But how could Li Chuming possess such wealth? Zhuangxia's heart was in turmoil. She longed to inquire but hesitated, fearing that her question might seem intrusive, making her appear as the villain in this scenario. After much deliberation, she managed to muster a smile and said, Qian Shui, you are so fortunate to have such a wonderful boyfriend. By the way, who is he? Do we know him? Zhuangxia's inquiry ignited the curiosity of her roommates, who chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, who is this boy that is so extravagant? Do we know him? All eyes turned toward Qian Shui, filled with anticipation. Instinctively, Qian Shui felt reluctant to divulge too much, merely responding with a nonchalant, he's from our school, also a freshman. As for whether they were acquainted, she chose to remain silent, and after her brief reply, she lapsed into silence. Upon hearing this, her roommates fell into contemplation, endeavoring to recall any particularly affluent freshman among their peers. Only Zhuangxia harbored absolute certainty in her heart. That person could only be Li Chuming. Li Chuming was indeed a freshman. She felt a surge of conviction, now convinced that Zhu Jianwei had deceived them all. How infuriating. Had she known, she would have made her intentions clear much sooner. Images of Li Chuming shooting hoops on the basketball court flooded Zhuangxia's mind, his graceful form appearing even more captivating in her recollection. Meanwhile, Qian Shui set her bag down, drawing the attention of her roommates, who eagerly gathered around, eager to touch and admire it, their eyes gleaming with delight. Qian Shui, however, busied herself with her personal care routine, washing up before retreating to her bed for an afternoon nap. As soon as Qian Shui lay down, Zhuangxia stealthily approached Su Qi and whispered, Zhu Jianwei is not honest. He has caused us to miss out on such a wealthy classmate. Su Qi wore a puzzled expression, questioning, what does Zhu Jianwei have to do with this? Could it be that he knew and chose not to tell us? The more she contemplated, the more her anger flared, prompting her to pull out her phone and dial Zhu Jianwei's number. In the boys' dormitory corridor, Zhu Jianwei was on the phone, saying, Mom, we bought study materials and spent over $1,000. I don't have any money left. Can you transfer me a little more? A stern voice responded from the other end. Jianwei, be careful with your spending. Our family is not affluent. Don't waste money. Mom, it's really for study materials, Zhu Jianwei insisted. Okay, I'll transfer you the money now. The call ended promptly. Shortly after, a transfer of $1,000 appeared on his phone. Zhu Jianwei eagerly accepted it and returned to his dorm, announcing to his friends, brothers, I held hands with Su Qi today. Zhang Chong and Gao Liang immediately perked up, exclaiming, you're making swift progress, truly worthy of being Weigel. Of course, I bought Su Qi a 1,000 yuan outfit. Naturally, she will hold my hand, and soon I shall be able to kiss her. Zhu Jianwei continued boasting. Zhang Chong and Gao Liang exchanged envious glances. Just then, his phone rang. And upon seeing it was Su Qi, he turned the phone to show his friends, saying, look, she misses me already. Zhu Jianwei answered the call, strolling into the corridor with a grin. Su Qi, you miss me already? I miss you too. Hearing Zhu Jianwei's calm voice, Su Qi struggled to suppress her anger and asked, Zhu Jianwei, are you hiding something from me? Zhu Jianwei's heart sank, and his smile vanished instantly. He feigned composure, replying, no, what could I possibly hide from you? Su Qi raised her voice, declaring, it's not too late to admit it now. If not, we're breaking up. Panic surged through Zhu Jianwei. He had finally won Su Qi's affection, and the thought of a simple breakup filled him with dread, fearing mockery from all. He quickly countered, Su Qi, please calm down. Let us talk this through. I truly can't remember hiding anything from you. After a brief silence, Su Qi inquired, do you know a classmate, also a freshman, who is extraordinarily wealthy, with pocket money in the millions? Chapter 51. Becoming the best friend of Qian Shui. Zhu Jianwei clutched his phone, listening to Su Qi's barrage of inquiries, his mind buzzing like a swarm of bees. Despite his best efforts, he could not recall anyone in his circle who was extraordinarily wealthy. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his gaze darted nervously around the dormitory, seeking inspiration from his familiar surroundings. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance illuminated his thoughts. He remembered the brand new BMW he had seen in the parking lot that morning. He was well acquainted with that model, which boasted a price tag of over $1 million. Its owner was undoubtedly the person Su Qi sought. Zhu Jianwei's eyes sparkled as if he had grasped a lifeline. He hurriedly spoke into the phone. Su Qi, do you recall the BMW we saw today? You must be inquiring about its owner, but I truly have no idea who it is. Upon hearing Zhu Jianwei's words, Su Qi's mind conjured the image of the luxurious car, its elongated body and prominent emblem making it a fitting companion for a high-priced watch. She bit her lip, her suspicions slightly assuaged, and began to think that perhaps Zhu Jianwei was being truthful this time. Yet, her unease lingered, and she sternly warned, if I discover that you are deceiving me, I will make you pay dearly. Now, find out who the owner of that BMW is. With that, she hung up the phone with a decisive click, disregarding whether Zhu Jianwei had a chance to respond. Nearby, Zhuang Xia had overheard their entire conversation with clarity. She was taken aback, realizing that there was indeed a BMW in the mix. How could Li Chuming be so affluent? Zhu Jianwei's ignorance was evident. Yet he claimed that Li Chuming could barely afford his education. He was certainly not a good person. Zhuang Xia harbored silent grievances, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing her eyes. After a moment of deliberation, she concluded that this matter could not be left unresolved. I may have my suspicions, but I require some evidence, Zhuang Xia mused, her eyes glinting with cunning determination. She resolved to cultivate a closer relationship with Qian Shui. This strategy not only enabled her to ascertain whether Li Chuming possessed any wealth but also presented an opportunity for her own advancement. Zhuang Xia assessed her reflection in the mirror, acknowledging that while Qian Shui was beautiful, she too had her own charms, having attracted numerous admirers. Like Qian Shui, her ambition was to secure a partner of considerable wealth, which was why she had spurned all suitors. Even if she could not win Li Chuming, his friends would surely be affluent. Entering this circle, she thought, would guarantee her chances of meeting wealthy men. With a clenched fist, Zhuang Xia bolstered her resolve, determined to become Qian Shui's closest confidant starting today. Meanwhile, in her slumber, Qian Shui lay peacefully in bed, a slight smile gracing her lips as she reveled in a delightful dream, blissfully unaware that this seemingly trivial incident had sparked vastly different thoughts in her two roommates. Elsewhere, Li Chuming drove, taking Xiaobing to a somewhat dilapidated little shop located on a narrow street, surrounded by aging buildings, with moss creeping up the walls. The sign above the entrance swayed precariously, its letters faded and indistinct. After parking his car, Li Chuming opened the trunk, feigning a search for herbs. Seizing the moment when Xiaobing was distracted, he summoned several herbs directly from the celestial realm. These herbs, with robust roots and lush green leaves, emitted a subtle fragrance. He placed them in a simple plastic bag and, together with Xiaobing, entered the shop. Inside, the lighting was dim, filled with a faint herbal aroma. The shelves were lined with various jars and bottles, each containing an assortment of herbs. Young Nana sat behind the counter, idly flipping through a magazine. Upon spotting Li Chuming, her eyes brightened as if she had discovered treasure, and she quickly rose to greet him. Her gaze swept over the plastic bag in Li Chuming's hand, and with one glance, she could hardly contain her excitement. To her, those herbs appeared as glittering gold. Li Chuming had not caught a whiff of Young Nana's distinctive fragrance in quite some time, and as he drew near, he involuntarily inhaled deeply. A smile graced his face as he approached to shake her hand, discreetly savoring the scent once more. Young Nana, beaming with joy, exclaimed, I have been eagerly awaiting your visit. Li Chuming replied with a grin, it is my honor. Xiaobing, standing to the side, observed the handshake between the two, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. She muttered under her breath, men are truly unreliable. After inviting Li Chuming and Xiaobing to sit, Young Nana eagerly inquired, how many herbs have you brought this time? Li Chuming replied at a leisurely pace, this time, 3 ginsengs and 2 lingzis. Young Nana's expression lit up with delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Quick, let me see, she urged. Li Chuming handed the plastic bag to Young Nana, who accepted it and scrutinized its contents. Her brow furrowed slightly as she remarked, Li Chuming, could you perhaps use a nicer box next time? Using a plastic bag feels rather cheap. These are worth millions. Li Chuming scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish as he apologized. I'm sorry, I had none. Waving her hand dismissively, Young Nana responded, when you leave, I'll provide you with a wooden box. With that, she turned to retrieve her professional equipment, meticulously examining the herbs. Sporting advanced glasses and wielding a magnifying glass, she focused intently on the herbs, scrutinizing every detail. She occasionally pinched the roots or inhaled their aroma. After a considerable time, she lifted her head, a satisfied smile gracing her face. The quality is on par with last time. They are all excellent. I will offer you the same price as before. This time, I can round it up to 10 million. With that, she began carefully placing the herbs into a box. Li Chuming recognized that this price was quite reasonable and did not contest it. Young Nana worked swiftly, soon finishing the packing. She pulled out her phone and, with practiced ease, completed the transaction. Shortly thereafter, Li Chuming received a notification of the deposit. Only then did Young Nana notice Xiaobing beside Li Chuming. Finding her quite attractive, she curiously inquired, who is she? Li Chuming wrapped his arm around Xiaobing's shoulder and introduced, This is my girlfriend, Zhao Bing. We were together when you called, and she expressed interest in joining. Young Nana promptly greeted Zhao Bing with a warm smile and enthusiastically suggested, "Today, I shall treat you both to dinner." Chapter 52. The transfer of 200,000. Li Chuming politely declined Yang Nana's invitation to dinner with a warm smile, saying, "I truly apologize, but I have some matters to attend to this evening." Yang Nana, not wishing to press the issue, nodded with a smile and brought over a beautifully crafted wooden box, handing it to Li Chuming. "This is specifically designed for storing medicinal herbs. Please refrain from using plastic bags, as they diminish the quality of the herbs." Li Chuming accepted the wooden box with gratitude, pretending to place it in the trunk. Seizing the moment while Zhao Bing engaged in small talk with Yang Nana, he focused his thoughts and instantly transported the entire wooden box into his mystical abode, placing it alongside his treasured medicinal materials. Zhao Bing joined Li Chuming in the car, which slowly pulled away from the small shop. Sitting in the passenger seat, she could not help but gaze at him, filled with curiosity and admiration. At that moment, she witnessed firsthand Li Chuming's remarkable ability to earn money. Within a mere 10 minutes, 10 million had been credited to his account. Zhao Bing was utterly astonished, yet she maintained her composure, revealing no signs of surprise in front of Yang Nana. Finally, unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "You little rascal, so this is how you make your fortune. You are truly impressive. No wonder you are so wealthy. I can hardly fathom 10 million entering your account in less than 10 minutes. Her tone was laced with admiration and envy. Shortly after Li Chuming had driven a short distance, his phone rang. It was the truck driver, informing him that 20,000 jin of rice had arrived at the designated location. Coincidentally, it was the same truck driver as before. Feeling a sense of connection, Li Chuming said, "Master, could you come to Li Family Village daily to help me transport a truckload of rice? The freight fee will remain the same. How does that sound?" The truck driver, thrilled at the prospect of such a stable job, eagerly agreed. Li Chuming added, "Master, please have a meal nearby first. Once I arrive with the movers, we can unload together." After hanging up, Li Chuming quickly found the truck and promptly unloaded the rice, greeting the driver as he did so. As it was mealtime, Li Chuming suddenly remembered that his campus card still had 100,000 yuan left on it. He turned to Zhao Bing and said, "Let us go to the school cafeteria. I accidentally topped up my meal card with 100,000 yuan, and I can't possibly spend it all." Zhao Bing was taken aback at first, but soon burst into laughter, watching Li Chuming with keen interest as he explained the situation regarding his meal card. "You can't just spend money like that. You really are something. Topping up so much on a meal card," she teased. Li Chuming shrugged, replying, "It's actually quite beneficial. The food at school is both delicious and affordable, so it doesn't hurt to have a little extra." Zhao Bing tilted her head thoughtfully and said, "All right then. I'll accompany you to the cafeteria every day to see how you spend this 100,000. The car soon arrived at the campus. Heading straight for the dining hall, Li Chuming led Zhao Bing to the 4th floor, where the cafeteria boasted an elegant ambience, resembling a grand restaurant, with the option to order dishes according to one's preference, albeit at a slightly higher cost. Upon sitting down, Li Chuming expertly picked up the menu and ordered 8 dishes in one breath. Zhao Bing, astonished by the quantity, exclaimed, "So many? Can we finish all this?" Li Chuming replied with a mysterious smile, "I have a nickname, and you'll find out shortly." Before long, an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes was served at their table. Zhao Bing picked up her chopsticks and took a taste, her eyes instantly lighting up as she praised, "This is indeed delightful. The flavor surpasses that of many restaurants outside." Li Chuming nodded with a smile, saying, "Of course. Many teachers dine here, while students are fewer, as the expenses can be considerable. However, the taste is what truly matters." As they chatted joyfully, they indulged in their meal with gusto. The dishes on the table rapidly diminished at a noticeable pace. What was initially a sufficient amount for 2 had now been transformed into 8 dishes, most of which found their way into Li Chuming's stomach. Observing Li Chuming's voracious appetite, Zhao Bing couldn't help but tease, "Brother, your other nickname wouldn't happen to be Food Bucket, would it?" To her surprise, Li Chuming laughed heartily, responding, "Clever girl. You guessed correctly. I've always had a hearty appetite. I eat a lot and have great strength." After finishing their meal, the two stood up and made their way downstairs. Li Chuming, unaware, missed a young man in a corner of the dining hall who had been staring at Zhao Bing since their arrival. With her alluring figure and graceful curves, Zhao Bing naturally attracted attention, and the young man was captivated, unable to tear his eyes away. Once back in the car, Li Chuming started the engine and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Zhao Bing leaned closer to him, her gaze sultry, suggesting, "How about we go to my house and try a Thai massage?" Just as she spoke, she remembered that her close friend finished work early today and would surely be at home, making it inconvenient for them to return. So she quickly changed her mind, saying, "Let us go to a hotel instead. I'll give you a taste of my Thai massage." Li Chuming chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. "Do you think of me as a beast of burden?" Zhao Bing, however, was undeterred, snuggling against him and playfully asserting, "You are quite strong. Believe in yourself." After some contemplation, Li Chuming replied, "Let us discuss it tomorrow. I want to be coming today." With that, he playfully patted her bottom, adding, "You should consider a new place. Living with your friend isn't very convenient. I'll send you some money." With that, Li Chuming promptly took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Zhao Bing. She stared at her phone in disbelief, exclaiming, "But you still haven't spent the 10,000 you gave me yesterday?" Li Chuming laughed. "Then hurry and use it. I will give you even more." Overjoyed, Zhao Bing planted a kiss on his cheek. After a moment of thought, Zhao Bing said, "I'll look for a place near the school. That way, it'll be more convenient." Li Chuming nodded in agreement, starting the car as they began their search for a suitable residence around the campus. As they drove, Zhao Bing spotted a real estate agency by the roadside and suggested, "There's an agency. Let us ask them to help us find a place. It'll be better." Li Chuming concurred with her idea, slowly steering the car to a stop in front of the agency. Upon entering the agency, a sharply dressed man approached them with a professional smile, eagerly inquiring, "Good day, are you looking to buy or rent a property?" Zhao Bing stepped forward, stating, "We're looking to rent. It needs to be well furnished and fully equipped, ideally close to Transportation University." She elaborated on her various requirements for the property. The real estate agent immediately turned and went to the computer, meticulously searching for listings that met their criteria. Chapter 53. Li Jiajia's unemployment. Zhao Bing's gaze was fixed on the computer screen when suddenly she pointed to a property listing and exclaimed, "I think this one is quite good." Li Chuming leaned in for a closer look, shook his head, and replied, "It's a bit small. Let's see if there's a larger option." Zhao Bing continued to sift through the listings until her eyes lit up. "What about this one? 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 140 square meters. It's rather nice." Li Chuming examined it, noting the sensible layout and stylish decor, and nodded in agreement. The real estate agent, witnessing their interest, promptly called the landlord. Fortuitously, the landlord lived nearby and arrived swiftly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they began discussing the rental details. Within a mere 15 minutes, all formalities were completed, and Zhao Bing triumphantly received the keys to the apartment. Eagerly, they made their way to the new home. Upon opening the door, a refreshing atmosphere enveloped them. The interior was exquisitely decorated, with furniture and appliances fully equipped. The living room was spacious and bright, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the floor. Zhao Bing dashed around the room with excitement, occasionally peeking into the bedrooms or touching the sofa, her face radiating sheer joy. Li Chuming followed closely, feeling content merely watching her happiness. Zhao Bing rushed to Li Chuming, wrapped her arms around him, and said, "Dear brother, thank you. I absolutely adore this place." In her eyes, at that moment, Li Chuming shone like a brilliant star, exuding endless radiance, devoid of any flaw. Wealthy and generous. It took him merely 2 days to transfer 200,000 yuan to her. This sum weighed heavily in her heart, reflecting on her previous struggles to secure orders, where she had to resort to less dignified tactics, pouting, revealing skin, just to earn a little extra. She realized that despite her efforts, her monthly earnings barely exceeded 10,000, culminating in a meager total of just over 100,000 for the year. In stark contrast, the wealth she had amassed in just 3 days with Li Chuming surpassed her entire year's labor. Such opulence made Zhao Bing feel as though she had accumulated 8 lifetimes of fortune to meet Li Chuming. Holding him tightly, she nestled against him, her face aglow with happiness. Her eyes brimmed with affection and reliance, silently vowing that her body and soul would forever belong to Li Chuming. With him, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, akin to a robust fortress, enveloping her entirely. Contemplating the freshly rented apartment, with a monthly rent of 8,000 yuan, Zhao Bing realized that in the past, such a thought would have been inconceivable. Without Li Chuming's support, her financial capacity would have rendered such a rental impossible, let alone covering 6 months' rent. The apartment, with its elegant decor and complete appliances, stood in stark contrast to the dim, cramped quarters she had previously shared with Li Jiajia. Their former abode, shabby and lacking basic amenities, charged just over 1,000 per person each month, offering a far inferior quality of life. Li Chuming, observing Zhao Bing's contentment, gently stroked her hair and said softly, "Let's just stay here for now. If you like it, we can consider buying it later." He understood that although the property was pricey, with his current financial standing, acquiring it would be a trivial matter. Zhao Bing quickly shook her head, insisting, "No, renting is much more economical. If we buy it and the prices drop, wouldn't we be at a loss?" Deep down, she contemplated a more profound strategy. Given Li Chuming's current earning pace, acquiring a villa in a year or 2 would not be challenging. Rather than buying a property now and risking depreciation, it would be wiser to wait and directly move into a villa later, which would be far more gratifying. Li Chuming smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, we shall follow your lead." Just as they basked in the warmth of their shared moment, Zhao Bing's phone suddenly rang. Frowning slightly, she reluctantly released her hold on Li Chuming and checked her phone. It was a call from Li Jiajia. Pressing the answer button, she asked, "Jiajia, what's up?" On the other end, Li Jiajia's voice was laced with tears. "Bing Bing, I've been fired by my boss." Zhao Bing's heart dropped, quickly inquiring, "Why would he let you go?" Li Jiajia sobbed, "He wanted me to be his mistress, and I found him repulsive, so I never agreed." But today he called me aside after work and brought it up again, and then I was dismissed. Zhao Bing did not shy away from Li Chuming. The conversation was clear for him to hear. He had thought such occurrences were confined to novels, yet here it was, unfolding in reality, igniting a surge of anger within him. Zhao Bing, equally indignant upon hearing Li Jiajia's plight, said resolutely, "Stop crying. If he dismissed you, then good riddance. You should have left him long ago. I'm coming back right now. Just wait for me." Li Chuming instantly grasped Zhao Bing's intention. Without a word, he took her hand, and together they departed from their new home. He drove her back to the place she had previously shared with Li Jiajia. Along the way, Zhao Bing wore a frown, her face a mask of anger and concern. Upon arrival, she stepped out of the car and told Li Chuming, "You head back to school. I'll take care of things here and contact you later." He nodded, watching her enter the building before turning the car around to return to school. Zhao Bing hurried upstairs, opened the door, and called, "Jiajia, I'm back." Hearing her voice, Li Jiajia rushed out from her room and threw herself into Zhao Bing's arms, crying out, "Hey Bing." Zhao Bing gently patted her back, comforting her. "That boss is utterly unreasonable and outrageous. Stop crying. Losing a job is not the end. You're so talented. You'll find a better one." After a while, Li Jiajia managed to speak through her tears, "Bing Bing, but I haven't received my salary for this month. I'm out of money." Without hesitation, Zhao Bing replied, "It's not a big deal. I'll lend you 10,000. Li Jiajia was taken aback, looking up at Zhao Bing with confusion, asking, "Bing Bing, how much did you earn this month to afford such a generous loan?" Zhao Bing smiled at her and replied, "Oh, Li Chuming transferred nearly 200,000 yuan to me in the past few days." As they were close friends, she shared all the details about her relationship with Li Chuming. Li Jiajia listened, her eyes widening in astonishment, her surprise growing more evident. When Zhao Bing finished recounting her story, Li Jiajia exclaimed, "Wow, he must be incredibly handsome." As she spoke, her tears transformed into laughter, the shadows of despair lifting from her face. Chapter 54, Inquiring about the BMW owner. In the dimly lit dormitory of the university, an unmistakable aura of male camaraderie lingered in the air. As Li Chuming stepped through the threshold, he was immediately greeted by Zhu Jianwei's urgent voice resonating within the room. "Does anyone know who owns the BMW 740? Please help me find out." Li Chuming was taken aback, his curiosity piqued by Zhu Jianwei's sudden inquiry. Why was he so intent on discovering this? Remaining discreetly at the door, he listened intently. Zhang Chang furrowed his brow in confusion and asked Zhu Jianwei, "Why would Suchi suddenly ask you to inquire about the BMW owner? Moreover, who among us is a freshman capable of affording such a vehicle?" Gao Liang concurred, adding, "Indeed, it could very well belong to a professor." However, Zhu Jianwei, unwavering in his conviction, raised his voice, asserting, "It must be a freshman. That information is definitive." Under persistent questioning, Su Qi had revealed that Qian Shue's boyfriend was indeed a freshman driving a BMW. He dismissed his roommate's speculations and reiterated his plea, "Please find out who it is." At that moment, Li Chuming entered the dormitory, prompting Zhang Chang's eyes to light up as if he had discovered a lifeline. Why not ask Li Chuming? He is always out and about. He might know. Zhu Jianwei, however, scoffed, a smirk crossing his face. What a joke. Does he even know what a BMW is? Forget it. I'll ask someone else. With that, he hastily exited the dormitory, his figure disappearing down the hallway. Initially, Li Chuming had considered revealing that the car in question belonged to him if Zhu Jianwei had asked. Yet, Zhu Jianwei's dismissive attitude changed his mind. He pretended not to have heard the conversation and casually walked to his bed. Gao Liang turned to Li Chuming, his face brimming with excitement. "Li Chuming, can you believe a freshman drives a BMW? Isn't that impressive? I ask you, isn't it impressive?" Li Chuming stifled a laugh, pondering how Gao Liang would react if he knew that it was indeed him. He feigned amazement, responding, "Of course, it's impressive." With a deep sigh, Gao Liang gazed at the ceiling, lamenting, "Oh heavens, why can't you grant me a wealthy father? I too wish to drive a BMW." Zhang Chang interjected teasingly, "Why not jump off a building, restart, and try your luck?" Gao Liang, alarmed, retorted, "Damn it, Zhang Chang, why don't you jump?" Zhang Chang chuckled, saying, "Though I envy it, I believe I can achieve wealth on my own. Someday, I will be rich." Gao Liang rolled his eyes, replying, You can't get up in the morning, and you stay up late. You're too busy gaming and not studying. Just stick to dreaming." Li Chuming listened to their playful banter, smiling quietly without joining in the debate. He walked over to his bed, quickly undressed, and lazily reclined on his mattress. At that moment, a notification chimed on his phone. It was a message from Qian Shui. "Are you busy?" Li Chuming swiftly typed a reply, "Not busy." Almost immediately, Qian Shui responded, "I haven't eaten yet and am about to go for a meal. Are you coming?" Glancing at the message, Li Chuming recalled that he had just eaten and replied, "Oh, I've already eaten." Just after sending that, a thought struck him. Since he had a hearty appetite, why not eat only half a meal in the future and accompany someone else? How brilliant. He felt a surge of self-satisfaction, convinced of his cleverness. Qian Shui replied, "Then I'll go eat. I'll chat with you when I'm back." Li Chuming responded, "Okay." He anticipated that Qian Shui would take at least half an hour to return from her meal. To his surprise, less than 5 minutes later, Another message from her arrived. Qin Shui, my roommate brought me food today, so I didn't go. Li Chuming replied, I see. Your roommate is quite considerate. Qian Shui sent a playful emoji and added, I'm a fairy, they all want to hang out with me. Li Chuming laughed and replied, how fortunate. I'm the boyfriend of a fairy. Qian Shui responded with a hearty laugh emoji. Thus, their conversation flowed smoothly, transitioning from discussing meals to sharing amusing anecdotes from campus life. Meanwhile, Zhuangxia, taking advantage of delivering dinner to Qian Shui, inadvertently caught sight of Li Chuming's name on her phone screen. She felt a surge of triumph, convinced of her own cleverness for acquiring such tangible evidence so swiftly. Internally, she congratulated herself, a subtle smirk gracing her face. Qian Shui ate quickly, finishing her meal in mere minutes. As soon as she set down her utensils, she promptly messaged Li Chuming again. Their exchange grew increasingly animated, delving into topics from today's meals to campus happenings. Zhuangxia occasionally cast furtive glances at Qian Shui, fully aware of how long they had been chatting. From a distance, Su Qi observed the lively interaction, her curiosity piqued, yearning to discover who Qian Shui was speaking with. Yet, after much deliberation, she opted against approaching, consumed by envy and indignation, pondering, why does Qian Shui have such good fortune? Why am I not so lucky? Before long, the roommates began to retire for the night, the lights in the dormitory dimming until only the faint moonlight filtered through the window. Li Chuming checked the time and felt their conversation had reached a natural conclusion. He decided to end the chat with Qian Shui, rising quietly from his bed, dressing swiftly, and making his way to the Xianfu as he headed toward Kaiai City. He navigated the familiar path back to his residence. At that hour, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, the deep night offering a perfect opportunity for rest. However, this evening, Princess Qin Yun did not arrive. Upon hearing movement in the courtyard, Xiaohong dashed out of her room. Upon seeing Li Chuming, her face lit up with joy. Young master, you have returned. I shall tidy your room immediately. With that, she swiftly entered the room, her nimble hands efficiently organizing the space. Before long, everything was in order. Xiaohong approached Li Chuming, stating, oh, by the way, the master has left. Xiaohuan sent word for you to be cautious. The master has departed? Li Chuming understood the implication of Xiaohuan's message. The Zhao family suffered significant losses this time, and it was likely they would take action against him, especially Zhao Langfeng. It was time to delve deeply into the Xianfu and engage in some challenging quests. Chapter 55, Trial Success Upon Awakening from a Deep Slumber. Li Chuming found himself within the celestial abode. The voice of the abode's spirit resonated softly in his ears. Master, you are on the brink of breaking through to the 6th level. First, achieve this breakthrough. Then continue your cultivation before entering the trial hall of the celestial abode, where you will face your adversaries with greater strength. Li Chuming was acutely aware that since his last practice of the Annihilation Fist, his cultivation realm had ascended with astonishing rapidity. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level. Initially, after mastering the Annihilation Fist, he was to enter the trial hall and engage in combat with the formidable Zhao Langfeng. However, dawn had broken on Blue Star, and to conceal his secret, he had to temporarily retreat back to Blue Star. Defeating Zhao Langfeng had become his foremost objective upon returning to this realm. Listening to the spirit's words, Li Chuming understood that a significant breakthrough was imminent. He inhaled deeply, allowing his heart to settle into tranquility, and began to actively perceive the circulation of the supreme Tao scripture within his body. With closed eyes, he turned his focus inward, observing streams of spiritual energy flowing like gentle rivulets through his meridians. Li Chuming quietly savored this experience as the supreme Tao scripture absorbed spiritual energy at an accelerating pace, resembling a vast whirlpool that continuously drew in the surrounding spiritual essence. Time slipped away unnoticed as he immersed himself in this extraordinary state of cultivation, feeling as though he had merged with the entire universe. In less than a quarter of an hour, he sensed a surge of power within him, akin to a volcano erupting with unrestrained fury. With a thunderous roar, he successfully broke through to the 6th level, achieving yet another leap in strength. Li Chuming slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of confidence illuminating his gaze. He knew he was a step closer to vanquishing Zhao Langfeng. Upon achieving this breakthrough, Li Chuming hesitated not for a moment and re-entered the celestial abode. As his figure stood upon the mysterious trial arena, the very fabric of reality seemed to invert, and the scene morphed in a dreamlike fashion. A colossal combat platform rose from the ground, suffused with dense spiritual energy, resembling a mystical battlefield. Zhao Langfeng's figure gradually coalesced, garbed in black, his gaze icy, and his sword in hand glimmering with a chilling light. The moment Zhao Langfeng appeared, he launched a fierce assault on Li Chuming. His movements were swift as lightning, the sword cleaving through the air, unleashing fierce sword energy that rained down upon Li Chuming like a tempest. Li Chuming was well prepared this time, no longer the fragile opponent of before. He swiftly sidestepped, channeling his internal spiritual power to brace for Zhao Langfeng's onslaught. The sword strikes were like flashes of lightning, each imbued with formidable strength, intent on cleaving Li Chuming asunder. He evaded left and right, his garments already marred by several slashes from the sword energy, yet he steadfastly resisted. In the initial skirmish, It was evident that Li Chuming was no match for Zhao Langfeng. Within just 3 exchanges, he succumbed to Zhao Langfeng's overwhelming sword energy. A sense of frustration welled up within Li Chuming as he recognized his shortcomings. Zhao Langfeng's swordplay was not only rapid but also imbued with immense power, each strike showcasing exquisite technique. He silently reflected on his experiences, reminding himself not to yield easily. With renewed courage, Li Chuming returned to the combat platform, engaging Zhao Langfeng in fierce confrontation once more. This time, he refrained from mindless evasion and initiated a proactive assault. He unleashed the military body fist, each strike powerful and resonant, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Though Zhao Langfeng's swordplay was incisive, Li Chuming's military body fist instilled a sense of caution in him. The two exchanged blows, and the intensity of their battle escalated. Gradually, Li Chuming began to endure 10 strikes, then 20, until he finally withstood 100. However, Li Chuming was not content with mere survival. He understood that a gap still existed between himself and Zhao Langfeng. He contemplated how he might overcome this formidable opponent, and the Annihilation Fist came to mind. This was a powerful technique he had cultivated, brimming with potential. Taking a deep breath, Li Chuming executed the Annihilation Fist. The force of his strike howled forth, its might seemingly capable of obliterating the very heavens. Zhao Langfeng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, intensified his swordplay, the sword energy intertwining with Li Chuming's Annihilation Fist, resulting in a series of resounding clashes. In the ensuing battle, Li Chuming and Zhao Langfeng were evenly matched, their strengths converging as the confrontation reached a fever pitch. Li Chuming continuously adjusted his strategy, discerning that while Zhao Langfeng's swordplay was formidable, it was not without flaws. He began to seek out Zhao Langfeng's vulnerabilities, leveraging his own fist techniques to launch relentless attacks. Slowly but surely, Li Chuming began to hold his ground against Zhao Langfeng, their exchanges on the combat platform becoming increasingly intense and uncompromising. With every defeat, Li Chuming was expelled from the trial hall, yet he did not succumb to despondency. Rather, he redoubled his efforts to analyze his shortcomings. He meticulously recalled every detail of his battles with Zhao Langfeng, contemplating how to better harness his strength. Through repeated attempts and reflections, Li Chuming's prowess steadily ascended, narrowing the divide between him and Zhao Langfeng. Having yet to utilize the mid-grade spiritual artifact, the sealing fist gauntlets he had crafted, Li Chuming considered employing them in his next attempt against Zhao Langfeng. Resolute in his decision, he inhaled deeply and re-entered the trial hall, donning the sealing fist gauntlets. The gauntlets shimmered with a mysterious luminescence, seemingly harboring boundless power. Observing Li Chuming adorned with the gauntlets, Zhao Langfeng's eyes flickered with caution. He swung his sword anew, launching yet another onslaught at Li Chuming. Li Chuming charged forward to meet Zhao Langfeng's blade, the collision of gauntlet and sword resonating with a thunderous boom. He felt an immense force emanating from the gauntlets, a surge of elation washing over him as he recognized their extraordinary nature. Seizing the moment as Zhao Langfeng retreated, Li Chuming unleashed the Annihilation Fist once more. Empowered by the sealing fist gauntlets, his strikes gained tremendous force, each blow imbued with overwhelming power, crashing towards Zhao Langfeng. Zhao Langfeng hastily defended with his sword. Yet Li Chuming's relentless assault surged forth like an unyielding tide, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. As Li Chuming fought with increasing fervor, his gaze remained resolute, the gauntlets flying with rapidity. Zhao Langfeng's figure began to blur under the barrage of Li Chuming's strikes. Ultimately, Li Chuming delivered a powerful punch that shattered Zhao Langfeng's form into fragments. With Zhao Langfeng's figure dissipating, the trial hall reverberated with a profound tremor. Suddenly, a colossal bronze bell materialized upon the combat platform. The bell began to toll of its own accord, emitting a deep, melodious sound, as if heralding Li Chuming's victory. Before long, a mysterious box appeared beneath the bell, glimmering with a golden radiance, inscribed with enigmatic runes that exuded an aura of mystery. The spirit of the abode spoke once more. Master, upon your victory, you will receive a reward that will greatly benefit your cultivation. Go and discover what this artifact truly holds. Chapter 56. The transformation of military body boxing into martial arts. Li Chuming's hands trembled slightly as he gently lifted the lid off the box that emanated an aura of mystery. The moment the box opened, a soft glow poured forth, illuminating his face, which was filled with anticipation. At the center of the box lay a jade slip, glistening with a lustrous sheen and radiating a faint halo. The ethereal voice of the spirit of the mansion resonated. Master, this is a martial technique. I have recalled that the trial hall can simulate based on the martial technique you employ, thereby creating an even more formidable skill. Li Chuming's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had just utilized the Annihilation Fist during the trial. Could it be that this jade slip contained an upgraded version of it? The thought sent his breath racing, excitement bubbling within him like a volcano poised to erupt. Eagerly, he pressed the jade slip to his brow, attempting to grasp its secrets. Soon, a stream of information flowed into his mind like a gentle current. However, to his surprise, the slip revealed not an advancement of the Annihilation Fist, but rather the method of cultivating the military body boxing. Initially taken aback, a radiant smile blossomed on his face, brighter than the sun. Previously, his execution of military body boxing relied solely on the overwhelming power of the supreme Tao scripture, lacking the proper method for channeling spiritual energy. Now, this victory had rectified that critical flaw. The spirit of the mansion's congratulatory voice echoed once more. Congratulations, Master. The military body boxing can now achieve significant advancement. Li Chuming understood that although he had been proficient in the movements of military body boxing, it had merely been a matter of technique, lacking the enhancement of spiritual power. However, now armed with a clear path for cultivation, military body boxing would officially ascend to the realm of martial arts, its potential for power enhancement beyond imagination. This trial hall is truly a treasure bestowed upon me by the heavens. Li Chuming marveled internally. At last, he possessed his own martial technique, a joy that made him eager to find a place to demonstrate it immediately. The spirit continued, Master, once you master the cultivation route of military body boxing, challenging Zhao Langfeng in the trial hall will become significantly easier. Li Chuming nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation for future battles. Without delay, he stepped out of the mansion. Outside, the sun had grown somewhat intense, casting a warm glow upon him. Xiaohong and Xiaolu stood in the courtyard, conversing softly. Xiaohong furrowed her brow, worry etched on her face. Why is the young master still asleep? It's nearly noon. Xiaolu chimed in. Should we go check on him? Xiaohong quickly waved her hand, her expression tense. No. If you go in and upset the young master, don't say I didn't warn you. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu shrank back, saying, then we'll just wait here. Xiaohong sighed, speculating. Perhaps the young master is exhausted from traveling for days. Just then, Li Chuming appeared before them. The two girls were initially stunned, but then their faces lit up with joyful smiles as they hurried forward, speaking in unison. Young master, it's almost time for lunch. We were just about to wake you. Li Chuming looked at them and smiled, waving his hand. No worries, I simply overslept. With the girls' attentive service, he enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Afterward, he said to Xiaohong, go inform Wang Shu that the goods have arrived. With that, he took Xiaolu and headed toward the granary. As they walked down the street, Li Chuming suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him. He frowned slightly, pondering. How strange, I have the distinct feeling of being watched. His instincts were usually accurate. Indeed, not far away, a man with his face concealed by a black cloth was intently observing him. This man was none other than Zhao Langfeng. Zhao Langfeng, having failed to eliminate Li Chuming in the martial challenge, harbored deep resentment. He had taken refuge in a secluded inn, dedicating his days to relentless training, striving to recover and enhance his strength. His singular focus was revenge against Li Chuming, seeking to restore his family's honor. He was also waiting for the opportune moment to strike, knowing he had no chance while the master was present. Finally, the day arrived when the master departed, and Zhao Langfeng eagerly began his search for Li Chuming. Yet, it was as if Li Chuming had vanished from the face of the earth, eluding him at every turn. Frustrated and powerless, Zhao Langfeng resorted to lurking near Li Chuming's residence day after day. Today, as usual, he positioned himself nearby, finally catching sight of Li Chuming, observing his every move. Zhao Langfeng's anger flared. Remembering his past humiliation and the disgrace his family endured because of Li Chuming, his eyes burned with murderous intent. Today shall be your last, Zhao Langfeng vowed fiercely in his heart, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, stealthily trailing behind Li Chuming. While Li Chuming sensed a watchful presence, he attributed it to his newfound fame in Kaidai City, where he was well known as the beloved of the princess, a fact that naturally drew attention. Furthermore, he felt confident in his enhanced strength, so he dismissed the matter. Once outside Kaitai City, he hadn't walked long before the spirit's urgent voice echoed in his mind. Master, just ahead to your left, there is a delectable source of flesh. Li Chuming halted abruptly, his gaze sharpening as he looked in the direction indicated. He understood that flesh was the best nourishment for the spirit. At that moment, a ninth-grade martial master, previously laid in ambush by Zhao Langfeng, awaited him at that very spot. Zhao Langfeng, who had been secretly monitoring Li Chuming's movements, noticed him suddenly pause and look toward that direction, his brow furrowing in concern. What has this fool sensed? How could that be possible? Alarm bells rang in his mind. Yet he knew that this was not the right moment to act. Li Chuming remained stationary, scanning the area for any signs of disturbance. Everything appeared calm, with no anomalies in sight, but he firmly trusted the spirit's words. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed aside his doubts, deciding to proceed to the granary, opting to keep his investigations discreet. Seeing Li Chuming continue calmly toward the granary, Zhao Langfeng felt a slight relief, stealthily following behind while calculating that he must not let Li Chuming uncover his secret. He awaited the next opportunity to exact his revenge. Meanwhile, Li Chuming pondered what this so-called delectable source of flesh could possibly be. Chapter 57, 3400 Tales. Li Chuming stood outside the granary, basking in the warm sunlight that poured generously over him. Wang Shu approached, his face alight with joy, his steps as buoyant as a frolicking fawn, exuding an exuberance that seemed ready to spill over. Upon seeing Li Chuming, Wang Shu's eyes crinkled in delight, and he exclaimed in a booming voice, Brother Li, this is the happiest moment for me. Our Wang family has completely ceased all other businesses, dedicating ourselves wholeheartedly to the rice trade. This venture is thriving beyond measure. Every day, we have a fixed quantity for sale, and the eager customers are nearly tripping over the threshold. As he spoke, Wang Shu gesticulated animatedly, his smile radiant, as if the success of the business was reflected in his beaming countenance. Upon hearing this, Li Chuming felt a jolt of concern. The status of the rice business directly impacted his dividends, which were not to be underestimated. He hastened forward, urgency in his voice. Brother Wang, just how well is this business doing? Wang Shu's spirits soared at the inquiry. He swiftly turned and bellowed, bring me the ledger. Before long, a subordinate rushed over, clutching a thick ledger. Wang Shu received it with utmost care, as though it were a rare treasure, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gently opened it. He began to read, Brotherly, our total earnings this time amount to 4,000 taels. According to our agreed-upon share, your portion of 2,400 taels is ready. Adding the cost of this new batch of rice, you will receive a total of 3,400 taels. Upon hearing this figure, Li Chuming felt a rush of exhilaration wash over him. Previously, he had only managed a few hundred taels, primarily allocating funds for cultivation resources. Now, suddenly grasping 3,400 taels, he realized this was a substantial sum. In the vast expanse of the myriad nations, such wealth opened doors to countless opportunities previously deemed unattainable. His blood surged with excitement. His breathing quickened involuntarily, and he could not suppress the smile that spread across his face. Observing Li Chuming's joyous demeanor, Wang Shu joined in the merriment, giving Li Chuming's shoulder a hearty pat, saying, Brotherly, it's thanks to the rice supply you provided that our Wang family enjoys this booming business. From now on, we shall proceed steadily, ensuring we reap abundant rewards. Li Chuming quickly replied, Brother Wang, it is also due to your family's diligent management that this business has flourished so. Wang Shu, with great efficiency, soon ordered someone to bring over the silver notes. In the realm of myriad nations, silver notes were widely accepted, making them convenient and secure. As Li Chuming accepted the notes, his fingers trembled slightly. He grasped them tightly, as if holding on to his future. Wang Shu then turned, commanding others to hastily load the rice onto carts for transport to Kaidai City. The laborers sprang into action, swiftly loading bag after bag of rice onto the vehicles. And in no time, the convoy was ready. Wang Shu approached Li Chuming once more, a smile still gracing his face. Brotherly, I know you are wholly devoted to your cultivation. I just heard that the closest city, Black City, is hosting an auction. There is a powerful family there that operates very discreetly, rumored to be backed by other nations. They always manage to acquire rare items from abroad for auction, attracting many cultivators who hope to purchase techniques, martial skills, and precious cultivation resources. Li Chuming's eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky upon hearing this. Now that he had funds, he had been fretting over where to source cultivation resources. This auction seemed tailor-made for him. Wang Shu, sensing Li Chuming's interest, elaborated on the auction details, including the time, location, and the rare items auctioned in the past, each piece of information flowing effortlessly. Li Chuming listened intently, occasionally posing questions, gaining a clearer understanding of the auction. After finalizing the rice transaction, he returned to Kaidai City with the Wang family. Throughout the journey, his spirits soared, his mind swirling with thoughts of the auction. Meanwhile, Zhao Langfeng, who had been trailing Li Chuming, found himself thwarted at every turn, unable to seize an opportunity, and could only watch helplessly as Li Chuming returned to the city. Filled with frustration, yet feeling powerless, he reluctantly returned to the inn. Upon arriving at the inn, a servant presented him with a letter. Frowning, an ominous premonition washed over him. He immediately tore open the envelope, revealing a handwritten note from his family head. Reading the letter, he muttered to himself, a Master S pill has surfaced in Black City, with a certain probability of enabling a 9th-grade martial artist to break through to the Master Realm. This pill must not be lost. It seems that the task of eliminating Li Chuming must be put on hold for now. Though filled with reluctance, Zhao Langfeng understood the significance of the Master S pill. Gritting his teeth, he packed his belongings and, with a heavy heart, departed Kaidai City en route to Black City. Upon returning home, Li Chuming stepped into the courtyard and was greeted by Xiao Huan, who awaited him. Her expression had transformed from its usual cold demeanor to one adorned with a radiant smile, leaving Li Chuming somewhat perplexed, even questioning whether she was indeed the same person. Xiao Huan approached, saying, Young master, the princess requests your presence. With that, she led him outside. Along the way, she occasionally asked him various questions, primarily engaging in light conversation. Li Chuming, though curious, answered each inquiry. They soon arrived at the princess's residence. Upon seeing Li Chuming, Princess Jingyun's eyes brightened, and she quickly said, Xiao Huan, you may go about your duties. I need to speak with the young master. Ensure no one disturbs us. Xiao Huan acknowledged and departed. As soon as she was gone, Princess Jingyun excitedly rushed forward, embracing Li Chuming. It's been over 10 days. I've missed you dearly. Li Chuming glanced around, realizing they were in the city lord's hall, and thought, is this appropriate? However, the thrill of the moment quickly captured his attention, and he no longer hesitated, surrendering to the intimacy that followed. This time, their passionate encounter lasted far longer than the previous one. Once they composed themselves, Princess Qingyun nestled against Li Chuming, remarking, 10 days felt exceedingly long. Could we not meet sooner next time? Li Chuming gazed at the princess in his arms and replied, I shall make it up to you. Yet, he was acutely aware that such a thing was unlikely, as his time in the Blue Star realm would require at least several hours. In addition to other matters he needed to address, he realized he would need to devise several plausible excuses to avoid raising suspicion if he were to stay longer. Princess Qingyun lifted her head, looking at Li Chuming, and declared, by the way, I have reached the 5th grade as a martial artist. Li Chuming was taken aback and inquired, so soon? With a smile, Princess Qingyun explained, under normal circumstances, it would take me half a year to reach the 5th grade. But your technique is so powerful that I achieved it in just over 10 days. Li Chuming felt a swell of happiness at her words. Chapter 58, Journey to Black City. She reminisced about her cultivation journey. In the past, even with the assistance of precious spirit stones, her progress was agonizingly slow, taking months to barely ascend a single realm. Yet now, merely by altering her cultivation technique, she effortlessly broke through to a new minor realm within mere days. Such a speed of advancement was something she had never dared to dream of before. Once, due to the loss of her purity, she had missed the opportunity to enter the sword washing pool, leaving her in despair. Convinced she would never become a master and would instead be relegated to a mere tool of her family, subject to their whims. The harshness of that reality was akin to a heavy shackle, suffocating her breath. But now, everything had changed because of Li Chuming. Her eyes sparkled with affection and anticipation as she spoke. There will soon be an auction in Black City. Let us attend. Li Chuming turned to look at Princess Qingyun, smiling as he replied, yes, Wang Shu has informed me. We must go. Princess Qingyun nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with excitement, and continued. If we could acquire some cultivation items, our progress would accelerate even further. She had never experienced such ease in ascending realms as she did now. Her heart brimmed with hope, as if a bright lamp had illuminated her future. After Li Chuming agreed, they sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, engaging in fervent discussions about the potential items that might appear at the auction. From rare elixirs to powerful martial arts manuals, they indulged in a myriad of possibilities. As night fell, enveloping the Lord's mansion in darkness, Li Chuming chose not to return home, but to stay overnight at the mansion. Xiao Huan watched from a distance, pondering. It seems Master Li has completely won the princess's favor. She has already given herself to him. Little did she know. The princess had long harbored deep feelings for Li Chuming. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the soft bed. Princess Qingyun lay bare in Li Chuming's embrace. Her face radiant with happiness, her eyes filled with affection, reluctant to rise. The sensation of snuggling in her lover's arms was enchanting, utterly captivating her. Li Chuming gently stroked her hair, tenderly saying, it's time to get up. We will soon depart for Black City. Princess Qingyun lazily replied, yet remained snugly nestled in his arms, unwilling to move. In a playful moment, she suddenly sat up, straddling Li Chuming. He looked at her, chuckling, in that dungeon. You certainly startled me. Hearing this, her face flushed as memories of her wild state after being drugged in the dungeon flooded back, leaving her a bit bashful. However, their intimacy had grown so profound that such embarrassment was fleeting. After another passionate encounter, Princess Qingyun finally began to dress, satisfied. Li Chuming lay back on the bed, stretching lazily, reflecting, staying still like this, being a sluggard isn't too bad. Princess Qingyun glanced back at him, laughing, you indeed. The princess possessed her own luxurious carriage. Xiao Huan had risen early and was currently standing in front of the stable, carefully feeding the horses. As she fed them, she meticulously checked and organized the items needed for their journey. Xiao Huan mused to herself, must one sleep with a man? I've heard that this can result in children. I wonder if the princess will have a son or a daughter. She lost herself in such thoughts until Princess Qingyun and Li Chuming emerged from their room. Princess Qingyun approached the carriage, surveying everything that had been prepared, nodding in satisfaction. Li Chuming followed, smiling and greeting Xiao Huan, who promptly returned the gesture, saying, Princess, everything is ready. We can set off at any time. Minutes later, Princess Qingyun and Li Chuming sat within the exquisitely adorned carriage as it began its slow journey out of the city. Leaning against the carriage wall, Princess Qingyun said to Li Chuming, do not disturb my cultivation. You should also focus on your own practice. Li Chuming thought to himself, cultivation? In this lifetime? That seems impossible. Yet, the next moment, he closed his eyes and began to contemplate the techniques of military body boxing. The carriage rolled smoothly along the road, the sound of the wheels turning resonating clearly in the tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, Li Chuming recalled a location nearby that the mansion spirit had mentioned concerning blood and flesh. His heart quickened. This was significant. As they exited the city gates, Li Chuming said to Princess Qingyun, I need to attend to something. She nodded slightly, not giving it much thought. Once he left the carriage, out of sight of Princess Qingyun and Xiao Huan, he exerted himself and sped towards the location he had previously visited. The wind howled past him, his figure darting like a streak of black lightning. Guided by the mansion spirit, he quickly found the spot. Unfortunately, the blood and flesh were buried deep beneath the soil. The spirit's voice echoed in his mind. It is a ninth-grade martial master, rich in vitality. Li Chuming gazed at the earth, pondering, dig it up? But I have no tools. The spirit quickly replied, Master, you can directly communicate with the mansion using your thoughts. It should work. Heeding the advice, Li Chuming closed his eyes, concentrated, and attempted to connect with the mansion using his mind. To his surprise, he succeeded immediately. A powerful force surged from within him, instantly affecting the patch of land. The ground trembled slightly, and he heard the spirit say, Master, it has been retrieved. Li Chuming turned to leave. And just as he did, the ground behind him suddenly collapsed, leaving a small pit. Once he returned to the carriage, it remained in place, and Li Chuming climbed aboard. I almost came looking for you. What happened? You're not feeling unwell, are you? Princess Qingyun inquired curiously. By this stage of cultivation, it was rare to fall ill, unless one had ingested poison. Li Chuming smiled. It's nothing. I'm fine now. Princess Qingyun nodded, instructing Xiaohuan to drive the carriage, then closed her eyes again, fully immersing herself in the supreme Tao scripture. Now at the 5th grade level, she aimed to reach 9th grade martial master as soon as possible, marking her as a formidable force. Meanwhile, Li Chuming resumed studying the techniques of military body boxing. The carriage meandered along the winding path, the wooden wheels turning slowly. With each rotation, they produced a deep, rhythmic creaking sound against the earth, as if recounting an ancient tale. The ground beneath them bore clear tracks from the wheels, deeply imprinted in the soil, occasionally crunching small stones underfoot, creating a faint clicking sound that resonated in the tranquility of their journey. At long last, they arrived at Black City.